Chapter 1982. The Heavenly Emperor had fallen and only left behind an imprint. Then how did he die? This was the Heavenly Emperor, a peerless and invincible existence. Who could kill him? Could it be a Heavenly Emperor realm figure? Everyone's heart was full of doubts. You guys are here for my physical body, right? At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor spoke again. Everyone's face suddenly turned pale. Now that the Heavenly Emperor imprint had appeared, how would they dare to speak the truth? Even if the Heavenly Emperor only had a wisp of imprint left, killing them was probably just a thought away. Lu Ming didn't make a sound, and neither did Xingxinghe. The gaze of the Heavenly Emperor imprint finally fell on Lu Ming and Xingxinghe, saying, "Both of you are somewhat related to me. If you want to force your way forward, I will not stop you." Xingxinghe's eyes lit up, and he glanced at Lu Ming indifferently. The Heavenly Emperor imprint actually said that Lu Ming was somewhat related to the Heavenly Emperor imprint, which made him think of the Heavenly Emperor's sword. "I am the descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. This Heavenly Emperor's physical body is mine." Xingxinghe roared in his heart. "However, I have to remind you." At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor imprint continued to speak, but his expression became very serious, saying, "Since you can come here, I will not stop you. As long as you go forward, you can obtain the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. However, this will cause a huge change. The land of Yuan Mountain will be plunged into misery and suffering. Blood will flow like a river. Countless people will fall, including your family and friends. A thought will affect the life and death of countless people. You have to think carefully." Lu Ming's face changed. Going forward will cause a huge change. People will be plunged into misery and suffering. Blood will flow like a river, and even his family and friends will be affected. How could this be? Not only him, but the others' faces also changed drastically. The Heavenly Emperor imprint wouldn't speak without thinking. Various thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. "I will give you 10 breaths of time to consider. If you don't go forward, then retreat," the Heavenly Emperor imprint said. Lu Ming didn't think too much, shook his head slightly and stepped back. He had cultivated all his life, and although he had the idea of stepping onto the peak of martial arts, more than that, he wanted to have powerful strength to determine his own fate and protect his family and friends. If his family and friends were in danger because of the Celestial Emperor's body, Lu Ming would rather not have it. This was not his path of martial arts. Bang! Lu Ming retreated, but Xingxinghe stepped forward. "Have you thought it through?" the Heavenly Emperor's imprint asked. "What does the life and death of others have to do with me? As long as I reach the peak and become eternal, everything will be worth it." Xingxinghe's indifferent voice sounded. In his heart, there was only himself. The lives of others, even those of his family, were worth it as long as they could fulfill his wish. "Selfish people will never amount to anything," Huangling said hatefully from the crowd. "But this kind of person is also very terrifying," Luo Tianyi said. This kind of person only cared about himself, and did not consider anything else. He would do anything by fair means or foul. It was indeed terrifying. Bang! Bang! Xingxinghe continued to step forward, his body moving faster and faster. He seemed to be attracted by a mysterious force as he flew towards the stone man with extreme speed. The next moment, Xinghe's body actually entered the stone man's body and disappeared. Sigh. The Celestial Emperor's mark sighed, as if a little disappointed. Then his body collapsed and disappeared. Buzz! At that moment, a terrifying aura rippled from the incomparably huge stone man's body. Wisps of faint light spread out from the stone man's body. Crack! The next moment, the stone man seemed to move, and there was a cracking sound. What's going on? The Celestial Emperor's body moved. Am I seeing things? It did move. His arm is moving. Oh my God, how can the Celestial Emperor's body move? Could it be that Xingxinghe has integrated into the Celestial Emperor's body and is controlling it? Someone shouted in shock. Lu Ming's expression changed abruptly. He retreated rapidly and hollered, "Retreat, retreat quickly." Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the Celestial Emperor's body. This aura was as vast as the sky and unfathomable. It was like the heavenly Tao that could not be resisted. This was the pressure of the Celestial Emperor. The eyes of the celestial emperor's body looked in Lu Ming's direction, filled with a cold light. Lu Ming, today is the day you die. A voice came from the celestial emperor's body, filled with icy killing intent. It was Heng Xinghe's voice. Lu Ming's expression was very gloomy. He had not expected that going forward would actually integrate into the celestial emperor's body and control it. He had thought that he had only obtained it. If he had known earlier, he would have stopped Heng Xinghe even if he did not want the celestial emperor's body. Now he could only retreat. Lu Ming retreated hurriedly. Huangling Longchun, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others also retreated frantically. Lu Ming, you can't escape. Heng Xinghe's voice sounded again. Boom. The celestial emperor's body suddenly stood up. An unimaginably terrifying aura erupted and enveloped the entire ninth world. Everyone was unable to move under this power, including Lu Ming. Roar. Lu Ming seemed to hear a terrifying roar erupting from his third bloodline. It seemed to be very unhappy, but it seemed to be suppressed by a powerful force. Only Lu Ming could hear this roar. Lu Ming, you're still far from being able to fight me. Heng Xinghe's voice sounded again. The celestial emperor's body stood in the air, as tall as the sky. A terrifying aura constantly pervaded toward Lu Ming. Then the celestial emperor's body stretched out a large hand and grabbed toward Lu Ming. The large hand covered the sky and was boundlessly powerful. There was no way to escape or resist it. Lu Ming, Huangling Longchen, and the others were shocked, their expressions ugly. However, at that moment Lu Ming looked surprised. This was because the celestial emperor's sword in his spiritual sea was vibrating frantically and emitting a mysterious light. Buzz. The next moment, the celestial emperor's sword rushed out of the spiritual sea and suspended above Lu Ming's head, rapidly enlarging. Soon, an incomparably huge sword appeared. The aura it emitted was equally earth-shattering and appalling. That's the celestial emperor's sword. Many people shouted in shock. The celestial emperor's sword had appeared. Was it going to duel with the celestial emperor's body? Slash. With a thought, Lu Ming slashed the celestial emperor's sword violently, slashing toward the celestial emperor's palm. Boom. A terrifying roar erupted, and the world shook. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies shook violently, and they staggered back, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. After the collision, the celestial emperor's sword flew back and suspended above Lu Ming's head. The huge celestial emperor's body also took a few steps back. The celestial emperor's sword is mine. I am the descendant of the celestial emperor, Lu Ming. What right do you have to wield the celestial emperor's sword? Give it to me. Chapter 1983. Xinghe controlled the heavenly emperor's body and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Slash. Lu Ming whispered and slashed out with the heavenly emperor's sword. There was another terrifying roar. The heavenly emperor's sword and the heavenly emperor's body were both pushed back. What they didn't know was that there was a shocking change in the world of the lotus. The moment the heavenly emperor's body stood up, there seemed to be an invisible force rippling out and spreading to the other 8 worlds. Roar. Roar. At this moment, some of the most ancient ruins in the 8 worlds let out a shocking roar. For example, the Time God Island in the 10,000 Seas realm roared, and the power of time swept across the sky. At the bottom of the cave in the 10,000 Beasts realm, the roar was even more shocking. Some people were still taking the risk and were directly injured by the roar and died. It was the same in the other worlds. It was as if a supreme demon was about to come into being. Outside the world of the lotus, under the heavenly emperor mountain, crowds of people had gathered from all directions. Of course, most of them were below the absolute saint level. However, there were also many elites above the martial emperor level. There were even a few figures standing at the highest point, surrounded by divine light. It was shocking. Those were a few great emperors. Everyone was waiting patiently. Those who had entered the world of the lotus had been there for a long time. They didn't know what had happened, or what kind of opportunities they had obtained. Many were envious and looked forward to it. Boom. At this moment, a powerful light suddenly burst out from the cave in the world of the lotus and shot into the sky. However, the light then disappeared. The entire cave became dark. Even the projection of the lotus in the sky disappeared without a trace. The power of the lotus has disappeared. One of the great emperors exclaimed in shock. What? The others were also shocked. The power of the lotus had disappeared. Didn't that mean that people above the martial emperor level could enter? Many martial emperors' eyes shone with a blazing light. Roar! Roar! However, at this moment, a terrifying roar came from the cave. It was as if a supreme demon was roaring or a supreme demon was about to come into being. It was too terrifying. What's going on? What's this? What's in the world of the lotus? How could there be such a terrifying voice? Could it be that the people who entered earlier encountered these existences? Many people's expressions turned ugly. The great emperor's faces were solemn. The blocking force has indeed disappeared. Let's go in and take a look. It was Emperor Wu Xiang's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and rushed into the cave. Great emperors from the Hung family, He family, and Daoyuo Heaven sect rushed into the cave. As soon as Emperor Wu Xiang and the others entered the cave, they appeared in the sky above the world of the lotus. Although there was a force in the world of the lotus that was trying to draw them into one of the petals, the great emperors were so powerful that they could resist this force and choose which petal to enter. Emperor Wu Xiang took a step forward and charged into one of the petals. The other three great emperors also rushed into different petals. The true emperors and void emperors outside looked greedy. This was the remains of the celestial emperor. How could they not be moved? Even if there were terrifying roars coming from below, they would not retreat. One by one, they rushed into the cave. At this moment, a few figures flashed across the sky. They were incredibly fast and rushed into the cave with the martial emperors. No one could see their faces clearly. These emperor-level experts entered different flower petals. The world that Emperor Wu Xiang entered was the Infinite Seas realm that Lu Ming had entered earlier. As soon as he appeared in the Infinite Seas realm, he looked in the direction of the Time Spiritual Island. Then the space cracked open and he stepped into it. In the next moment, the space outside the Time Spiritual Island cracked open, and Emperor Wu Xiang appeared. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the Time Spiritual Island. What a strong power of time! There's such a powerful being sealed here. Could it have been left behind by the Celestial Emperor? Emperor Wu Xiang muttered. His eyes were like stars that could see through everything as he looked into the depths of the Divine Light Spiritual Island. In his eyes, nothing could hide. He could clearly see the living beings below the sacred mountain of time. Emperor Wu Xiang's face changed suddenly. It's the evil god tribe. Emperor Wu Xiang's face was gloomy as he muttered. Since I've met you, I'll destroy you completely. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly looked into the distance and shouted, "Who is it?" Rip. The space there suddenly cracked open, and a few voices stepped out. These figures were completely shrouded in dark demonic light, and emitted a terrifying aura. One of them had an aura that was not weaker than Emperor Wu Xiang's. He was actually a peak great emperor. Wu Xiang, long time no see. How have you been? That emperor realm expert spoke. Mo Ling and Xie Ling, it's you. Emperor Wu Xiang's cold voice sounded. If anyone else was here, they would be very shocked. This was because Mo Ling was the legendary sect leader of the demon spirit religion. Many years ago, he was active in the vicinity of Celestial City. He was an incomparably terrifying force that specialized in killing martial emperors, or those with the potential to become martial emperors. As for Xie Ling, he was the sect leader of the demon spirit religion. Although he was not a great emperor, he was still an existence that stood at the peak of the true emperor realm. The leaders of these powerful and evil forces had arrived at this place at the same time. Xie Ling, you guys go and destroy the seal. Leave Elder Wu Xiang to me. The demon spirit religion sect leader's voice sounded. His body moved and turned into a terrifying demonic light that charged toward Emperor Wu Xiang. You are indeed from the evil god tribe. You want to let the evil god tribe out? Don't even think about it. Emperor Wu Xiang shouted angrily. His aura erupted as he blasted out a palm. A terrifying palm print blasted toward the evil spirit religion sect leader, and the others who were rushing toward the time-sacred island. Wu Xiang, your opponent is me. The demon spirit religion sect leader's demonic aura soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic saber slashed out violently, splitting the sky into two halves and blocking Emperor Wuxiang's palm print. Scram! Emperor Wuxiang blasted out a series of palm prints. With the addition of the Great Tao, every palm print had the power to destroy the world. However, the demon spirit religion sect leader was also a great emperor. He was in the same realm as Emperor Wuxiang, and his battle strength was also terrifying. The demonic saber swept out and blocked Emperor Wuxiang's attacks. Boom! Boom! On the other side, the evil spirit religion sect leader and the others had successfully rushed into the time-sacred mountain and destroyed the remaining two ancient altars. Roar! At the bottom of the time-sacred mountain, the huge figure roared loudly. Its aura was violent and shocking, and it rushed out like a raging wave. The entire divine light sacred mountain exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. Clang! Chapter 1984. The huge figure struggled and pulled the chains. The Time Divine Island shook, and huge cracks appeared in some places. The entire Time Divine Island was on the verge of collapse. Come and help me break this damn demon-suppressing chain, the huge figure said. Yes, my lord. The evil spirit sect leader and the others bowed in response. Then they unleashed terrifying attacks at the chains. Clang! 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 The cultivation of these figures was very terrifying. Although they had not reached the Great Emperor realm, they were not far away. All kinds of attacks fell, and the chains shook and sparks flew. With the help of the enormous figure, one of the chains snapped with a loud clang. Ha ha ha, I am finally going to be born. You didn't kill me back then and used my power to suppress the void passage. In the end, you were too smart for your own good. I will make you regret it. Ha ha ha. The huge figure laughed crazily, and his aura was even more shocking. He struggled violently. Although Emperor Wuxiang was anxious, he was entangled by the demon spirit sect leader, and could not stop him. Clang! Clang! The sound of chains snapping could be heard. 8 consecutive snapping sounds could be heard. Following that, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, causing the sky to shake. Boom! At this moment, the entire Time Island began to crumble as a gigantic figure stepped out from it. As he stepped out, his figure began to shrink. Finally, he became the size of a normal person, and revealed his true appearance. It was a middle-aged man with dark skin. He was naked, and the aura he exuded was extremely shocking. He was no weaker than Emperor Wuxiang and the demon spirit sect leader. He was also a great Emperor realm elite. Boom! The middle-aged man threw a punch at Emperor Wuxiang. Emperor Wuxiang blocked with his palm, and fought with the demon spirit sect leader and the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man had been sealed for countless years, and was not as powerful as he was in his prime, he was still a great emperor. When he joined forces with the demon spirit sect leader, Emperor Wuxiang was at a disadvantage. In another world, the Myriad Beast Realm. In the cave where Lu Ming had obtained 2 of the 9 sealed scrolls, a figure descended. This person's aura was extremely shocking. He was also a great emperor. Moreover, it was not the great emperor of the He family, the great emperor of the Hung family, or the Daoyuo Heaven sect. It was an unfamiliar great emperor. A giant saber appeared in his hand. With a slash, the entire cave was split in half. Roar! An excited roar came from the bottom of the cave, causing the iron chains to collide with each other. Quick, help me break the chains. Excited voices came from the depths of the cave. The man in the air once again slashed out with his giant saber. A few saber lights chopped down, and the sound of chains breaking could be heard. Roar! Then, a loud roar rang out, and the ground exploded. An incomparably huge lizard crawled out from the depths of the ground. It was like a giant beast that had come from the primordial era. It was incomparably terrifying. This giant lizard was actually a great emperor-level existence. Let's go to the other worlds and save the others. The space cracked open. He and the giant lizard stepped into the space and arrived in another world. The Hung clan's great emperor was in one of the most ancient ruins in this world. A powerful creature is sealed here. The Hung family's great emperor's face was gloomy. Suddenly, the space cracked open, and the giant lizard and the great emperor expert arrived. A great battle broke out. The great emperor blocked the Hung clan's great emperor, while the giant lizard rescued the powerful existences in the ruins. As a result, The Hung clan's great emperor did not dare to continue the battle and retreated. As for the other three powerhouses, they continued to head to other worlds to rescue the sealed powerhouses. The number of people on the other side was increasing. The great emperor of the He clan and the Daoyuo Heaven sect's great emperors were frightened and did not dare to stop them. Not long after, the powerful existences in the 8 ancient ruins in the 8 worlds were all rescued. All of them were great emperor realm creatures. This was definitely a terrifying and boundless power, horrifying to the extreme. Return to the 8 worlds. Move the worlds away, open the void passageways and welcome my tribe. A voice rang out. It turned out that the experts who were sealed had all returned to their original worlds. In the Infinite Seas realm, at the Time God Island, Great Emperor Wuxiang was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the middle-aged man retreated, returning to the Time God Island. Shocking fluctuations erupted from him, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky. At that moment, the entire Infinite Seas realm was shaken. In the bright fire country of the vast seas realm, Ruan Tianjiao stood above the palace and looked at the sky with a grave expression. He whispered, "Heaven and earth are shaking and roaring. What happened to this world? Is it related to the extraterrestrials? Lu Ming, what happened to you?" Not only Ruan Tianjiao, but everyone in the Infinite Seas realm and other worlds looked up at the sky, their faces pale with fear. They felt as if a great disaster was about to befall them. In the 9th world, Lu Ming controlled the Celestial Emperor's sword and fought with the Celestial Emperor's body controlled by Xinghe. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Suddenly, a terrifying roar was heard, as if it came from beyond the sky. The roar came one after another with shocking power. Many people's faces changed drastically, not knowing what was happening. "Lu Ming, the Celestial Emperor's sword is mine. Hand it over." Xinghe roared, and the Celestial Emperor's body rushed toward Lu Ming again. In his eyes, the Celestial Emperor's body and the Celestial Emperor's sword were his. Lu Ming was not qualified to control them. Clang! Lu Ming controlled the Celestial Emperor's sword and fought with his opponent. After more than 10 blows, they were still in a stalemate. Rumble! Suddenly, heaven and earth roared, and the entire sky shook violently. It was as if the entire world was being moved. Buzz! Buzz! At that moment, the Celestial Emperor's sword and the Celestial Emperor's body shook involuntarily and emitted a resplendent radiance. The next moment, a figure flew out of the Celestial Emperor's body. It was Xinghe. "What's going on?" Xinghe roared. The Celestial Emperor's sword above Lu Ming's head vibrated and flew out. The Celestial Emperor's body held it in his hand. "What should have happened has happened in the end, but I can't ignore it." The Celestial Emperor's body actually spoke. After saying that, he took a step forward, and the incomparably huge figure suddenly disappeared. "No, my Celestial Emperor's body!" Xinghe roared, extremely indignant. He found it hard to accept that the Celestial Emperor's body had suddenly left him. With the Celestial Emperor's body, he could instantly become a top expert in the world, an overlord of a region. Martial artists rely on themselves. Only when they are strong can they be the strongest. It's ridiculous to only think about external things. Lu Ming was still calm. Since the Celestial Emperor's sword had flown away, then so be it. The road to the top could not be sustained by relying on a sword. Only by improving oneself would it be a power that belonged to oneself forever. "Lu Ming, damn it," Xinghe shouted coldly. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. Chapter 1985. "I think you're the one who should die." Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stepped out and headed toward Xinghe. Xinghe's expression changed. He did not have the Celestial Emperor body now, and was no match for Lu Ming. He retreated hurriedly and roared, "Lu Ming, you don't need to rely on external forces, right? If you have the ability, fight me with your own strength." "Sure, let's fight at the same level," Lu Ming said. Xinghe gritted his teeth. He had no confidence in fighting Lu Ming at the same level. He might even lose miserably. How could he agree? "You're 2 levels higher than me, yet you're asking me to fight with my own strength. It's ridiculous that I don't dare to fight at the same level." Lu Ming sneered and mocked him. Xinghe's eyes were very cold. If he could, he would have chopped Lu Ming into pieces. But now he could only escape. Buzz. Suddenly, the void vibrated. A powerful force suddenly descended and enveloped everyone. The next moment, the world spun and their figures disappeared from the ninth world. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in the sky above the Lotus World, in the huge underground cave. Figures constantly flashed out. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Tianyi, and the others had all come out. Of course Luo Tsangqiang, Xinghe, and the others had also come out. Not only them, but the people who were exploring other worlds were all teleported out by a powerful force. Look, what's that? The 9 worlds are moving. A vortex has appeared in the heart of the lotus. Someone shouted. Lu Ming and the others looked down and were shocked. From their vantage point, they could clearly see what was going on below. At this moment, the 9 petals of the lotus flower were slowly moving outward. A vortex had appeared in the heart of the lotus flower. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from the vortex. Then, 2 huge claws stretched out of the vortex. The claws had sharp nails and were covered with scales. They looked very ferocious. Then the 2 pairs of claws grabbed one side of the vortex, as if they were trying to push the vortex to make it bigger. A shocking scene appeared. The whirlpool was actually slowly expanding. Then, 2 gigantic creatures poked their heads out of the whirlpool. The claw from before was from them. This is... Lu Ming's pupils constricted sharply. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this kind of living creature. They were covered in scales and had a third eye between their eyebrows. Could this vortex lead to the world of the 3-eyed divine race? The race is invading. Lu Ming's mind was racing and his heart was extremely heavy. When he was young and weak, he followed the ancient desolation city to a small island in the heaven realm by mistake. That was the first time he came into contact with the 3-eyed god tribe. During the Battle of Providence, when he first saw the Titan longhorn beetle, and later during the primordial chaos sex assessment. At the same time, he learned more about the race of the 3-eyed divine race. The race of the 3-eyed divine race did not belong to the heaven realm, or the primordial realm. They were from another world. However, countless years ago, they had attacked the heaven realm, causing a great war in the heaven realm. Countless experts had fallen. Dandan had said that the final battle would come soon. It was also related to the race of the 3-eyed divine race. Could it be that the race of the 3-eyed divine race was going to attack now? He finally understood what the mark of the heavenly emperor meant. It was referring to the invasion of the race of the 3-eyed divine race. Roar! Roar! These 2 races of the 3-eyed divine race were completely different from the ones Lu Ming had encountered before. They were too burly and huge. They supported the vortex and made it bigger and bigger. Kill your way to the primordial realm. Our race will rule the world. A series of roars could be heard from the vortex, causing everyone's expression to change. What is this? Someone's voice trembled. Could it be that the previous 9 worlds were suppressing this passage? Someone guessed with an ugly expression. At this moment, the space above the heart of the lotus split open, and a huge figure appeared. It was the celestial Thearcha's physical body. Looking from this direction, the celestial Thearcha's physical body seemed to be about the same size as the huge race of the 3-eyed divine race. Race of the evil gods, scram back to your world. The celestial Thearcha's physical body shouted, holding the celestial Varch sword in his hand and slashing down violently. Poof! One of the huge race of the 3-eyed divine race's arms was chopped off by the celestial Varch sword. Roar! The race of the 3-eyed divine race roared, and the third eye between its brows shot out a ray of destructive light towards the celestial Thearcha's physical body. However, the celestial Thearcha's physical body punched out and destroyed the ray of destructive light. At the same time, the battle sword stabbed down and pierced through the race of the 3-eyed divine race's forehead. Blood spurted out, and the huge battle sword went straight to the hilt. Sword chi erupted and minced the race of the 3-eyed divine race's head into pieces. After the race of the 3-eyed divine race died, its claws let go of the vortex, and the huge figure disappeared into the vortex. The celestial Thearcha's physical body held the battle sword, and was about to kill another race of the 3-eyed divine race. However, at this moment, the space split open and several figures stepped out. One of them was the demon spirit church's hierarch. You only have a physical body left, yet you still want to stop us. Today, I will destroy your physical body as well. The demon spirit church's hierarch said coldly and attacked the celestial thearch's physical body. The celestial thearch's physical body slashed at the demon spirit church's hierarch and sent him flying. Even though the celestial thearch was only left with his physical body, his power was still astonishing. Rip! At this moment, the space continued to split open, and a figure stepped out. The burly man with dark skin from the Time God Island, and the huge lizard from the realm of beasts, all exuded a vast and boundless aura. Great emperors, they are all great emperors. Someone shouted in shock. These existences that suddenly appeared were all great emperors. Could it be that these existences are all the existences that were sealed in those remnants? Someone's voice interjected and voiced his guess. Many people fell silent. It seemed that something big was going to happen. The previous changes might be related to these powerful existences. Some people cast their gazes towards the stellar river. They remembered that the celestial thearch's imprint had said that if they stepped forward, it would cause misery and suffering, and blood would flow like a river. Perhaps that was what it was referring to. Wasn't all of this caused by the stellar river? The stellar river snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He didn't care about the misery and suffering of the people. But what did the life and death of others have to do with him? What he was thinking about now was how to get the celestial thearch's physical body and the celestial thearch sword. Boom. Boom. A terrifying battle broke out. The demon spirit church's hierarch, the huge lizard, and other powerhouses attacked the celestial thearch's physical body at the same time. The void in the heart of the lotus trembled violently. Hingyu, you have suppressed me for countless years. Today, I will devour your physical body. The giant lizard roared and spat out terrifying flames toward the celestial thearch's physical body. Chapter 1986. The heavenly emperor's body broke through the giant lizard's flames and attacked it. However, the other great emperors also attacked at the same time. All kinds of terrifying attacks blasted towards the heavenly emperor's body. Hingyu, it was your biggest mistake not to kill me back then. Today I will tear your body apart. Those powerful beings had been suppressed for countless years. When they saw the heavenly emperor's body, they were filled with violent intent. Their eyes were red with killing intent as they launched terrifying attacks. Although these beings had been suppressed for countless years, and their vitality was greatly damaged, their combat strength had been greatly reduced. However, they were still great emperors and their strength was not to be underestimated. After all, the heavenly emperor's body was just a body. Many people joined forces and all kinds of attacks fell on the heavenly emperor's body, causing it to retreat continuously. However, although the heavenly emperor's body retreated, there was not a single wound on its stone body. Clang! The stone sword vibrated, and a bright light burst out from the stone man's body. At this moment, the heavenly emperor's body seemed to be revived. The stone sword swept across the sky and sword light burst out. Several powerful beings' faces changed drastically as they were sent flying by the sword. At this moment, the space in that area split open again as more experts stepped out and joined in the siege of the heavenly emperor's body. Kill our way out. Massacre the Yuan realm. Behind the vortex, there were constant roars and murderous aura that made people pale. The huge three-eyed divine being was doing its best to prop up the vortex, trying to make it bigger. A total of 10 great emperors joined in the siege of the heavenly emperor's body. Everyone's face turned ugly at this scene. 10 great emperors was an astonishing number. There were less than 10 great emperors in the Yuan Mountain sacred ground. Many people's faces were solemn. If the heavenly emperor could not resist and the foreign races rushed in, the consequences would be unimaginable. The heavenly emperor's body shone brighter and brighter. At this moment, the stone body seemed to be transforming into a body of flesh and blood. His combat strength was also more terrifying and powerful. The stone sword swept across the sky and blocked the attacks of the 10 great emperors for a moment. Rip! At this moment, the space continued to split open as Great Emperor Wuxiang, Great Emperor Hung, Great Emperor He, and the great emperors of the Daluo Heaven sect appeared. Their faces were solemn as they joined in the battle to help the heavenly emperor's body resist the great emperors. Kill. With a helper, the pressure on the celestial Thearch's body was greatly reduced. He roared as the stone sword broke through a few attacks. He arrived in front of the giant lizard and slashed with the stone sword. At this moment, the stone sword seemed to have transformed into an indestructible divine object. It was incomparably sharp and cut off one of the lizard's tails. Roar. The giant lizard roared and frantically retreated. At the same time, the attacks of the other experts landed on the Sky Emperor's body. However, the Sky Emperor's body could not be bothered with them. It was as if he only had eyes for the giant lizard. One attack after another landed on the Sky Emperor's body. The Sky Emperor's body trembled for a moment before he continued to attack the giant lizard. Puff. The sword light pierced through the void, piercing through the giant lizard's forehead and into the sword hilt. Hing-yu roar. The giant lizard let out a roar of despair, but in the next moment, the Celestial Emperor slashed with his sword, and the giant lizard's body was cut into two. Endless blood and flesh were absorbed by the two worlds, disappearing without a trace. Just like that, a great emperor was slain by the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the giant lizard had been suppressed for many years, and had not recovered its strength, but it was still shocking enough. Kill. The Celestial Emperor's physical body went berserk and attacked the others. After a few moves, he killed another powerful existence. The Celestial Emperor's physical body had killed two powerful enemies in a row. It was shocking. Every one of them was a great emperor. They were extremely powerful and terrifying, but now, they had fallen one after another. He doesn't have much energy stored in his body. There's only a wisp of imprint left. It's difficult to mobilize the heavenly energy. Let's attack him together. He won't last long. The demon spirit church leader roared. Their attacks continued to bombard the Celestial Emperor's physical body. The battle between Emperor Wu Xiang and the others was also very intense. All kinds of energy exploded, and the great Tao was added to their bodies. It was extremely shocking. Fortunately, the space near the Lotus World was special. Lu Ming and the others seemed to be not far from the Lotus World, but they were actually very far away. Otherwise, they would definitely be implicated by the aftermath of the battle between the great emperors. Even so, it was still shocking to watch. Rumble. The shockwaves from the battle between the great emperors were too great. The 9 lotus petals, which were the 9 worlds, were shaking violently as if they were about to explode under the terrifying energy. Swoosh. A jet-black light of destruction burst forth and swept across one of the worlds. The space of that world was directly torn apart. Even though Lu Ming and the rest were very far away, they could see that in that world, countless people had been annihilated by the power of destruction and turned into ashes. Infinite Seas Realm. Lu Ming looked at the Infinite Seas Realm. The Infinite Seas Realm was also shaking violently. If it was penetrated, the people inside would also be in danger. Lu Ming looked worried. The Celestial Emperor's physical body erupted, and the light became even brighter. He launched a storm-like attack, and seriously injured another powerful existence. However, at this time, the aura of the Celestial Emperor's physical body began to weaken. It's too late. The Celestial Emperor's physical body shook his head. Then he threw out the stone sword. The stone sword turned into thousands of sword lights and attacked those existences. His physical body instantly split into 8 and became even larger. Every figure carried a petal as they flew toward the boundless void outside. Only the 9th world was empty, so he didn't care. Finally, the Celestial Emperor's physical body carried the 8 worlds and rushed into the endless void. Tianjiao, take care. Lu Ming whispered and breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Although the Infinite Seas Realm and other worlds might never converge with the Primordial Realm after entering the vast void, at least they could survive. Kill. At this time, the vortex was slowly expanding, and then a dense number of figures rushed out from it. These figures were very burly, and each of them was covered in pitch-black scales and had a third eye between their eyebrows. The Three-Eyed Divine Tribe. They are indeed the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. These figures were almost exactly the same as the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe that Lu Ming had seen before. Some of the Three-Eyed Divine Tribe rode on strange beasts, and some stepped on the air. Each of them had a strong aura, but as soon as they rushed out, They were crushed by the aura of the battle between the great emperors. Kill them and let the army in. The demon spirit hierarch shouted, and the remaining 8 great emperors madly attacked Emperor Wuxiang and the others. Let's get out of here. Someone flew into the sky above the cave in fear. At this moment, 2 light figures flashed, and 2 figures appeared near Lu Ming and the others. Each of them emitted an astonishing fluctuation. That was the aura of a great emperor. A great emperor had rushed over. This is not a place where you can stay. Hurry up and leave, return to the Origin Mountain Sacred Court, and then leave Celestial City. Chapter 1987. Then, could it be the other 2 great emperors of the Yuanshan Academy? Ouyang Wushuang guessed. It's possible. Lu Ming and the others nodded. What should we do now? Huang Ling asked. This matter is beyond our ability. Let's listen to the great emperor and return to the Yuanshan Academy first. We'll take Xiang and the others and leave Celestial City. I feel that Celestial City won't be peaceful anymore. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the roar below the cave became even more terrifying. The shocking fluctuations even made Celestial City tremble. Rays of light rushed out from the cave. The battle below became even more tragic. Let's go. They no longer stayed. They soared into the sky and rushed toward the Yuanshan Academy. The others did the same. They turned into rays of rainbow light and left this place. While they were flying toward the Yuanshan Academy, the vibration behind them became more and more intense. Terrifying rays of light rushed out from the cave. Kill. Behind them, they heard shouts of killing. From far away, they seemed to see burly figures riding strange beasts rushing out of the cave. Some 3-eyed divine race rushed out from inside and set foot on the land of the primordial realm. They didn't dare to stay and flew with all their strength. Heavenly Emperor Mountain was quite a distance away from the Yuanshan Academy. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Yuanshan Academy. At this time, the battle at the original Heavenly Emperor Mountain had already developed to an unknown state. Lu Ming and the others returned to the Yuanshan Academy and returned to their residence. At this time, many people had already gathered at the residence. Lu Xiangxiang, Xuaningxin, and the others were all there. This time, only a group of the strongest people entered the world of the Lotus. Those below the Supreme Saint Realm didn't enter. They all stayed in the Yuanshan Academy, such as Lu Xiangxiang and the others. Master, what happened? Lu Xiangxiang asked. What happened at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain could be felt here, because the vibration was too strong. There's an invasion. Now's not the time to talk. Gather everyone, and leave Celestial City first. Hurry. Lu Ming ordered. Some of them should still be cultivating in seclusion. Immediately, they split up to gather the other members of the Dragon Alliance. For some of them, it was impossible to contact them in their cultivation grounds. Thus, they could only rely on the teachers of the Sacred Academy to pass on their messages. Half an hour later, most of the Dragon Alliance members had arrived. With the invasion of the foreign races, I'm afraid there will be a great battle in Celestial City. We have to withdraw from Celestial City. Who wants to go to Ancient Moon Holy Land with me? We can go together. If you don't want to, you can also leave together and return to your own forces. Lu Ming said. I'd better return to the sect. Me too. Let's return to the clan first. Many people said. Lu Ming nodded. These geniuses all had their own factions. They were members of the Dragon Alliance in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, but after leaving the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, they naturally had to return to their respective sections. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't force it. In the Yuanshan Holy Courtyard, they belonged to the Dragon Alliance. In the future, they might be of use. Then let's go, Lu Ming said. Immediately, they flew out of the Yuanshan Sacred Courtyard. Kill. Kill them all. As soon as they arrived outside the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, they heard a tide of battle cries. A group of 3-eyed divine race riding strange beasts were fighting with a group of human martial artists. The battle was extremely tragic. Then, they glanced into the distance and found that all sides of Celestial City were engaged in a great battle. Rumble. In the depths of Celestial City, in the direction of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the void trembled. Another group of three-eyed divine race riding strange beasts rushed over. The strange beasts stepped on the air, causing the sky to tremble violently. The three-eyed divine race had already charged out. The leader was a three-eyed member of the divine race. He was riding a huge and ferocious beast. He was wearing heavy armor and wielded a battle axe. His 3 eyes were as sharp as sword gleams. He swept his gaze toward Lu Ming and the group and shouted, "Charge, kill them!" Rumble. This group of three-eyed divine race rode a giant beast and charged toward them. The strongest is only a quasi-emperor. Charge! Lu Ming shouted and took the lead to charge forward. Die for me. The leader of the three-eyed divine race slashed down with his battle axe and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, a destructive light burst out from his third eye. Prison suppression. With a wave of Lu Ming's hand, 9 prison suppression monument phantoms emerged and suppressed forward. Prison suppression monument. It's the prison suppression monument. The leader of the three-eyed divine race roared in horror. Boom. Under the suppression of the prison suppression monument phantoms, the opponent's attack and defense were unable to withstand a single blow and were directly killed. In addition, dozens of other three-eyed divine race members were also killed. At the same time, Huangling, Longchen and the others attacked, and a group of three-eyed divine race members were also killed. They immediately rushed out of the encirclement and rushed out of Celestial City. Someone has the power of the prison suppression monument. We can't let them go. We must kill them. In the distance, there was a roar, and a group of three-eyed divine race powerhouses rode strange beasts and charged toward them. Lu Ming and the others accelerated and rushed outside. They have the power of the prison suppression monument. Kill! In the sky there was a loud shout, and an incomparably huge battle axe slashed down at Lu Ming. The vast emperor's throne made people tremble in fear. Martial Emperor. A martial emperor powerhouse attacked Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. But at this time, a huge iron rod swept out and collided with the battle axe, and a terrifying explosion erupted. Terrifying sound waves shook Lu Ming and the others' eardrums, stinging pain. A burly figure, holding an iron rod, appeared above Lu Ming and the others. It's a teacher. Lu Ming and the others were delighted. This is a teacher of Yuanshan Holy Court. You guys go quickly, we will block the other party's martial emperor. The voice of Yuanshan Holy Court's teacher came, and then, several figures appeared, exuding a vast aura. They are all teachers of Yuanshan Holy Court, and they are all martial emperor powerhouses. Let's go. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone, and they continued to rush out. Stay. Kill him. Several roars sounded in succession, and several powerful three-eyed divine race powerhouses rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. They are all martial emperor powerhouses. A dignified martial emperor powerhouse, dealing with a few juniors. You evil races are really shameless. Your opponent is us. The teachers of Yuanshan Holy Court also took action, blocking the other party's martial emperor powerhouses. And Lu Ming and the others continued to rush out. Several three-eyed divine race cavalry rushed toward them in succession, but they were all defeated by them. Celestial City has been completely immersed in the flames of war. From that vortex, who knows how many three-eyed divine race rushed out, and there are shouts of killing everywhere. When Lu Ming and the others passed by the Hung family's territory, they found that the Hung family was also in a war. Above the Hung family, there are even true emperors fighting. The scene is astonishing. Chapter 1988. It was a mess, a complete mess. The Celestial City was in chaos. Without the help of the emperor-level experts, their speed was extremely fast. Not long after, they finally arrived at the edge of the Celestial City. They rushed out of the city walls and rushed towards a citadel in the distance. Not long after, they successfully arrived at a citadel. Boom, boom. Even though they were far away, they could still hear the violent roars coming from the Celestial City. From the Celestial City, there were constantly figures rushing out in all directions. Lu Ming and the rest did not stop, and went to the teleportation array. However, most of them did not follow Lu Ming and the rest. Instead, they returned to their respective sections. Lu Ming, I have to return to the Divine Origin Empire first. The invasion of the foreign races is no small matter. The Divine Origin Empire must be prepared. Ouyang Wushuang said to Lu Ming. All right, let's split up. We'll meet again in the future, but you must stay alive. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he looked at the crowd. Definitely. Everyone must stay alive. Alliance leader, take care. Everyone bid farewell to Lu Ming and stepped into the teleportation array. In the end, only the people from the ancient moon sacred ground, Luo Xiang, Huang Li and the rest were left. Let's go. They also stepped into the teleportation array and teleported to the teleportation array outside the ancient moon sacred ground. Then, they flew towards the ancient moon sacred ground. After flying to the ancient moon sacred ground, Huang Ling, Long Chun, Luo Tianyi, Yi Dongfang and the rest left and returned to their respective sections. Now, the major forces in the ancient moon sacred ground probably had not received the news. They had to return as soon as possible to make preparations. In the end, Lu Ming brought Xiang Xiang, Xuaningxin, the 9 sky prides of the desolate race and Luo Xiang back to the Great Evolution Pill Hall. After returning to the Great Evolution Pill Hall and settling everyone down, Lu Ming found Uncle Kong and told him about the invasion of the three-eyed god race in the Celestial City. The evil god race has invaded. It's earlier than expected. Uncle Kong sighed, his face was solemn. Evil god race? Uncle Kong, where did these three-eyed monsters come from? Lu Ming asked. Kong Bo's cultivation was unfathomably deep, and he had lived for an unknown number of years. Perhaps he knew many secrets. They come from another world and call themselves the three-eyed god race. That's just boasting. We call them the evil god race. A long time ago, they attacked the heaven realm. After such a long time, most of the territory of the heaven realm has been conquered. Now they have been trying to open the space barrier and invade the primordial realm. Uncle Kong said with a solemn expression, as if he was unwilling to say anything further. Lu Ming, your current mission is to focus on cultivating and improving your cultivation. You are not qualified to be involved in a battle like this. Lu Ming nodded. Even the Heaven Realm and the Hunyuan sect could not stop them. What could he do to stop them? Oh right, Uncle Kong, can you help me save someone? Lu Ming said. Then he released the mid-autumn moon from the mountain river diagram. Until now the mid-autumn moon was still unconscious. Uncle Kong's cultivation was profound, and he was the guardian of the Great Pill Evolution Hall. He was proficient in alchemy, so he might be able to save her. Uncle Kong stepped forward and waved his hand. A wave of energy shrouded the mid-autumn moon. After a while, Uncle Kong retracted the energy and frowned slightly. Lu Ming's heart sank. He quickly asked, Uncle Kong, how is the mid-autumn moon's injury? What a domineering method. She must have been attacked by the law of deprivation. Uncle Kong said. Yes, the person who attacked her has mastered the law of deprivation. Lu Ming said. No wonder. Uncle Kong said in a low voice. The injuries on her body are basically healed, but her soul is severely injured. Her soul is injured. Lu Ming was shocked. Soul injuries were the most difficult to heal. Yes, this girl's soul was attacked by the law of deprivation. She is seriously injured, so she has not woken up. If she wants to wake up, she must condense her soul. Otherwise, she will never wake up. Uncle Kong said. What? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could not help but clench his fists tightly. It was possible that she would never wake up. At this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent towards Luo Tsangqiang was extremely strong. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming calmed himself down and said, Uncle Kong, is there any way to condense the soul of the mid-autumn moon? Uncle Kong frowned and pondered. After a while he said, Now we can only put the girl into the Great Pill Evolution Cauldron and use the alchemy fire to nourish her body. Every once in a while, we will need to add in some sacred herbs. This way, not only can we maintain the vitality of her body, but also prevent the remnants of her soul from dissipating. She can even slowly condense her soul. However, this method is only a temporary solution. If you want to completely wake her up, you will need other methods. Uncle Kong said. All right, I will do it immediately. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Great Pill Evolution Cauldron and placed Autumn Moon inside. He controlled the alchemy fire of the Great Pill Evolution Cauldron to envelop Autumn Moon's body. Then Lu Ming added in some sacred herbs. Under the effect of the alchemy fire, the medicinal efficacy of the sacred herbs seeped into Autumn Moon's body. Uncle Kong, do you know of any other methods that can completely wake Autumn Moon up? Lu Ming continued to ask. Uncle Kong shook his head and said, I have been in seclusion for many years, so I don't know much. However, you can go to the Vientiane Tower and ask around. Maybe you can find a method. This girl will be fine in the Great Pill Evolution Cauldron for a few hundred years. Don't worry. Vientiane Tower. Lu Ming's heart moved. Unfortunately, the celestial city was in chaos now, so he could not ask around for now. Fortunately, the mid-autumn moon was fine for now. He could only slowly look for a method in the future. After chatting with Uncle Kong for a while, Lu Ming left. Following that, he brought Xiang Xiang and called Ouyang Moli over and introduced them to each other. Senior sister. Ouyang Moli bowed to Lu Xiang Xiang. Actually, Lu Xiang Xiang was 2 years younger than Ouyang Moli. But at this moment, she had her hands behind her back and looked at Ouyang Moli with curiosity. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Ouyang Moli. She said in an old-fashioned manner, You are second junior brother? Your cultivation is not good enough. You have to work harder. Yes, senior sister. Ouyang Moli nodded his head. Lu Xiang Xiang still had that old-fashioned look. She nodded her head slightly, and her eyes were filled with excitement. She felt that the taste of being the senior sister was pretty good. Lu Ming found it funny. This girl really had the demeanor of a senior sister. Xiang Xiang, don't be arrogant. Your second junior brother has only cultivated for about 2 years, and is about to become a saint. If you don't work hard, he will catch up to you. Lu Ming said with a serious face. Less than 2 years? So fast? Lu Xiang Xiang blinked her big eyes. Ouyang Moli's cultivation speed was even faster than hers. Ouyang Moli had the body of reincarnation, and had obtained the heart of the realm from the reincarnation emperor. His cultivation speed was shockingly fast, even faster than Lu Xiang Xiang. In addition, with Uncle Kong's guidance, his foundation was extremely solid. He had already reached the peak of the half-saint realm, and would soon become a saint. This kind of cultivation speed was too shocking. As his master, he felt ashamed. However, Lu Xiang Xiang and Ouyang Moli were true children of the heavens. They were not like Lu Ming, who was born with exceptional talent. It was normal for his cultivation speed to be fast in the early stages. Later on, his cultivation speed would slow down. For example, Heng Xinghe had been stuck at the peak of the Paragon Saint realm for 1 or 2 years, and had not broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm. There are many prodigies in the world. Don't be arrogant. Lu Ming warned seriously. Yes, master. Chapter 1989. In the following days, everyone cultivated in the Great Development Pill Hall. Lu Ming would often go to the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect to find Long Qin and Huang Ling to understand the situation. The invasion of the foreign tribe shook the entire Yuan Mountain. Many powerful forces in the ancient Moon's sacred ground were alarmed, and began to gather the experts scattered across the land. As time passed, news about the invasion of the foreign tribes continued to spread. The Celestial City was completely occupied. The overlords of the Celestial City, Hung family and He family, fled the Celestial City and their whereabouts were unknown. Countless martial artists died in the battle. The Celestial City suffered heavy losses. A few days after the foreign tribes occupied the Celestial City, they began to send an army in all directions of the Celestial City. Everywhere they passed, not even chickens or dogs were spared. One by one, the emperor-ranked forces were attacked by the foreign tribes. From the martial emperors to the women and children who didn't know martial arts, everyone was killed. Everywhere they passed, blood flowed like a river and hundreds of millions of corpses were lying on the ground. Everyone was moved. The foreign tribes' methods were too ruthless. This was simply a massacre. The emperor-ranked forces around the Celestial City retreated to the 8 great sacred grounds. Among the 9 great sacred grounds of the Yuan Mountain, the Celestial City was at the center. The other sacred grounds surrounded the Celestial City. During this period, emperor-ranked forces poured into the ancient Moon's sacred ground. As for the foreign tribes, they sent an army to attack in all directions, and began to approach the other sacred grounds. 2 months after the battle in the Celestial City, the first foreign tribe army appeared outside the ancient moon's sacred ground. When they attacked the ancient moon's sacred ground, they were defeated by the experts of the ancient moon's sacred ground. In the face of this unprecedented pressure, all the powerful forces of the ancient moon's sacred ground temporarily put aside their grudges and formed an alliance. The Wind Clan came forward and gathered all the forces together to build a huge base. Many forces gathered together to resist the foreign tribes. The number of clashes between the ancient moon's sacred ground and the foreign tribes began to increase. Chaos is coming. Lu Ming stood on the peak of the Great Development Pill Hall, looking into the distance and muttering. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed from the distance. Its speed was too shocking. When Lu Ming reacted, the ray of light appeared in front of Lu Ming. When Lu Ming saw the true appearance of the ray of light, he couldn't help but be shocked. A 1-meter-tall stone man with a stone sword. Wasn't this the sword of the Celestial Varch? Also, that was the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Although it was countless times smaller than when they first met, Lu Ming still recognized at a glance that it was the Celestial Emperor's physical body. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Monarch's physical body wielded the stone sword and killed 2 great monarchs consecutively. Later on, Lu Ming and the others returned to the ancient moon's sacred ground, but there was no news of the Heavenly Emperor's body or the other great emperors. At this moment, the Celestial Emperor's physical body and the Celestial Emperor's sword had actually come here. And from the looks of it, they were here for Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Celestial Emperor's body and Celestial Emperor's sword moved and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. They floated in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming was a little confused. At this moment, a white light flashed in front of Lu Ming and a figure floated out. It was the Celestial Emperor's figure. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly bowed. Junior Lu Ming greets Senior Celestial Emperor. There's no need for formalities. I'm just a mark. The Celestial Emperor's figure smiled. Senior Celestial Emperor, why are you here? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Back then, wasn't the Celestial Emperor's physical body controlled by Xinghe? Why was it flying into his sea of consciousness together with the Celestial Emperor's sword? Xinghe is too selfish. He only cares about himself and not others. He is not qualified to control the Celestial Emperor's physical body. You, on the other hand, have a good character. You are decisive and talented. Most importantly, you have something to protect. Moreover, you can pull out the battle sword that I left behind. This is enough to prove that you are qualified to control what I left behind. The Celestial Emperor's figure nodded. Lu Ming couldn't help but touch his nose. He wasn't as good as the Celestial Emperor made him out to be. He was just not that selfish. Senior Celestial Emperor, is the Hung family really your descendant? Lu Ming asked. The Celestial Emperor pondered for a while, seemingly recalling the past, and said, I'm not a human. I achieved Tao with a stoneman body. When I just achieved Tao, I had a descendant with a human woman. That was the Hung family later. Speaking of which, the Hung family is indeed my descendant. However, countless years have passed. These juniors seem to be getting more and more useless. If you have a grudge with the Hung family, you don't have to worry about me. Senior Celestial Emperor is actually a stoneman who achieved Tao. Lu Ming's heart stirred. No wonder the Celestial Emperor's physical body was a stoneman. The battle sword he used was also made of stone. Senior, your cultivation is so strong. Back then, how did you? Lu Ming was very curious. He wanted to know what the Celestial Emperor experienced back then. With Celestial Emperor Hung Yu's cultivation, why did he fall? You want to ask me why I fell, right? The Celestial Emperor's figure smiled and said, Speaking of which, I didn't fall. Didn't fall? Lu Ming was overjoyed, but he was immediately filled with doubts. If the Celestial Emperor didn't fall, why would he leave behind a physical body and a mark? I'll have to start from the evil god tribe. The Celestial Emperor's figure said. Immediately, the Celestial Emperor's figure told Lu Ming in detail. In ancient times, foreign tribes invaded the Heaven Realm and fought with the mighty figures of the Heaven Realm. At that time, heaven and earth were penetrated and connected to the primordial realm. Many relics of the Heaven Realm fell into the primordial realm. Some heaven realm cultivators also entered the primordial realm. Of course, there were also some foreign tribe cultivators who entered the primordial realm. However, the foreign tribe cultivators who entered the primordial realm were only a minority. Later on, these foreign tribe cultivators hid in the primordial realm. There were even strange and terrifying races who took over the bodies of humans and established their own factions. For example, the demon spirit sect, the evil spirit sect, and others. These factions specialized in hunting down human prodigies and human cultivators. Lu Ming finally knew the origin of the evil spirit sect. It was actually created by foreign tribe cultivators. No wonder many evil spirit sect cultivators, like the three-eyed divine tribe, were afraid of his prison-suppressing monument. A long time ago, the foreign tribe found a weak point in space and wanted to open a passage to let the evil god tribe's army in. However, they were discovered by the celestial emperor Hengyu. In order to stop these foreign tribe cultivators, a great battle broke out between the two sides. However, among the foreign tribe cultivators, there was a terrifying cultivator who specialized in attacking souls. He was also a celestial emperor, and he tore apart the celestial emperor Hengyu's soul. Although the celestial emperor Hengyu killed the other party in the end, his own soul was close to collapse. In the end, the celestial emperor Hengyu used his remaining strength to seal the other party's 8 thearchs into a small world. With the power of the small world and his own physical strength, he suppressed the passage. Lu Ming finally understood the origin of the Lotus world. However, although my soul was scattered back then and only a wisp of remnant soul was left, when I was about to die, I had a great enlightenment and broke through to another level. Instead, I condensed a physical body and came back to life. So, speaking of which, I can be considered someone who has died once. Chapter 1990. I've recondensed my body and come back to life. Lu Ming was shocked. He could imagine the unparalleled power of Heavenly Emperor Hengyu back then. He single-handedly blocked many foreign race elites and killed their Heavenly Emperor. He used the power of the small world to suppress the void passage and prevent the foreign race from invading. Finally, his remnant soul came back to life and reached a higher level. If this was written into a book, it would be a legend. However, Lu Ming had another question. Since the Heavenly Emperor was not dead, where was he now? Why did he only leave a mark? He did not appear in the previous battle. As if seeing Lu Ming's doubts, the Heavenly Emperor's figure explained. The Yuan realm has not reached the time for the real war. The war in the heavenly realm has reached a critical juncture. There are 9 heavens in the heavenly realm, but the other 8 heavens do not have a passage to the Yuan realm. Only the last heavens, the Taiching heavenly realm, has a passage directly to the Yuan realm. Now the remaining elites of the heavenly realm are guarding the Taiching heavenly realm. The evil god tribe has always wanted to take over the Taiching heavenly realm, and then use the passage to invade the Yuan realm. I am now fighting in the heavenly realm. Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. Today he learned a lot of secrets. This body of mine is a stone body. It is now like a puppet. I'll give it to you. I hope it can help you. The Heavenly Emperor's figure continued. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The Heavenly Emperor's body was infinitely powerful. He had seen it before. It could even kill a great emperor. If he could control it, he would immediately become an unparalleled elite. The Golden Crow tribe and the Wan family would all be destroyed. Don't be happy too early. To control this stone body, you need energy. In the previous battle with the foreign race, I used up all my energy. Now this mark is about to dissipate. So to control this stone body, you have to constantly let it absorb energy. The more energy it absorbs, the stronger it will be. This stone body is like a puppet. Now that it has no energy, it can't be controlled and can't exert much power. The Heavenly Emperor's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Lu Ming's head. It looked like he was happy for nothing. However, Lu Ming immediately became excited again. This was the corporeal body of a celestial emperor. If he absorbed enough energy, he would be able to unleash terrifying power. Now I'll teach you how to control this stone body and how to absorb energy. The Heavenly Emperor's figure walked over and tapped a finger on Lu Ming's forehead. Some information immediately appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Alright, this imprint of mine has completed its mission. It's time for it to dissipate. Little fellow, I look forward to the day when you grow up. The Celestial Emperor smiled. Senior. Lu Ming felt a little sad. Haha, there's no need to feel sorry for me. I'm not dead yet. My main body in the heaven realm can sense everything that's happening here. I hope we can meet in the heaven realm and fight side by side. The Heavenly Emperor's imprint smiled. Then, like a wisp of green smoke, it dissipated and disappeared between heaven and earth. Senior, I believe it won't be long before we meet again. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Then he sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended the method of controlling the stone body and absorbing energy that the Celestial Emperor had taught him. 2 hours later, Lu Ming had comprehended everything. He activated his cultivation method and carefully sensed it. He found that whether it was the Celestial Emperor's body or the Celestial Emperor's sword, they were like the bottom of a dry lake. There was no energy at all, and he couldn't control them. Let's try absorbing the origin stones. Lu Ming waved his hand and took out 100,000 high-grade origin stones. He activated them according to the method taught by the Celestial Emperor. Clang! The Celestial Emperor's sword flew to the back of the Celestial Emperor's body. The two merged together as if they were one. Bang! 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 100,000 origin stones exploded in an instant, turning into billowing energy that was absorbed by the Celestial Emperor's body and the Celestial Emperor's sword. A moment later, the energy of 100,000 primordial stones was completely absorbed. Lu Ming hurriedly sensed it, and his face immediately turned bitter. He found that the 100,000 origin stones were not even filled with 1% of the energy. Not even 1,000th of the energy was filled. How much energy would it take to fill it up? Lu Ming was speechless. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took out 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones to let the Celestial Emperor's body begin to absorb. In the end, what made Lu Ming wail was that the energy of 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones was still not even 1% of the energy. Sigh, I'd better absorb the energy slowly. Haste makes waste. Lu Ming sighed and put the Celestial Emperor's body into the mountain river diagram, letting the Celestial Emperor's body absorb the energy between heaven and earth on its own. Now Lu Ming felt that he was especially short of resources. The mid-autumn moon needed to refine sacred herbs often, and the Celestial Emperor's body needed a huge amount of energy. Fortunately, the Celestial Emperor's body could absorb any kind of energy, not limited to origin stones. Closing his eyes, Lu Ming cultivated quietly. Through the Celestial Emperor's words, Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency. The celestial realm seemed to be completely defeated. They could only defend the last celestial realm, the Grand Pure Sky, to stop the foreign tribes. If the foreign tribes broke through the Grand Pure Sky celestial realm, they would be able to send a large army through the Void Passage directly into the primordial realm. The passage in the Celestial Emperor City was just a small passage. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, more and more foreign tribes came to the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground to attack the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground. The various forces in the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground were under increasing pressure. In the end, in order to boost morale, the various sects joined forces and pooled their resources to create merit points. As long as one killed a foreign tribe member, they would be able to obtain merit points. Killing a martial emperor alien would give him 1 merit point. Killing a minor bright saint alien would give him 5 merit points. Killing a great bright saint alien would give him 10 merit points. Following this, as one's cultivation level increased, the merit points would double. With these merit points, one could exchange for all kinds of treasures, such as sacred herbs, sacred weapons, emperor weapons, origin stones, and so on. As a result, the Ancient Moon Sacred Ground was in high spirits. The various major forces and the emperor-level forces from the outside world went out to hunt the foreign tribes. Lu Ming also decided to bring the group out to hunt the foreign tribes. Firstly, in a life-or-death battle, they could train themselves, stimulate their potential, and increase their cultivation level. Secondly, they could also exchange for resources, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Palace Master, go ahead. Take this jade talisman. If you encounter a martial emperor expert, crush it. The jade talisman will bring you back to the Great Evolution Pill Hall. Uncle Kong handed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. Lu Ming happily took it. This way he would have less to worry about. If he encountered an emperor-level expert, he would be able to escape. After that, Lu Ming brought Huang Li and the other 9 desolate tribe geniuses along with Luo Xiang, Xiang Xiang and Luo Xiang. Ouyang Moli's cultivation level was still low, so he did not bring him along. They flew to the west of the ancient moon's sacred ground and met up with Huang Ling, Long Chun, and Luo Tianyi at the foot of a mountain. Lu Ming, this is the base built by the various forces in the ancient moon's sacred ground. Chapter 1991. The mountain was extremely majestic, and there were many majestic palaces built on it. There was no such mountain here in the past. Some time ago, the almighties of the various factions had forcefully uprooted it from the ground. It was 100,000 feet tall, and had a radius of 10,000 miles. Every faction had built a huge and majestic palace on it. The various factions had sent a large number of experts to stay there. This way, the strength of the various factions could quickly gather and effectively deal with the attacks of the foreign tribes. They could also effectively counterattack. After all, the ancient moon's sacred ground was very big. There were at least 20 powerful factions scattered all over the place. If they wanted to gather the strength of the various factions at the last minute, it would be too difficult and would take time. If that happened, they would probably be attacked by the foreign tribes one by one. With a common base, the experts of the various factions could gather and mobilize them. It would be much more effective. Huang Ling and the others led Lu Ming, and the others around in a big circle. Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the others cultivated there. There was a huge palace. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge and majestic palace. That was the place where merit points could be exchanged for resources. It was built by the various factions together. Currently, the strongest faction in the ancient moon's sacred ground is one of the ancient clans, the Wind Clan. The Wind Clan is temporarily in charge, and the other factions are assisting. Huang Ling explained. Lu Ming nodded. Let's go and hunt the foreign tribes. A cold glint flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Then the group flew out of the ancient moon's sacred ground. Soon they flew out of the ancient moon's sacred ground and into the wilderness. Whoosh, whoosh. High in the sky, a figure flashed by at an astonishing speed. It was an emperor-level expert. The emperor-level experts of the ancient moon's sacred ground would naturally deal with the emperor-level experts of the foreign tribes. The ones they hunted were those below the emperor level. Boom, boom, boom. After flying for a while, they heard a loud explosion in front of them. Kill! Kill! Intense battle cries came like a tide. In front, large groups of foreign tribes rode on strange beasts and stepped on the void, fighting with the human martial artists. It was extremely tragic. At a glance, there were countless figures. In the sky, there was a terrifying burst of light, and a terrifying pressure came down like a mountain. In the sky was the battlefield of the emperor-level experts. Rumble. As soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, they were immediately targeted by the outsiders. The main reason was that Lu Ming and the others were too young. They attracted too much attention. The armored horses stepped into the air and charged towards them. The one leading them was a quasi-emperor expert. Leave the quasi-emperor to me. You guys be careful. Lu Ming warned and flew forward, a long spear appearing in his hand. That spear had been obtained from Luo Pokong. It was an imperial armament. Whoosh. The spear pierced through the air, instantly traversing the void, breaking through the destructive light shot out from the third eye and piercing through the opponent's head. A quasi-emperor was instantly killed. With Lu Ming's current battle prowess, he could instantly kill ordinary quasi-emperors. As for Huang Ling, Long Chun, Xiang Xiang and the others, they were also fighting with the others. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the spear trembled. The third eye of the outsiders flew out, and was put into Lu Ming's storage ring. The third eye of the outsiders could be considered a miraculous refining material. Furthermore, the third eye of the outsiders could be used to exchange for contribution points. With the death of the quasi-emperor leader, this group of outsiders was no match for Lu Ming and the others. They were instantly killed. Kill them. In the distance, even more outsiders charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Their iron hooves stomped on the air, looking very mighty. There were at least several hundred outsiders. Furthermore, there were 7 or 8 quasi-emperors. With so many experts charging at Lu Ming and the others, beams of destructive light shot towards Lu Ming and the others before they arrived. These beams of destructive light were not only aimed at Lu Ming but also at Desolate Force, Xiang Xiang, and the others. Spatial barrier. Chirp. Chirp. Bubbles stepped into the void and pressed down with her small hand. The surrounding void rippled like water, forming a barrier. When the beams of destructive light hit the spatial barrier, they were like stones sinking into the sea. It was unknown where they went. Kill. Lu Ming took the lead and charged forward. His emperor-level spear trembled, and beams of spear light enveloped 5 or 6 quasi-emperors. The weapons used by the three-eyed divine race were similar to the desolate race. They were all heavy weapons. They were either battle axes or hammers. They swung them and attacked Lu Ming, blocking Lu Ming's spear light. However, in the next moment, transparent bubbles suddenly appeared on their bodies, enveloping them. Following that, Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear, killing quasi-emperors one after another. With Lu Ming and Bubbles working together, ordinary quasi-emperors could only die. In the blink of an eye, 4 quasi-emperors were killed by the 2 of them. Courting death. A particularly burly quasi-emperor broke through the Bubbles' shackles. His third eye shot out a beam of light that instantly rushed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's spear trembled and swept towards the beam of light. Boom. The spear trembled, and Lu Ming could not help but feel his arm go numb. Kill. The quasi-emperor wielded his battle axe and charged towards Lu Ming. Not bad. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This three-eyed divine race was much stronger than the other quasi-emperors. He was comparable to the human race's superior heaven astral body quasi-emperors. Leave the quasi-emperors to me and Bubbles. You guys deal with the others. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xiang Xiang and company. Then he held his spear and fought with the strongest quasi-emperor. As for Bubbles, she charged towards the other quasi-emperors. Lu Xiangxiang, Huangling, Longchen, and the others charged towards the quasi-emperors. Many people had gained something from the trip to the world of the lotus. Longchen and Huangling's cultivation had reached the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. Huangli's cultivation had also reached the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. Luo Tianyi had even reached the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. Luo Xiang's cultivation was comparable to Lu Ming's. He was at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. With their combat strength, it was still easy for them to deal with the three-eyed divine race who were not quasi-emperors. They immediately killed a large number of them. Lu Xiangxiang was enveloped in a ball of green mist. With a shout, a huge ancient tree formed. It was like the everlasting azure tree. It stood tall in the sky and suppressed a three-eyed divine race who was at the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. Boom. The three-eyed divine race was directly killed by the everlasting azure tree. Not even his bones were left. Xiang Xiang's cultivation was only at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, but she could already kill an absolute saint. The combat strength of the Elysian children was indeed shocking. At the same time, Lu Ming had already exchanged a few blows with the quasi-emperor. I can't use the imperial weapon alone. I'll use the 10,000 weapon incantation to refine the imperial weapon into my acupoints. Lu Ming thought. He put away the imperial weapon and used the chaotic finger of calamity instead. Whoosh. He pointed his finger at the quasi-emperor's battle axe. The quasi-emperor's body shook violently. He couldn't help but retreat. The battle axe in his hand was knocked away. Then Lu Ming pointed his finger again. This time, the force was highly condensed. It formed a small finger force and shot toward the quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor seemed to sense danger. A layer of black light covered his body. He punched at Lu Ming with both fists. Chapter 1992. After killing the opponent, Lu Ming rushed over and snatched the opponent's third eye. Then he helped Bubble kill the other boundary emperors. In this way, those below the boundary emperor level were no match for them, and were slaughtered in large numbers. Soon this group of three-eyed divine tribe members was wiped out. Then they killed in other directions. This battlefield was very vast. In the sky, there were figures of martial artists and three-eyed divine tribe members everywhere. There was no end in sight. Lu Ming and the others gathered together and like a sharp knife, they rushed into the battlefield and killed the three-eyed divine tribe members. With Lu Ming and Bubble's combat strength, they were almost invincible against those below the martial emperor level. They killed the three-eyed divine tribe members one by one. After a few hours of killing, in the distant sky, there was a violent sound of war drums. Then the three-eyed divine tribe retreated. The ancient Moon Holy Land experts also retreated back to the city. Lu Ming and the others did not immediately go to the base to exchange for merit points. They did not have enough and wanted to wait until they had accumulated more merit points. Sure enough, on the second day, the three-eyed divine tribe army attacked again. Many ancient Moon Holy Land experts also went out to kill. In the empty wild mountain, they continued to fight. This was a war between two different races. It was a life and death battle. No one would show mercy. On the ground, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. There were human martial artists, demon martial artists, and three-eyed divine tribe members. After fighting for a while, the three-eyed divine tribe members seemed to feel that they could not win and retreated. But on the second day, they would attack again. After more than 10 days of fighting, Lu Ming and the others gained a lot. When the three-eyed divine tribe retreated again, Lu Ming and the others returned to the base. They went to the highest point and prepared to exchange for some treasures. Lu Ming mainly wanted to exchange for sacred medicine and origin stones. You guys, take out the three-eyed divine tribe's third eye. A group of old men stood on a huge counter. These people were all experts of the major forces. Those resources were jointly provided by the major forces. Naturally, each force would send experts to supervise. Lu Ming and the others took out their storage rings. And then a large number of three-eyed god races' third eyes appeared. It was piled up like a small hill, causing many people to be stunned. The third eye of the three-eyed divine race was like a gem, sparkling and dazzling. It was very beautiful and contained miraculous power. It could be used to refine weapons, and was a good material for refining weapons. So many of them are at the Sage Realm, or even the Boundary Emperor Realm. Terrifying. The son of Chaos Lu Ming, these people's battle prowess is too terrifying. Indeed. I've seen them fight before. They can kill quasi-emperors in an instant. Apart from martial emperors, no one else can do that. Around them, many people were looking at the three-eyed god tribe with burning eyes. Among them, a white-haired old man counted the eyeballs. These eyeballs of the three-eyed divine race could be exchanged for 1,000,000 merit points. How astonishing was that? What treasure do you want to exchange for? The white-haired old man asked. Wait. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, a few figures walked out from the hall. The leader was a young man with an elegant demeanor. Feng Wuchen. Cold killing intent appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Feng Wuchen also glanced coldly at Lu Ming and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on the three-eyed divine race's eyeballs and revealed a trace of greed. You want to exchange for treasures? Feng Wuchen asked. That's right. Lu Ming replied. I'm afraid that's not possible. You're too late. During this period of time, a large number of treasures have been exchanged. The number of treasures in the treasury has decreased sharply, so we can't exchange for them for the time being. Feng Wuchen sneered. Not enough treasures? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Ridiculous. We came here, and there aren't enough treasures. How can others have enough? Huang Ling sneered. Others have less, but you have more. Naturally, it's not enough. If you're willing to exchange for treasures at a discount, that's fine too. Feng Wuchen sneered. If you say it's not enough, then it's not enough. This place isn't under your control. The other seniors didn't say that it's not enough. Lu Xiangxiang shouted, looking very unhappy with Feng Wuchen. Although many treasures have been exchanged during this period of time, the remaining treasures should be enough, right? An expert from Phoenix Palace said. That's not right. If the remaining treasures are all exchanged by them, then there won't be anyone else here. Won't that disappoint everyone and damage their morale? An elder from the Wind tribe said. The expression of the person from Phoenix Palace darkened, but he didn't say anything. This time, the ancient moon sacred ground was led by the Wind tribe. The Wind tribe was undoubtedly the strongest. During this period of time, the other factions will continue to replenish their treasures. When they're done, you can come again. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. How long will it take for the next replenishment? Huang Ling asked. A few months. Feng Wuchen said. Then we'll come again next time. Lu Ming said. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Feng Wuchen. With a wave of his hand, he put away the eyeball of the three-eyed divine race. Why don't you keep the eyeball of the three-eyed divine race? We'll record it in our account and won't shortchange you, Feng Wuchen said. No need. I can't trust a despicable person like you, Lu Ming said and turned to leave. The others smiled mockingly and also turned to leave. Damn it. Feng Wuchen's expression darkened. His eyes darted around as if he was thinking of a scheme. In my opinion, that Feng guy is deliberately targeting us. He's deliberately not exchanging for us. I really want to beat him up, Huang Li said unhappily. With so many factions present, they can't deny it. At most, we'll exchange for it later, Lu Ming said. Those resources and treasures were gathered by the various factions and didn't belong to the Wind tribe alone. They couldn't deny it. They just had to wait for a while. In the next few days, they continued to fight with the three-eyed divine race every day to train themselves. Ever since Xiang Bela started cultivating, she had rarely fought with her enemies. This was a very good tempering for her. During this period, Xiang's combat experience increased rapidly. Even her cultivation showed signs of loosening, nearing the Great Sage realm. This made the others sigh. The cultivation speed of the Elysian children was truly astonishing. On this day, they set off again and stepped onto the battlefield. Lu Ming, I want to separate from you guys and train alone, Huang Ling said. I have the same intention, Long Chen also said. Then Luo Tianyi and Huang Li also expressed their intentions. Although it was safer for everyone to gather together, it wouldn't have a good training effect. There wouldn't be the feeling of a life and death crisis. Only by facing danger alone could one stimulate one's potential and reach a higher level. If you want to cultivate the light of the laws, you have to train in life and death situations. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult to cultivate it, Luo Tianyi said. The eyes of the others also lit up with a blazing light. They were all geniuses and all had ambitions. They all wanted to become stronger. Only by cultivating the light of the laws could they suppress other Elysian children. Chapter 1993. Alright, but it's best if there are two of you or more. That way, we can take care of each other, Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded. Then Luo Tianyi and Huang Li led the other geniuses and charged into the distance. Long Chen, Huang Ling, and Luo Xiang formed a group and ran into the distance. Bubbles, you provide support. If any of them are in danger, help them immediately, Lu Ming said to Bubbles. All right, brother Lu Ming. Chirp chirp. Bubble nodded, and her petite body flashed, disappearing without a trace. As for Lu Ming, he led Lu Xiangxiang and charged in one direction. Bam! Not long after, Lu Ming killed a three-eyed divine tribe boundary emperor with one punch. He also took the three-eyed divine tribe boundary emperor's third eye and a black bracelet. This bracelet was used by the three-eyed divine tribe boundary emperor to store items. It was similar to a storage ring. Xiang, I'll leave these two to you. Lu Ming left the two three-eyed divine tribe boundary emperors to Xiang in a flash. He took care of the rest. The battlefield was the best place to train. He thought that when Ouyang Moli's cultivation level was higher, he would take him out to train as well. Xiang fought the two three-eyed divine tribe boundary emperors alone. The battle was intense. Not long after, Xiang successfully killed the two three-eyed divine tribe boundary emperors. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Then, he gave Xiang a three-eyed divine tribe member, who was at the great mastery of the supreme sage realm. The three-eyed divine tribe boundary emperor immediately gave Xiang fatal pressure. Xiang was in danger. Puff. Xiang Bear's shoulder was hit by the opponent's light of destruction, and a hole appeared. However, Lu Ming had no intention of helping. He had experienced too many life and death battles in his life. He knew very well that if one didn't experience life and death battles, it would be useless no matter how talented they were. Master! Xiang cried out, her face pale. Solve it yourself. As the son of life, do you want to always rely on others? Lu Ming said with a cold expression. With a punch, he killed a perfected absolute saint who was charging toward him. Xiang Xiang clenched her teeth. Her body began to emit a green light. She revolved the life laws and her wounds instantly healed. The life body and life law contained boundless vitality. It was many times stronger than Huang Ling's undying flame law. At the same time, countless vines appeared and swept towards the other party like long whips. But there was no doubt that Xiang Xiang was at a disadvantage. Although her talent was strong, it was a pity that she didn't have much combat experience, so she couldn't use her full strength. However, the more she fought, the more Xiang Xiang seemed to have found the ability to protect herself. Yes. Lu Ming nodded, and then hunted alone in the surrounding area. Xiang Xiang had been fighting with her opponent for hundreds of moves. She had been injured many times, but with the help of the law of life, she had quickly recovered. What monster! The three-eyed godly being grew more and more frightened. His opponent couldn't be killed at all, but his injuries were getting worse and worse. After a few hundred moves, Fragrant Fragrance finally exhausted her opponent to the brink of death and killed her opponent. Xiang Xiang was also badly injured, but with the help of the law of life, she was recovering quickly. Master, I did it. Xiang Xiang came to Lu Ming's side. Her eyes were much sharper than before. Yes, not bad. Continue. Lu Ming continued to pass a three-eyed divine tribe member, who was at the great perfection of the absolute saint realm, to Xiang Xiang. Xiang Xiang was indeed very talented. She improved at a shocking speed in the battle of life and death. Her combat strength, the use of the law of strength, and her battle awareness and mentality were all undergoing huge changes. This time, Xiang Xiang finished off her opponent within 100 moves. Although she was badly injured, she wasn't afraid of being injured. Lu Ming nodded. He continued to kill the three-eyed godly being with Xiang Xiang. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Huang Li were all going through difficult battles. Their opponents were naturally at the level of a quasi-emperor. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Huang Li were all at the peak of the absolute saint realm. They could barely fight against a quasi-emperor, but it would be very difficult. Luo Tianyi's cultivation was higher, so she was better off, but she was also in a difficult battle. Everyone was in a battle of life and death, hoping to break through their limits and achieve a breakthrough. Whoosh! Suddenly, a destructive light pierced toward Lu Ming. This beam of destructive light cut through the void silently. However, Lu Ming had goosebumps all over his body. He could sense a fatal threat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming pointed in that direction. The power of the chaotic calamity finger gathered in his finger and clashed with the destructive light. Boom! Lu Ming felt a terrifying power surge toward him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. His fingers felt numb. What a strong power! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In front of him, a 5-meter-tall three-eyed godly being rode a strange beast. He stepped on the air and emitted a terrifying aura. This three-eyed godly being wasn't at the martial emperor realm, but he was definitely powerful. Kid, I've been watching you for a few days. During this time, you've killed many of our people. Today is the day you die. Kill! The burly three-eyed godly being shouted. He waved the battle axe in his hand. The strange beast roared and stepped on the void, charging toward Lu Ming. Roar! That mutated beast roared, spewing out a jet of black light from its mouth, charging toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the three-eyed godly being's battle axe slashed toward Lu Ming. The giant axe seemed to be able to split the sky. Its power was terrifying. Saint weapons floated out of Lu Ming's body. There weren't many, only 37. Back then, when Xiao Chen fought the quasi-emperor in the world of the lotus flower, most of the saint weapons sealed in his acupoints were destroyed. Only 10-odd absolute holy weapons remained. During this time, Lu Ming cultivated the 10,000 weapon art again. This time he did not seal the bright saint weapons or great sage weapons. Instead, he sealed all the absolute holy weapons. He sealed a total of 36 absolute holy weapons. One of them was an emperor weapon. It was the emperor weapon spear that Xiao Chen obtained from Luo Pokong. Although there were fewer of them than before, their might was several times stronger. Lu Ming held onto the long spear while the other 36 absolute sacred weapons hovered around him. The aura of the combat weapons merged and blocked the attack of the mutated beast. At the same time, Xiao Chun thrust his spear upward and clashed with the other party's battle axe. Dang! Horrifying vibrations erupted. The other party roared and retreated 10 odd steps with the strange beast under him. As for Lu Ming, he also retreated. What strong combat prowess! It is equivalent to a quasi-emperor's sovereign body. This thought flashed in Lu Ming's mind, and a strong fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. This was the strongest quasi-emperor that Lu Ming had encountered so far. Previously, the quasi-emperors that Lu Ming encountered did not put any pressure on him. However, this quasi-emperor was different. It had the strength to threaten Lu Ming's life. Chapter 1994. Kill! Kill! Lu Ming and the three-eyed divine being roared as they fought. Lu Ming used the 10,000 weapon art to gather the aura of the weapons on the spear, making the spear's power extremely shocking. The spear light whistled and pierced the sky as it fought with the three-eyed divine being. The three-eyed divine being's battle axe fell like a storm. At the same time, his third eye would shoot out a destructive light from time to time. Its power was extremely shocking. The mutated beast would also attack Lu Ming. The spear vibrated and immediately, hundreds of spear light pierced toward the three-eyed divine being. At the same time, he pointed with his left hand. Chaotic calamity finger. Swoosh. A terrifying finger force condensed into the shape of a thread and pierced through the air. This finger was not pointed at the three-eyed divine being, but at the mutated beast under him. Poof! That mutated beast's combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary boundary emperor. It could not resist at all, and its forehead was pierced. It died on the spot, and its corpse fell to the ground. Damn it! The three-eyed divine being roared and his murderous intent became even colder. He attacked Lu Ming like a storm. Lu Ming held the spear in his right hand and dense runes appeared on it. Soon, the runes covered the spear and then the spear pierced out, forming a true dragon that whistled out. Lu Ming was using the spear to display the illusory spirit scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Path. However, the true dragon was scattered by the opponent's battle axe. This was within Lu Ming's expectations. The spear vibrated again, and a destructive force erupted. This was the destruction scroll of the 9 scrolls of Array Path. Lu Ming was using the opponent to hone his 9 scrolls of Array Path, so that he could merge the sealing scroll, destruction scroll, and illusory spirit scroll as soon as possible. To be honest, a boundary emperor's monarch body was very powerful, and required Lu Ming to go all out. Using the 9 scrolls of Array Path alone, Lu Ming was undoubtedly at a disadvantage, and was suppressed by the opponent. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming needed. In the face of adversity, his 9 scrolls of Array Path progressed at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves had been exchanged. Yes, that's the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up as he thrust out his spear. Roar. A true dragon flew out and pounced on the other party. This move again. Break for me. The three-eyed god race roared and swung his giant axe down, splitting the true dragon in half. However, the true dragon immediately exploded, turning into countless runes that covered the axe. Following the axe, it spread to the other party's body, forming a powerful sealing power. That's right, Lu Ming had successfully merged the illusory spirit scroll and the sealing scroll together. This move contained 2 of the 9 scrolls of the formation Dao. Damn it! The three-eyed divine race member roared and erupted with all of his strength. Black light erupted from his entire body. Those symbols dimmed and collapsed one after another. Again. Lu Ming thrust out his spear again. Once again, a true dragon flew out and collided with the opponent's battle axe. This time, an astonishing rumble was heard, and the opponent's battle axe vibrated. This move was a combination of the illusory spirit codex and the destruction codex, and its prowess was enhanced significantly, allowing him to successfully fend off the other party's attack. If I combine the 3 scrolls, it will be even more powerful. Lu Ming thought. At the same time, he kept thrusting out with his spear, but in the end he still failed. Combining 3 scrolls was much more difficult than combining 2 scrolls. If I can combine the Destruction Codex and the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger, wouldn't the power of the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger increase exponentially? Lu Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his eyes lit up. The power of the Primal Chaos Calamity Finger was already very strong, But if it was combined with the Destruction Codex, it would definitely be even stronger. However, this involved the fusion of two types of laws, which was even more mysterious. Lu Ming tried a few more times, but he did not succeed. However, this was a direction. As long as Lu Ming kept trying, he would eventually succeed. Now let's finish you off. Killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He kept thrusting out with his spear, using the fusion of the illusory spirit codex and the sealing scroll. At the same time, he used the primal chaos calamity finger with his left hand, attacking from both sides. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged several dozen moves before Lu Ming finally gained the upper hand. The other party's body was covered in a dense layer of talisman scripts, affecting his strength. Pooh. Lu Ming pointed, and the primal chaos calamity finger pierced through the other party's body. Half of the other party's body exploded. The other party roared and turned to flee. Lu Ming gave chase. However, the other party was indeed very strong, comparable to Lu Ming. Despite suffering injuries, the other party quickly fled far away. Lu Ming could only give up on the chase. A quasi-emperor level sovereign body was indeed very strong. Lu Ming could only defeat the other party after bringing out his full power and using two types of laws. However, he still could not kill the other party. Lu Ming turned around and continued hunting the three-eyed divine race with Xiang Xiang. On the other side, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and Luo Xiang were engaged in a life-and-death battle with two quasi-emperors. Given the three's combat prowess, fighting two quasi-emperors was very difficult. This was a true life-and-death battle, with their lives in danger at any moment. Huang Ling used her Undying Flame laws to execute the Undying Cage. While attacking, she also defended. As for Long Chen, his body swelled up like a giant. Every time he attacked, an elephant's trumpeting sounded. The divine image stepped on the air and attacked the other party. As for Luo Xiang, he was moving around. He held a rusty iron sword in his hand, but it was incomparably sharp. His movements were sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the speed of his sword was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making it hard for people to guard against. Even so, under the terrifying attacks of the quasi-emperor, they were still in a perilous situation, facing fatal danger. Die for me. A quasi-emperor suddenly launched himself at Luo Xiang. A terrifying force sealed the space around Luo Xiang, making it difficult for him to move quickly. Then a berserk attack charged at Luo Xiang. Of the three, Luo Xiang's cultivation was the lowest. The quasi-emperor wanted to kill Luo Xiang first before moving on to the others. Oh no! Huang Ling and Long Chen's expressions changed drastically. They wanted to help but were blocked by the other quasi-emperor. They could not rush over immediately. Die! That quasi-emperor had a ferocious look in his eyes as he attacked Luo Xiang. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, Luo Xiang was very calm. His eyes narrowed slightly, flickering with a terrifying sharpness. In his sea of consciousness, his sword soul vibrated and the iron sword in his hand buzzed. At this moment, he circulated all his strength. Whoosh! A sword light burst out, illuminating the sky. It was extremely stunning. Puff! The attack of that three-eyed divine being was forcefully broken. These brats must die. The three-eyed divine being roared in his heart. These youths were too strong. In the future, when they grew up, they would be a great enemy of their race. He charged at Luo Xiang again. Clang! The iron sword in Luo Xiang's hand vibrated and emitted a resplendent light. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from his body. He broke through. At the critical moment, Luo Xiang broke through. Chapter 1995. He broke through. Great! Long Chen and Huang Ling were overjoyed. Luo Xiang's battle power increased greatly after his breakthrough. He broke through the enemy's attack and fought with Huang Ling and Long Chen. Luo Xiang's breakthrough increased their battle power. They were finally able to fight with the enemy. No one noticed that a cold gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others from time to time. It was Feng Wuchen. These people will be a huge threat to the Feng tribe sooner or later. We have to get rid of them as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He then transmitted his voice to his subordinates. Then they attacked some of the three-eyed divine beings. After a few moves, they suddenly changed direction and charged toward Huang Ling, Long Chen and Luo Xiang. The three-eyed divine beings chased after them. Soon they were close to Huangling, Longchen, and Luoxiang's battlefield. Oh no! Huangling and the others' expressions changed. Feng Wuchen wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. He wanted to lure the three-eyed divine beings to them so that they could kill them. You guys came at the right time. These guys are the top prodigies of the human race. They will be a huge threat in the future. We have to get rid of them first. One of the three-eyed divine beings who was fighting with Huangling and the others shouted. He wanted the other three-eyed divine beings to kill Huangling and the others. Okay, let's kill these people first. The three-eyed divine beings who were chasing Feng Wuchen and the others immediately gave up on them and charged toward Huangling and the others. Among Feng Wuchen and the others, only Feng Wuchen was a top prodigy. The others were all old and had limited potential. Compared to killing Feng Wuchen and the others, the three-eyed divine beings were more willing to kill Huangling, Longchen, and Luoxiang. At least 3 or 4 boundary emperors and more than 10 absolute saints charged toward Huangling and the others. The three's expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated but were held back by the 2 boundary emperors from before. Ah! Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. The process was smoother than he thought. He led the Feng tribe's elites and quickly left. On the other side, Lu Ming also noticed this. Oh no! Lu Ming's face turned ugly. With a wave of his hand, a ray of saint power swept up Xiang Xiang and quickly rushed towards Huangling and the others. However, he was still quite a distance away from Huangling and the others. It would take some time for him to reach them. Huangling, Longchen, and Luoxiang were besieged by so many quasi-emperors and immediately fell into fatal danger. Puff! Longchen's body was penetrated by a beam of destructive light. His flesh and blood exploded. The scene was extremely horrifying. Luoxiang didn't have it easy either. One of his arms was chopped off. Although Huangling had the undying flame laws, she blocked even more attacks and suffered heavy injuries. As soon as they exchanged blows, the 3 of them were heavily injured and fell into a crisis. All of you retreat! Longchen roared, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His fists punched out continuously, and the silhouettes of divine elephants appeared one after another. They charged toward the other party in the air. He fought against a few boundary emperors alone, so that Huangling and Luoxiang could have a chance to escape. However, he was alone, and his battle prowess was limited in the end. The divine elephant was destroyed, and his body was blasted. Half of his body directly exploded, and he almost died. Die! A three-eyed boundary emperor's eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. He swung his giant axe at Longchen's head. If this attack landed, Longchen would definitely die. Just then Longchen, Huangling, and Luoxiang's bodies flickered like phantoms. In the next moment, they appeared 1,000 meters away. The three-eyed boundary emperor's attack missed. A petite figure appeared beside Huangling and the others. It was Bubble's timely intervention that saved them. Kill! The three-eyed boundary emperor charged toward Bubble. You are the ones who will die. Chirp chirp. Bubble pressed her small hand down, and the void fluctuated. More than a dozen absolute saint-level three-eyed boundary emperors' bodies were directly torn into pieces by the power of space. Even the few boundary emperors retreated frantically, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Space-time laws. No retreat. A three-eyed boundary emperor's expression changed drastically, and he wanted to retreat. However, a few transparent bubbles appeared and enveloped them. Die! A cold voice rang out from the sky. Following that, a spear ray pierced through the top of their heads. A total of 7 boundary emperors were killed in an instant. Lu Ming's figure descended. With a wave of his hand, he kept the three-eyed boundary emperor's corpse. Then he stepped out and appeared beside Huangling and the others. Heal your wounds first, Lu Ming said. Longchen, Luoxiang, and Huangling were severely injured, especially Longchen and Luoxiang. Their bodies were about to explode. However, with the strength of their spiritual bodies, it was not difficult for them to regrow their limbs. The 3 of them sat cross-legged in the air and began to heal their wounds. Lu Ming and Bubble stood guard around them. Any three-eyed boundary emperor that attacked them were mercilessly killed by them. Longchen and Luoxiang's bodies began to heal and recover. A few hours later, their external injuries had healed. However, it would take them a few days to recover to their peak condition. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the war drums sounded, and the three-eyed boundary emperor began to retreat. Feng Wuchen. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Then he stepped toward the direction of the base. Luo Tianyi, Huang Ling, and the others looked at each other and followed Lu Ming. Soon they returned to the base. Lu Ming did not stop. He went straight up and finally arrived in front of a majestic palace. This palace was the Wind Clan's encampment. Lu Ming walked toward the door of the palace. Stop, this is the base of the Feng tribe. Other than the members of the Feng tribe, only those who are invited can enter. Are you invited? In front of the door, two burly men blocked Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted. The two burly men's bodies shook violently. They were sent flying and vomited blood. You, how dare you? One of them pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Bam! Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying force surged out and bombarded the door of the Feng tribe's palace. Boom! The door exploded into pieces and flew everywhere. The two burly men guarding the door were stunned. Someone dared to smash the door of the Feng tribe's palace. This was a slap to the Feng tribe's face. The commotion here also alarmed the other forces. Figures flew out from the palaces and looked in their direction. It's Lu Ming. He's so bold to smash the door of the Feng tribe. What happened? Why did Lu Ming do this? I heard that Lu Ming and Feng Wuchen have a grudge. There was a lot of discussion. Who is it? You're courting death. Angry roars could be heard from the Feng clan's palace. Many figures dashed out and looked at Lu Ming and the rest with gazes as cold as knives. Where's Feng Wuchen? Ask him to come out and die. Lu Ming shouted, ignoring the Feng tribe's experts. You're Lu Ming? A Feng tribe expert recognized Lu Ming and narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1996. Feng Wuchen, come out and accept your death. Lu Ming shouted again, his voice shaking the entire base. Lu Ming, how dare you break the gate of my Wind tribe for no reason? No matter what, you have to give us an explanation today. A Wind tribe quasi-emperor shouted coldly. Explanation? Bullshit. Scram. Lu Ming swept his gaze over, and directly told the other party to scram, not giving him any face. The people of the other factions all had different expressions as they were secretly shocked. The Wind tribe was an ancient race that had existed since ancient times. They had a deep foundation, and were incomparably powerful. However, Lu Ming did not give them any face and directly told them to scram. Boundlessly arrogant. I'll cripple you. A quasi-emperor roared. His figure turned into a gust of wind as he charged at Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, countless sharp wind blades flew out and attacked Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming did not even look at the quasi-emperor as he directly punched out. The void trembled as the wind blades were sent flying by Lu Ming's violent fist energy and landed on the quasi-emperor's body. The quasi-emperor of the Wind tribe shrieked miserably as his body flew back and crashed into the wall of the Wind tribe's palace. He lay on the ground, half dead. Everyone was secretly shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply terrifying. He had severely injured a quasi-emperor with one punch without even looking. Where's Feng Wuchen? Did he become a coward? Get him out here. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the experts of the Wind tribe involuntarily took a few steps back. Lu Ming, how dare you come to my Wind tribe and break our gate? You even injured my people. What are you trying to do? A cold voice rang out as Feng Wuchen walked out of the Wind tribe's palace. He looked at Lu Ming with an unsightly expression. He had not expected Lu Ming to be so bold as to kill his way into the Wind tribe's base. I'm here to kill you. Lu Ming continued to step forward. He was very direct and could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Feng Wuchen. Back in the Lotus world, Autumn Moon's injury had something to do with Feng Wuchen. At that time, Feng Wuchen and the experts of the Feng clan joined forces with the people of the Daoyuo Heaven sect to injure Qiu Moon. Now Feng Wuchen had gone from bad to worse. Not only did he deliberately make things difficult for them, but he also lured in the three-eyed divine tribe to kill them. Lu Ming's killing intent towards Feng Wuchen had reached its peak. He could no longer tolerate it. He had to kill Feng Wuchen today. Feng Wuchen's expression changed, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He retreated behind the experts of the Wind clan and shouted, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. When you wanted to exchange for resources and treasures, I told you that I didn't have enough and asked you to come back later. Now you hate me and want to kill me. Now is the time when we are united against the enemy, but you want to kill me and cause internal strife. I really suspect that you have already defected to the foreign tribe. Feng Wuchen directly put a label on Lu Ming. He said that Lu Ming was narrow-minded and even said that Lu Ming had defected to the foreign tribe. Huang Ling, Lu Xiangxiang, and the others were so angry that their faces turned green. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone so shameless. Nonsense. You clearly hate my master and us. On the battlefield, you deliberately lured the foreign tribe to kill us. You want to kill us with a borrowed knife. Now you are slandering us. Lu Xiangxiang shouted unhappily. Many people's eyes flickered, and they thought to themselves, I see. Those who could cultivate to this level were all smart people. Previously, when Feng Wuchen had put a label on them, no one believed him. Instead, Lu Xiangxiang's words made more people believe him. No wonder Lu Ming's killing intent was so strong, and he directly killed his way to the Feng tribe's base. It turned out that Feng Wuchen wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. He deliberately lured the foreign tribe to Lu Ming and the others. How despicable. Many people thought, but no one stood out. The Feng tribe was an ancient tribe and was very powerful. Who would dare to offend them? There were also some people who were gloating, such as the Golden Crow tribe and the Wan family. The conflict between Lu Ming and the Feng tribe intensified, and they were even happier that they killed each other. They hoped that the Feng tribe would kill Lu Ming. Little girl, you're talking nonsense. You're full of nonsense. It's your master who told you to slander me, right? You have to have proof before you speak. Feng Wuchen sneered. That's clearly the case. We can all testify. Lu Xiangxiang said. Testify? What a joke. It's more like you all are working together to slander me. Feng Wuchen sneered. You. Lu Xiangxiang was so angry that her face turned red. Bam. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly took another step forward and said, Xiangxiang, why are you talking so much nonsense with this kind of person? Just kill him. Swoosh. Then, Lu Ming suddenly sped up and rushed toward Feng Wuchen. How dare you? Take him down together. The many boundary emperors of the Feng tribe were furious. In an instant, at least 10 boundary emperors attacked Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted. The light of chaos shrouded his body as he used the chaotic calamity finger 10 times in a row. Bam. Bam. A series of collisions sounded. The attacks of the 10 boundary emperors were broken. Their bodies trembled violently as they retreated. There was a bloody hole in their bodies, and blood flowed out. Hiss, many people gasped in shock. 10 boundary emperors working together were no match for Lu Ming. They were instantly injured by Lu Ming. This kind of combat power was too shocking. Feng Wuchen, you must die today. Lu Ming took another step forward. Feng Wuchen's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but retreat. Enough! At this moment, a cold voice sounded. A figure walked out of the Feng tribe's palace, and a vast aura spread out. Emperor's aura. This was a martial emperor. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. Lu Ming couldn't do anything to a martial emperor. Elder Lu Ming is lawless. Not only did he break the door of the Feng tribe, but he also injured the elites of the Feng tribe. Quickly kill him. Feng Wuchen shouted. Lu Ming looked at the Feng tribe's martial emperor and said calmly, As a martial emperor, I dare you to attack me. His words made the Feng tribe's martial emperor frown. The people of the other forces were also shocked. They thought of Uncle Kong a few years ago. There was an extremely powerful figure behind Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, Uncle Kong probably wouldn't say anything if a boundary emperor attacked. However, if a martial emperor attacked, would Uncle Kong make a trip to the Feng tribe? Lu Ming, don't push your luck. You'll break easily if you're too hard. Leave. I'll forget about what happened today. The Feng tribe's martial emperor said. Many people's eyes flashed. The Feng tribe's martial emperor's words were equivalent to giving in. Feng Wuchen's eyes flashed with unwillingness. Today he had a good reason to kill Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming clearly didn't appreciate it. You can let this matter rest, but I didn't say so. Feng Wuchen deliberately led the foreign races to kill us. He must die. Lu Ming's voice was cold, and the killing intent on his body intensified, causing the temperature to drop. Lu Ming, you're going overboard. Don't think that you can be lawless with an old man backing you. My Feng tribe doesn't fear you. Chapter 1997. Lu Ming sneered. Fearless? If he was really fearless, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to Feng Wuchen. He would have slapped him to death. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long howl and launched an attack. His figure suddenly charged toward Feng Wuchen. Many people sighed. Lu Ming was still the same Lu Ming, the Lu Ming who had stirred up the storm in the ancient moon's sacred ground. He was still so daring to kill the Feng clan's kingbody Feng Wuchen in front of the Wind clan's martial emperor. How dare you? The Wind clan's martial emperor shouted and pressed down with one hand. A powerful aura acted on Lu Ming's body. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to have solidified. Lu Ming felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. His body suddenly stopped moving. Bubble, let's attack together. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Bubble had been sitting on Lu Ming's shoulder. At this moment, her face was red. Space-time light spread out, and her small hand slashed forward like a knife. Zzz. The space fluctuated violently as if it was about to split open. The Wind clan's martial emperor's power on Lu Ming was also torn apart. Break! Lu Ming shouted. The light of primal chaos erupted as he pointed with his finger. The primal chaos energy surged. The power of the primal chaos tribulation finger gathered at one point and merged with Bubble's power. Boom. That space surged, and a tear appeared in the martial emperor's energy. Not good. The Wind clan's martial emperor's face changed. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. He broke through the martial emperor's power, and suddenly appeared in front of Feng Wuchen. He grabbed at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen originally thought that with the martial emperor present, he would be safe. He never expected that Lu Ming could break through the martial emperor's power and suddenly appear in front of him. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Ming grabbed Feng Wuchen's neck. Violent energy surged in and sealed Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Bam! Lu Ming grabbed Feng Wuchen and slammed him onto the ground. The ground rumbled. The floor of the Feng clan's palace was made of hard black gold, but it cracked. Feng Wuchen's entire body was embedded in the black gold. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, his body twitched, and his eyes turned white like a dead fish. The people from the other forces were all dumbfounded and shocked. Firstly, they were shocked that Lu Ming was able to break through the barrier of martial emperor's strength. Ordinary cultivators below martial emperor would find it hard to move under the suppression of a martial emperor. Secondly, they were shocked that Lu Ming had really kept his word. He had seriously injured Feng Wuchen in the Wind clan's palace before the Wind clan's martial emperor. It looked like he really wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. Fiend. A true fiend. Lu Xiangxiang and the others felt their blood boil as they watched. I advise you to let Feng Wuchen go. The Wind clan's martial emperor's face was extremely gloomy. A terrifying killing intent was brewing in his heart. Lu Ming was actually able to defeat Feng Wuchen despite the obstruction of his power. This made him lose all his face. Moreover, Feng Wuchen couldn't die. He had a peerless monarch physique, and his future was unpredictable. He had the potential to become a martial emperor. Although the Wind clan was an ancient clan with a deep foundation and shocking strength, they didn't have a martial emperor. A martial emperor was too important to a force. Let him go and let him take revenge on me? I won't give him a second chance. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stepped on Feng Wuchen's face. Feng Wuchen's body twitched again. If you kill him, your friends will also die. Several more voices came from the Wind clan's palace. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura. Martial emperors, they were all martial emperors. One of them had a vast and unfathomable aura. Divine light surrounded him. It was a true emperor. It looked like the Wind clan was no longer calm. Martial emperors had appeared one after another. The one who spoke earlier was a true emperor. His sharp eyes looked at Xiangxiang and the others. A great true emperor wants to use a few juniors to threaten me? How laughable. Lu Ming's expression darkened. Let Feng Wuchen go, or none of you will be able to leave. I know you have an old clan behind you, But that won't scare my Wind clan. The true emperor coldly spoke. His powerful aura enveloped the group. He only needed a thought to kill them all with Xiang Xiang. Master, don't worry about us, just kill that guy. Xiang Xiang shouted. Shut up. The true emperor shouted and raised his hand. A large hand reached for Xiang Xiang. Suddenly, space in front of Xiang Xiang cracked. A cane flew out and destroyed the hand. Next, the staff grew to the size of a towering tree and slammed down on the Wind true emperor. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He naturally recognized that this walking stick belonged to Uncle Kong. It's Grandpa Kong. Xiang Xiang cried out. The true emperor's expression changed. He could feel a terrifying pressure coming from the cane. He let out a long roar. World time erupted, blasting out with the power of the world. Endless wind howled, sweeping towards the walking stick. However, the wind was dispersed and the cane struck the true emperor, sending him flying 100 miles away. He turned pale and vomited blood. Everyone was shocked. One move was enough to injure a true emperor. It's that guy from Grand Development Hall. His power is unfathomable. The experts of the other forces in the ancient Moon Holy Ground discussed in shock. The Wan clan and Celestial Wolf Pagoda had ugly expressions. After all, Uncle Kong killed 2 of their true emperors back then. Several years ago, I told the seniors not to interfere with the matters of the younger generation, especially since they're only a bunch of saints. You void emperors and even true emperors want to fight, so don't blame me for bullying the weak. Uncle Kong's voice came from the cane. Senior, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Feng Wuchen has also suffered. Tell Lu Ming to let him go and the Wind clan won't interfere. What do you think? The true emperor cupped his fist and said, I won't interfere with the matters of the younger generation. Let them decide whether to kill them or not. You emperors shouldn't interfere either. Uncle Kong said, Senior, you're saying that you must interfere. Starting a war with the Wind clan won't do you any good. The true emperor coldly said, I'd like to see how you'll do that to me. Uncle Kong said. The martial emperors from the Wind clan had ugly expressions. It was clear that Uncle Kong was going to interfere. Send a message to the patriarch. The true emperor messaged a void emperor of the Wind clan. The void emperor nodded and secretly sent a message. Lu Ming, do what you want, no need to worry. Uncle Kong's voice came from the cane. The Wind clan's experts were aghast. Stop. Everyone from the Wind clan roared. No. Chapter 1998. Now you're afraid. You should have thought of this when you lured the three-eyed divine race to us. Lu Ming said coldly. His murderous intent towards Feng Wuchen was unparalleled. His sacred power condensed into a spear and pierced Feng Wuchen's head. Pluff! The spear pierced Feng Wuchen's head and nailed him to the ground. Feng Wuchen struggled for a bit before losing all signs of life. Dead. An unparalleled king physique had died just like that. He had been killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone in the Feng clan's palace, in front of countless Feng clan powerhouses. You court death. The true emperor of the Wind clan roared and unleashed his world power towards Lu Ming. Feng Wuchen was the hope of the Wind clan. Now that he was dead, he had to kill Lu Ming. Looks like you want to die. Uncle Kong's voice came from the walking stick. Clang. Next, a sword was unsheathed. Its hymn echoed across the firmament. Everyone only saw a flash of sword light before the true emperor of the Wind clan froze in the air. All signs of life disappeared without a trace. Next, a bloody mark appeared on the forehead of the true emperor of the Wind clan. His body was split in half. Gulp. Many swallowed their saliva, shaken to the core. A true emperor was killed just like that. Just like a few years ago. You've gone too far. At this moment, a furious roar came from the distance. Then a terrifying whistling sound echoed in the sky. In the distance, an endless gust of wind was blowing towards them, covering the entire ancient Moon Holy Ground, and enveloping the entire place. Many people felt that it was the end of the world. It was as if the world was about to collapse. The gales were like countless divine weapons. Space was cut apart like tofu, revealing ferocious spatial cracks. Amidst the endless wind, there was a tall and majestic figure. It was as if he was standing between the heavens and the earth, as if a demon god had appeared. A terrifying pressure pressed down on everyone, making it hard to breathe. Clan Master. The Clan Master is here, they're dead for sure. The experts of the Wind Clan rejoiced. It's the Wind Clan Master. Peak True Emperor. Some true emperors from the other powers spoke with a serious tone. That's right. Peak True Emperor. Many people gasped. The Wind True Emperor killed earlier was a 1-star True Emperor, who had just become a True Emperor not long ago. The Wind Patriarch was a 7-star True Emperor. The difference in strength between the two was unfathomable. It seemed that the Wind Clan was enraged, and the clan leader had personally taken action. That brat Lu Ming is dead for sure. That old man from the Great Pill Development Palace is also dead for sure. Haha. The Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, and the other forces were overjoyed. Lu Ming, Uncle Kong. Weren't you arrogant? Now you've kicked an iron plate. Who else but a Grand Emperor could compete with a peak True Emperor? They didn't believe that Uncle Kong was so strong. Today I'll have you all be buried with dustless. Amidst the endless gales, a cold and emotionless voice rang out as the gales swept towards Uncle Kong and Lu Ming. Clang. The sound of a sword being unsheathed came about again. A sword ray shot out, splitting the sky into 2 halves. It was truly cleaved into 2 halves. The entire sky was cleaved apart, revealing a terrifying dark void. The wind brought by the Wind Clan's leader was like a weak candle flame, disappearing without a trace. Then, everyone heard a miserable shriek as a figure frantically retreated. Drops of blood fell from the sky. In the distance, a middle-aged man wearing a green robe appeared. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This was the Wind Patriarch. Everyone was shocked. The Wind Clan Master was wounded. This was a peak True Emperor, an overlord of an ancient clan. How could someone like him be wounded by a single slash? His blood splashed across the sky. This was too shocking. More importantly, the other party didn't even appear. He was just controlling a sword from afar, and yet, he was already able to wield such fearsome might. It left one's heart trembling, and it was difficult for one to calm down. A Grand Emperor? Is he a Grand Emperor? Someone spoke with great difficulty, his voice carrying shock and disbelief. Controlling a sword from such a distance, and causing a peak True Emperor to bleed? Who else but a Grand Emperor could do this? A Grand Emperor. The ancient moon's sacred ground was hiding a Grand Emperor. The old man from the Grand Development Pill Hall was a Grand Emperor. Everyone shuddered at this thought. A peak True Emperor was only 1 step away from a Grand Emperor. However, this step was the difference between heaven and earth. It was difficult to cross. This was especially true for the Golden Crow tribe, Wan Clan, Skywolf Pagoda, and other powers that had a grudge against Lu Ming. Their expressions were ugly and filled with worry. Uncle Kong is this strong? Even Lu Ming's group was astonished. Since you've had a hard time cultivating, I'll spare you this time. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Uncle Kong's voice came from the cane again. It was filled with a murderous aura. The Wind Patriarch's expression was ugly with a hint of fear. He gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. Senior, there's something I must clarify today. Speak. Uncle Kong's voice came again. The Wind Clan can let bygones be bygones. The Wind Patriarch said. These words made many people's hearts tremble. It was obvious that the Wind Clan had taken a step back. In other words, Feng Wuchen's death today was in vain. However, everyone could understand that a Grand Emperor was standing behind Lu Ming. What could they do? Courting death? The other members of the Wind Clan were unwilling and humiliated. However, they could only endure the humiliation. The Wind Clan has only yourselves to blame, and you still want to pursue the matter? Continue. Uncle Kong's indifferent voice sounded. Senior, the Wind Clan can let this matter rest this time. However, if Lu Ming relies on your support and kills the people of the Wind Clan on sight, or even invades the Wind Clan will definitely retaliate. If he wants to kill the martial emperors of the Wind Clan with a saber, the martial emperors of the Wind Clan will not stand there and let him kill them. In that case, even if Lu Ming has your support, the Wind Clan will not hesitate to fight. Senior, even if you can kill me, the Wind Clan will scatter and hide. You won't be able to kill all of us. Senior, You can't protect these juniors forever. The clan leader of the Foam clan said, his voice filled with determination. If Lu Ming wantonly killed their people, the Wind clan would not hesitate to fight. Uncle Kong could protect Lu Ming and Xiang Xiang for a while, but could he protect them forever? Unless they did not go out. The clan leader of the Foam clan had no choice. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill the people of the Foam clan without any scruples just because he had the backing of a great emperor. If that was the case, they would rather fight to the death. Senior, the Golden Crow clan also means the same. We can't allow ourselves to be killed and not fight back. Chapter 1999. The Wan clan has the same intention. The Heavenly Wolf Pagoda. Following this, true emperors from the Wan clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Violet Extreme Sect and other factions that had a grudge against Lu Ming stepped forward to express their intentions. They would not allow themselves to be killed by Lu Ming. If that was the case, they would rather fight. This old man has already said it in the past, but it seems like you did not understand. Today, this old man will say it again. Lu Ming is now in the Sage realm. If anyone below the Martial Emperor realm wants to fight him, this old man will not interfere. If you can kill him, it's your own strength. If he achieves the Martial Emperor realm and becomes an illusionary emperor, then all of you can fight him. If he can't defeat you, then it's his own fault. Similarly, if he achieves the true Emperor realm, then all of you can fight him. This old man will not interfere. Uncle Kong's voice resounded. The eyes of the people from the Wind clan, Golden Crow clan and other factions flickered. Currently, those below the Martial Emperor realm could not fight Lu Ming. Almost no one was a match for him. However, as long as Lu Ming broke through to the Illusionary Emperor realm, all of the Illusionary Emperors would be able to fight him. The Void Emperor was divided into 1 star to 7 stars. The difference between 1 star and 7 stars of battle prowess was like heaven and earth. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the Illusionary Emperor realm, it would be their chance. Alright, there are so many people here today. I hope Senior will keep his promise. The Wind clan leader said with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. With Lu Ming's talent, it was almost certain that he would achieve the Martial Emperor realm. As long as Lu Ming broke through to the Illusionary Emperor realm, he would eliminate Lu Ming at all costs. This old man will keep his promise. Get lost. Uncle Kong's voice resounded. Then with a shake of his walking stick he disappeared without a trace. The clan leader of the Foam clan cast a cold glance at Lu Ming before he turned around and left. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Then he left with Xiang Xiang and the others towards the peak of the mountain. They wanted to exchange their spoils of war for resources. He was clear in his heart that the reason why Uncle Kong set such a rule was to train him. After he broke through to the Empty Emperor realm, all the empty emperors of the other party would be able to attack him. To him, this was indeed a great pressure, but it had the effect of tempering himself. Of course, if an emperor were to take action, it wouldn't be training, it would be crushing. Such a condition gave the Wind tribe and the Golden Crow tribe hope to kill Lu Ming. The other side naturally agreed. Otherwise, as the other side had said, they wouldn't hesitate to fight to the death. All of this was naturally built on the terrifying combat strength of Uncle Kong. Only a powerful deterrence could make the other party yield. Lu Ming and the others came to the place where they could exchange for treasures and resources. This time, no one made things difficult for them. They exchanged the third eye of the three-eyed divine race for all sorts of useful treasures. Lu Ming mainly focused on sacred medicines and origin stones. Within the mountain river diagram in the Phoenix Palace's encampment, Lu Ming continuously threw sacred medicines into the Great Development Cauldron. He controlled the cauldron's fire to refine the sacred medicines. The medicinal energy of the sacred medicines seeped into Autumn Moon's body. Autumn Moon quietly floated within the Great Development Cauldron. Her face was rosy and she looked normal on the outside. However, she didn't wake up for a long time. Now that the foreign tribes are invading, I don't know where Wanxiang Tower is. Autumn Moon, once the foreign tribes are defeated, I will definitely find Wanxiang Tower and find a way to save you, Lu Ming whispered. Then he closed the cauldron's lid and kept the cauldron in his sea of consciousness. Next, Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived at another mountain peak. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu's physical body stood on this mountain peak and continuously absorbed the energy from the outside world. However, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was less than 1%. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body was like a huge water tank. The energy was like water. It was too difficult to fill this tank with water. After such a long time, Lu Ming had used more than 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones, but it was still less than 1%. God knows how long it would take to reach 100%. However, this was the physical body left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. Even if only 10% of the energy was stored, the power would be shocking if it exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming took out a pile of storage bracelets. They were all storage bracelets that he had obtained from the three-eyed divine tribe. Then he organized the items in these storage bracelets. Then a pile of black crystals appeared on the ground. They were piled up like a mountain peak. It was unknown how many there were. These crystals were also a type of energy crystallization. They were very similar to origin stones. However, instead of origin chi, they were a type of strange energy. Martial artists could also absorb and refine them. However, the difficulty of refining them was much higher than origin chi. Lu Ming planned to refine the energy of these crystals into the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large number of crystals exploded, turning into billowing energy that was absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. In the next few days, Lu Ming did not fight. He focused on refining the crystals for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. In 3 days, all the crystals were refined. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body finally broke through 1% and reached 1.5%. Lu Ming was delighted. He was getting closer to 10%. Back then, the Heavenly Emperor imprint had told him that he could only control the Heavenly Emperor's physical body when the stored energy was at 10%. Because the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was a stone man, it was now like a puppet. Without enough energy, it could not be activated. As long as the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body reached 10%, the Heavenly Emperor's physical body would become Lu Ming's greatest trump card. In the following days, he continued to fight with the three-eyed divine tribe and train on the battlefield. He didn't know if it was because the three-eyed divine tribe divided into 8 groups, but the forces that came to the ancient Moon Holy Land were not strong. After more than half a month, the three-eyed divine tribe was gradually suppressed by the ancient Moon Holy Land, and even retreated. Everyone was overjoyed. It seemed that the three-eyed divine tribe was not that difficult to deal with. At this time, a news spread throughout the land of Yuan Mountain. In the ancient capital of Yuan Mountain, Heavenly Fire Great Emperor, Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor, and Wu Xiang Great Emperor, the 3 great emperors announced to the world that they had gathered all the powerhouses in the land of Yuan Mountain to prepare for a full-scale counterattack. As soon as the news came out, the land of Yuan Mountain was shaken. Countless powerhouses gathered in the ancient capital of Yuan Mountain. When Lu Ming and the others heard the news, they were also overjoyed. These 3 great emperors were the 3 great emperors who founded the Yuan Mountain Holy Court. After the battle in Celestial City, there was no news of the 3 great emperors. Lu Ming and the others were worried that the 3 great emperors would be in trouble. Now it seemed that they were fine. In the ancient Moon Holy Land, all the major forces sent their experts to the ancient capital of Yuan Mountain to meet with many powerhouses and launch a counterattack. Lu Ming and the others followed the powerhouses of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect to the ancient capital of Yuan Mountain to participate in the battle. The ancient capital of Yuan Mountain was located in the north of the land of Yuan Mountain. Not long ago, this place was once the #1 holy land in the land of Yuan Mountain. However, after the emergence of Celestial City, the #1 throne was retired. Chapter 2000. Lu Ming and the others found a place to stay. 3 days later, clang, clang, clang. The majestic sound of the bell resounded throughout the primordial mountain ancient capital. The great emperors had gathered all the experts. In the primordial mountain ancient capital, countless powerhouses gathered towards the place where the bell rang. So many experts. Xiang Xiang looked up and looked around. Countless figures whizzed past. Some people's auras were particularly terrifying. Even if they did not deliberately release their auras, The faint emperor's aura could still be clearly felt. Martial emperors. So many martial emperors had formed an army of martial emperors. The number of emperor-level forces that were scattered outside the 9 great sacred lands gathered together was astonishing. Of course, the number of paragon saints and boundary emperors was the largest. It was extremely difficult to become an emperor. Since ancient times, countless martial artists had been stuck at the boundary emperor level, unable to break through. Therefore, at a glance, there were boundary emperors everywhere. Not long after, they arrived at an incomparably wide plaza. In the center of the square, there was a large bell that was constantly vibrating. Countless figures had gathered around the square. So many experts gathered together to launch an attack. It's really going to destroy the world. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Whoosh, whoosh. Experts continued to arrive, and more people gathered around the square. Look, it's the ancient Sun Sacred Grounds Divine Origin Empire, and the Purple Flame Villa's only sacred palace. Nearby, someone whispered. Lu Ming looked over and saw people from the 3 major forces of the ancient Sun Sacred Ground. Among the people of the Divine Origin Empire, Ouyang Wushuang also looked at Lu Ming and nodded with a smile. However, the strongest force of the ancient Sun Sacred Ground, the Daoyuo Heaven Sect, did not send anyone. It's the people of the Heavenly Profound Sacred Ground and the Dragon Abyss Sacred Ground. One by one, the powerful forces of the sacred grounds arrived. Behind them, several ancient clans arrived. Lu Ming saw the ancient sacred clan. Among the ancient sacred clan's crowd, Xian Yinjuan's snow-white robe was very eye-catching. The ancient sacred clan was a very powerful ancient clan. There were strong and weak ancient clans. Some ancient clans were weaker, such as the Wind clan. Although the Wind clan was an ancient clan, they did not have a great emperor. As for the ancient sacred clans, it was said that they were led by great emperors. However, he didn't see a single person from the 2 famous heavenly emperor-level forces in Celestial City, the Hung family and the He family. The Hung family, the He family, and the Daoyuo Heaven Sect, the 3 emperor-level forces, didn't send anyone. What's going on? Many people were disappointed. With the addition of the 3 martial monarch factions, their strength would be a lot stronger. Perhaps the 3 great factions will fight somewhere else. I'm just afraid that they'll hide and not fight. Many people guessed. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky, and the whole place quieted down. The 3 great emperors had arrived. Lu Ming and the others had seen one of the elders before. It was Emperor Wu Xiang. As for the other 2, one of them was a burly man in a fiery red robe. He should be the Heavenly Fire Emperor. The other was an old man in a black robe. He was the Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor. With the appearance of the 3 great emperors, the entire place fell silent. I am Wu Xiang. This old man is Heavenly Fire. I'm Hun Tian. The 3 martial monarchs spoke. Greetings, Great Emperor. Everyone bowed and paid their respects. As long as the heavenly emperors didn't appear, the great emperors were the pinnacle. They deserved everyone's respect. Thank you for coming. Next, we'll fight the enemy together, Emperor Wu Xiang said. We're willing to live and die together with the great emperor. Many people shouted. Good. But before the battle, let me tell you about the origin of the foreign tribes. I'm afraid that many people here don't know the origin of the foreign tribes, Emperor Wu Xiang said. Many people shook their heads. During this period, they only knew that the foreign tribes came from another world. They were cruel and violent and killed anyone they saw. Everyone knows that the world we're in is called the Yuan realm. The world close to the Yuan realm is called the Heaven realm. The 2 worlds are twin worlds and can communicate with each other. However, the history of cultivation in the Heaven realm far exceeds that of the Yuan realm. Many of the cultivation methods in the Yuan realm were passed down from the Heaven realm. Emperor Formless explained. Everyone listened quietly. Many of them had already known about this secret long ago. As for the foreign tribes, they come from another world called the Evil Prison Realm. The living beings in this world call themselves the God race, but that's just boasting. We call them the Evil Race or the Evil God Race. In ancient times, the Evil God Race opened a void passage and attacked the Heaven realm. They waged a fierce war with the Heaven realm. The evil god race was ruthless and cruel. Wherever they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. They killed all living beings on sight. Blood flowed like rivers. Even the old, weak women and children were not spared. At this point, Emperor Wu Xiang waved his hand, and images appeared in the air. In the images were the scenes of the evil god race's attack. Wherever they passed, countless living beings died tragically. Their corpses formed mountains. It was a tragic sight. Images flashed past. Some of the images were of great battles. Many powerful forces were annihilated under the attack of the evil god race. Lu Ming discovered that apart from the three-eyed god race, there were other races in the evil god race. All of them were incomparably terrifying and unpredictable. In ancient times, the heaven realm was no match for them. Countless powerhouses died in battle, and countless powerful forces were annihilated. At that time, when the war reached its climax, the void was pierced through. Many relics of the heaven realm fell into the primordial realm. The corpses of some powerhouses fell into the primordial realm, forming some forbidden lands now. Of course, there were also powerhouses from the evil god race who took the opportunity to enter the primordial realm. Later on, the void repaired itself, and it was very difficult for the evil god race to come over. And those evil god race who entered the primordial realm back then secretly formed many terrifying forces, such as the demon spirit sect, evil spirit sect, and others. They specialized in hunting down the primordial realm's geniuses and powerhouses. Last time, it was these existences who opened the void passage and let the evil god race enter Celestial City. After Emperor Wu Xiang explained, many people finally understood what was going on. So the demon spirit sect, evil spirit sect, and other forces were all created by the evil god race. No wonder. These evil sects should be eradicated as soon as possible. Many people discussed. Evil spirit sect. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. The current Song state was still under the control of the evil spirit sect. However, the void passage opened by the evil god race this time is only a small one. It's not stable. Thearchs or those above the Tharch realm cannot pass through. Once they force their way through, the void passage will collapse. Therefore, those who can pass through are only existences below the Tharch realm. Emperor Wu Xiang continued. Everyone's eyes lit up. It turned out that the other party's powerhouses above the Tharch realm could not pass through. This was definitely good news. Don't be happy too early. This is just a small battle. In the future, if the evil god race really breaks through the void and opens a stable void passage, or if the remaining powerhouses of the heaven realm are lost, then the evil god race will descend en masse. Therefore, the final battle will come sooner or later. Chapter 2001. Yes, what if the other party launched a large-scale attack in the future? Some people showed a look of despair. Therefore, we must win this battle. If we can't even win this small battle, how can we fight in the future? How can we annihilate the evil god tribe? Emperor Wu Xiang's voice grew louder and louder as his aura grew stronger and stronger. It was as if he was a ferocious tiger. Many people clenched their fists tightly together. Are you willing to chase after us and win this battle? Annihilate the evil god tribe. Protect your family, protect your loved ones, and protect your friends? Emperor Wu Xiang's voice became louder and louder, filled with an indomitable aura. Yes, yes. Many people roared, their voices shaking the sky. Especially some of the young people, their blood was boiling. Wasn't it just the evil god tribe? It was just a battle. In order to protect what they wanted to protect. So what if they died in battle? Alright, next, we will be divided into 3 armies, led by the 3 of us. We will form a triangle and completely annihilate the evil god tribe. Emperor Wu Xiang announced. After that, all the powerhouses were divided into 3 armies, led by the 3 great emperors. All the forces of the ancient moon sacred ground followed Emperor Wu Xiang. A day later, the army set off towards the evil god tribe. Of course, the martial emperors on their side dealt with the martial emperors of the other side, and those below the martial emperors dealt with those below the martial emperors. This battle almost annihilated the evil god tribe's army in the north of the Yuan Mountain sacred ground. After that, the evil god tribe mobilized their armies from several other directions, and there was also an army from the Celestial City. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle in the north of the Yuan Mountain sacred ground. This battle became a stalemate, and it lasted for half a year. For half a year, Lu Ming and the others were constantly fighting, tempering themselves, and often walking on the edge of life and death. For them, their improvement was very fast. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm, and he was slowly approaching the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. His combat strength was even more shocking. Ordinary boundary emperors would be reduced to ashes with a punch. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Huang Li, and the others had also made great progress, and they had all reached the peak of the Absolute Saint Realm. Luo Tianyi had even successfully cultivated the light of law. Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others had also touched the edge of the light of law. Tempering oneself in the midst of life and death. As long as one didn't die, the results one could achieve were astonishing. If they were to cultivate normally, they wouldn't be able to break through without a few years. The one who improved the fastest was Lu Xiang. Not only did she reach the peak of the Great Saint Realm very early on, but she even stimulated her potential in a great battle, and broke through her limit to reach the Absolute Saint Realm. Even Lu Ming was very envious of this speed. However, after entering the Saint Realm, Xiangbeila's cultivation speed had slowed down. In the past half a year, Lu Ming had also brought Ouyang Moli, Xuaningxin, and Tian Chui out to participate in the battle. They had all made great progress. Ouyang Moli had the body of reincarnation, and he also had the world heart of the reincarnation emperor. His cultivation speed was even more terrifying, and it was only a matter of time before he caught up to Xiang. In this half a year, Lu Ming had killed countless experts of the three-eyed divine race, and obtained countless resources. These resources were all turned into energy, and absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor's body. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had finally reached 9%, not far from 10%. After half a year of fierce fighting, they had gained the overall upper hand. They took back the land occupied by the evil god race, and began to attack Celestial City. However, the evil god race relied on the city walls to set up heavy defenses in Celestial City. After many battles, although they had killed countless evil god race members, the evil god race could always replenish their numbers. On this day, Lu Ming had just returned to the barracks after fighting for a while, when an old man came to find Lu Ming. Lu Ming knew this old man. He was a teacher of the Origin Mountain Academy. The three great emperors want to see me? When the Origin Mountain Academy's teacher explained the purpose of his visit, Lu Ming was a little stunned. Why did the three great emperors want to see him? Lu Ming didn't ask much. He followed the Origin Mountain Academy's teacher, and came to a military tent. In the military tent, the three great emperors were sitting together, seemingly discussing something. Lu Ming, you're here. Seeing Lu Ming, Great Emperor Wu Xiang smiled. Greetings to the three great emperors. Lu Ming bowed, and the teacher from the Yuanshan Sacred Academy left the room. Lu Ming, I'm looking for you this time because I have something to ask you for help. Great Emperor Wu Xiang said with a smile. Ask me for help. Lu Ming was even more confused. The great emperors were looking for him for help. What was going on? If even the great emperors couldn't handle it, it was useless to look for him. Lu Ming, you have also seen the battle during this period. Although we have the advantage and are constantly killing the evil god race, the evil god race has always been able to replenish their numbers. It is because of that void passage. As long as there is that void passage, we can't completely annihilate the evil god race. We can only form a stalemate. The land of Origin Mountain can't be stabilized. Great Emperor Wu Xiang said. Among the three great emperors, Great Emperor Wu Xiang was better at talking. Therefore, it was usually Great Emperor Wu Xiang who spoke. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, that void passage was the foundation. As long as that void passage was there, they couldn't completely annihilate the evil god race. But what did that have to do with him? With his current cultivation, he couldn't help much at all. If we want to defeat the evil god race, we have to seal that void passage. This will require Lu Ming's help. Great Emperor Wu Xiang said. Great Emperor, feel free to speak your mind. As long as Lu Ming can help, I will not decline. Lu Ming said. All right, we will bring you to a place. Great Emperor Wu Xiang nodded. Then, with a wave of his hand, a force enveloped Lu Ming. Following that, the space split open. The three great emperors brought Lu Ming and disappeared from the military tent. The next moment they arrived in a valley. They didn't know where this valley was. It seemed to be very hidden, and there was a powerful force in the air. After arriving here, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable throbbing. It was as if something was attracting him. The few of them moved forward and came to a concave ground. That is, Lu Ming saw a huge stone plate on the ground in front of him. It was circular and looked very ancient, filled with the aura of time. The stone plate was embedded in the ground. No, it should be said that the stone plate fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Lu Ming could sense that what attracted him was this stone plate. This stone plate has the aura of the law of primal chaos. Lu Ming couldn't help but say, "You've sensed it." That's right. This stone plate does have the aura of the law of primal chaos. We speculate that this stone plate is very likely to be the weapon of one of the strongest in the heaven realm, the Primal Chaos Emperor. It was rare for the Heavenly Fire Emperor to speak. The weapon of the Primal Chaos Emperor. Chapter 2002. The Primal Chaos Emperor. This stone plate could be a weapon used by the Primal Chaos Emperor. The Primal Chaos Emperor could be considered his master. The Primal Chaos scripture came from the Primal Chaos Emperor. No wonder Lu Ming felt that this stone plate was attracting him the moment he arrived. Lu Ming, we speculate that this stone plate has a terrifying sealing power. If we can control it, we can seal the void passageway of the evil god tribe. It's a pity that we have tried various methods but to no avail. Therefore we thought of you. You are the son of primal chaos and cultivate the law of primal chaos. You might be able to control this stone plate and revive it. Emperor Formless said. Alright, I'll try. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward to the stone plate. The stone plate was very large, like a small mountain. Lu Ming circulated the law of primal chaos and spread it toward the stone plate. When the law of primal chaos enveloped the stone plate, it seemed to resonate with the stone plate, causing it to vibrate. Yes, Emperor Formless, Emperor Heavenly Fire, and Emperor Chaotic Heaven's eyes lit up. Continue. Lu Ming continued to control the law of primal chaos, enveloping the stone plate from afar. The stone plate began to vibrate violently. Due to the passage of time, it was covered in a layer of rock. At this moment, the rock crumbled, revealing the stone plate. The stone plate was gray and looked like a primal chaos stone. There were some mysterious runes carved on it. At this moment, those runes lit up. Boom. Finally, the stone plate vibrated and flew up to hover above Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind buzzed. He seemed to see a majestic figure controlling the array plate and fighting against an enemy. The Primal Chaos Emperor. Lu Ming's heart shook. That figure was indeed the Primal Chaos Emperor. This stone plate really did look like the Primal Chaos Emperor's weapon. What a mysterious law of primal chaos. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to sense an extremely mysterious and ancient law of primal chaos from the stone plate. It was many times faster than what he comprehended. At this moment, Lu Ming's comprehension of the primal chaos laws seemed to have deepened. During this period of cultivation, his comprehension of the primal chaos law had already reached 95%. However, he now had a feeling that he was close to reaching 96%. The stone plate continued to vibrate, and the figure of the Primal Chaos Emperor disappeared. The stone plate began to shrink and finally fell into Lu Ming's hand. Haha, looks like it's a success. Emperor Wu Xiang smiled. Heavenly Fire Great Emperor and Chaotic Heaven Great Emperor also smiled. However, the three martial monarchs soon withdrew their smiles. Lu Ming, our original plan was to lead the army and launch an all-out attack to attract the other party's attention. After that, the great emperors would suddenly charge in and kill their way to the void passageway. Then they would seal the void passageway with the chaos stone plate. However, you should know that even though the enemy's emperors can't enter, there are still quite a number of emperors here. Back then, 2 of them were killed by the heavenly emperor's body, so there are still 8 of them left. During this period of time, we killed another one, so there are still 7 of them. Therefore, it's very dangerous for you to go. We won't force you to go. If you don't want to go, we'll think of another way. Emperor Wu Xiang said. That's right. Although we'll do our best to protect you, the enemy is an emperor. There's no guarantee that nothing will happen. Therefore, you have to make the decision yourself. Heavenly Fire Great Emperor said. This matter was too dangerous, so Lu Ming had to make the decision himself. I'll go. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. A real man had some things to do and some not to do. How could he refuse such a thing because he was afraid of death? Emperor Wuxiang and the others nodded in satisfaction when they saw Lu Ming's determined gaze. Lu Ming, don't worry. Even if we die, we'll protect you. Emperor Wuxiang said. If you die, we die too. Emperor Hun Tian spoke for the first time, but his voice was firm and powerful. Lu Ming was very touched. As great emperors, they were high and mighty and powerful. In fact, they could force Lu Ming to do anything. If a few great emperors joined forces, Lu Ming could only obey. However, they didn't. Instead, they asked for Lu Ming's opinion. They promised that they would protect Lu Ming with their lives. As a great emperor, he could do this. Lu Ming was in awe of his character. Emperors, do we have other emperors? Lu Ming asked. Of course. Otherwise, how could the three of us be a match for the evil god tribe? Emperor Wuxiang said. Lu Ming was enlightened. Indeed. How could the three of them be a match for the evil god tribe? Moreover, they had killed one of the evil god tribe's members. There were other emperors in the dark. I'll bring you to meet them now, Emperor Wuxiang said. Then he tore open space and brought Lu Ming back to the camp. Emperor Wuxiang then sent a message. Soon space rippled and a figure stepped in. This figure was covered in milky white light. It was divine light that was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. The people of the Heavenly God sect in the Tsang province also cultivated divine light, but compared to this, they were trash. Emperor. Lu Ming knew that this was an emperor. His aura wasn't any weaker than Emperor Wuxiang and the others. Lu Ming, this is the sacred emperor of the ancient sacred tribe. Emperor Wuxiang introduced. Greetings, sacred emperor. Lu Ming bowed. The chaos gem has awakened? The sacred emperor said coldly, like a high and mighty god. That's right. Emperor Wuxiang nodded. The sacred emperor didn't say anything else. Then space rippled and another person arrived. This person was an emperor of the primordial mountain ancient capital. He was like a peerless emperor. As soon as this emperor arrived, space rippled and another figure appeared. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this figure. This figure was actually Uncle Kong. It seemed that Uncle Kong was indeed an emperor. Could it be that Uncle Kong had been secretly participating in the battle? Greetings, Senior Dan Kong. When Uncle Kong arrived, Emperor Wuxiang and the others clasped their fists at him and addressed him as senior. Even the cold and arrogant Holy Emperor, who was like an emperor, bowed to Count Kong. It seemed that Uncle Kong's seniority was very high. Uncle Kong nodded. He looked very old. His turbid eyes looked at Lu Ming and said, I'll escort Lu Ming in. With Senior Dan Kong taking care of it, we'll naturally be at ease. Then we'll delay the other emperors. Emperor Wuxiang said. Seniors, why don't I see the Hung family and He family? Lu Ming wanted to ask about the Hung family, He family, and the Daoyuo Heaven sect. At this critical moment, those emperors were also nowhere to be seen. Don't mention those cowardly old foxes. When the battle starts, all of them hide and wait to reap the benefits. Chapter 2003. The 6 great emperors discussed for a while, and decided to launch the attack tomorrow. On the second day, all the experts gathered and charged towards Celestial City. Kill. Sound waves soared into the sky as endless killing intent soared. Countless experts charged towards Celestial City. Those below the Martial Emperor level attacked from below. Those above the Martial Emperor level attacked directly from above. Boom. Boom. Terrifying loud sounds came from all around Celestial City. A great battle broke out. That area seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The sky was torn apart as if it was the end of the world. Fortunately, Celestial City was built by the Celestial Emperor in the past. It was sturdy and immortal. Even such an intense battle couldn't destroy Celestial City. Lu Ming, Uncle Kong, and the others stood in the sky and watched from afar. Let's attack first, Emperor Wuxiang said. Then, the 5 great emperors turned into 5 streaks of light, and charged into Celestial City. Kill. In Celestial City, there were wild roars and terrifying rays of light that rushed towards Emperor Wuxiang and the others. The battle between the great emperors broke out and reached the endless sky of Celestial City. The great emperors were too terrifying. If they fought below, the others would be affected and die in the aftermath of the battle between the great emperors. The battle became more and more intense. Even though they were far away, there were howling winds that swept over. Palace Master, let's go. Uncle Kong waved his hand, and a power enveloped Lu Ming. Then he tore through the void and arrived inside Celestial City in the next moment. This was the original place of Celestial Emperor Mountain. Below, there was a huge cave. Looking from afar, one could see a huge black vortex. Uncle Kong's figure dashed into the cave with a flicker. Roar! In the black vortex, there was a huge evil god tribe member. His body was incomparably huge. Compared to him, ordinary people were like ants. This huge evil god tribe member stretched out 2 palms and supported the 2 sides of the vortex. From time to time, there would be evil god tribe members rushing out from the vortex. At the edge of the vortex, there was a figure sitting cross-legged there. At this moment, that figure's gaze was like a divine sword as he looked at Uncle Kong and Lu Ming. You want to attack the void passage? Kill. This person shouted and erupted with a terrifying aura. If Lu Ming wasn't enveloped by Uncle Kong's power, he would most likely be shaken to death. This person was also a great emperor expert that was guarding the void passage. Uncle Kong murmured. At this moment, Uncle Kong's slouching figure became tall and straight. His murky eyes shone with a bright light, like 2 stars in the night sky. A terrifying sword soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Clang! A beam of sword light slashed apart the heaven domain, destroying the sky dome as it slashed towards the evil god race's great emperor. Boom! Their attacks collided, causing the underground cave to shake violently. Cracks started to appear in the void. Some of the evil god tribe members that had just charged out of the whirlpool were directly reduced to ashes by the shockwaves. Clang! Clang! The long sword in Uncle Kong's hand vibrated unceasingly, and the sword whistled unceasingly. In an instant, he had slashed out hundreds and thousands of swords. Each slash could kill a peak true emperor. The evil god emperor of the evil god race howled in rage as he erupted forth with all his might to fight against Uncle Kong. However, at this moment, the evil god emperor was being suppressed. Hall Master, now is the time. Uncle Kong transmitted a message to Lu Ming. Chaos Stone Plate. Lu Ming's heart moved, and the Chaos Stone Plate flew out. It rapidly expanded until it was the size of a planet. It was boundless. Suppress for me. Lu Ming roared. He controlled the Chaos Stone Plate to suppress the void passage. The Chaos Stone Plate emitted a resplendent radiance, wanting to seal the void passage. Want to seal the void passage? Don't even think about it. The evil god race's great emperor roared. He used all his strength to break through Uncle Kong's sword light and stop Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! Uncle Kong moved with a mysterious footwork. With each step, his body would emit a bright light. As he moved forward, the light on his body became brighter and brighter. At the same time, Uncle Kong's sword aura became stronger and stronger. He had already gained the upper hand, suppressing the evil god race's great emperor. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. A deep wound appeared on the evil god race's great emperor's body, causing him to roar madly. At this moment, in the battlefield of the great emperors, the evil god race's great emperors naturally saw what was happening in the void passage. Damn it! They want to seal the void passage. Stop them! The demonic spirit religion leader roared. At this moment he was fighting against Emperor Wuxiang. Emperor Wuxiang was formless and formless. He transformed into thousands of shadows and surrounded the demonic spirit religion leader. The other great emperors were also holding their opponents back. The most terrifying one was Emperor Hun Tian. His combat strength was terrifying and he had the ability to shake the heavens and earth. He alone was holding back 2 great emperors. Suppress! Lu Ming roared. The Chaos Stone Plate continued to suppress the void passage. Roar! That huge evil god race's great emperor pressed on the edge of the void passage with one hand and dragged the Chaos Stone Plate with the other. For a moment, the Chaos Stone Plate was actually blocked and could not suppress it. Lu Ming's cultivation was ultimately too weak. That huge evil god race's great emperor cultivation was at least at the true emperor level. It was normal for it to be able to block it. Slash. At this moment, Uncle Kong shouted coldly. A sword light slashed down from the head of the huge evil god race's great emperor, splitting his head into two. The huge evil god race's great emperor roared and fell down powerlessly. His body disappeared into the vortex. Boom. Without any resistance, the Chaos Stone Plate pressed down and blocked the void passage. Rumble. The Chaos Stone Plate vibrated. It was about to completely embed itself into the void and become one with it to seal the void passage. Boom. Boom. The Chaos Stone Plate vibrated continuously. It seemed like the other side of the Chaos Stone Plate was suffering from a terrifying attack. Shwa. In the next moment, Uncle Kong landed on the Chaos Stone Plate with Lu Ming. Endless energy surged from Uncle Kong's body into the Chaos Stone Plate, helping Lu Ming to suppress the stone plate. Don't even think about it. Kill. Kill. The evil god race's great emperor attacked Uncle Kong crazily. High in the sky, the evil god race's great emperor also went crazy and started to fight with his life. With this, Emperor Wu Xiang and the others could no longer stop him. Shwa. Shwa. Several figures rushed into the cave in succession. Kill. Kill. Several evil god race's great emperors attacked Uncle Kong and Lu Ming together like a storm. Uncle Kong had to suppress the Chaos Stone Plate and diverted a portion of his energy. His battle strength was naturally insufficient. The long sword in his hand emitted endless sword light. Although he managed to block the attacks of several great emperors, he staggered and blood flowed out of his mouth. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming was extremely worried. Fortunately, Emperor Wu Xiang and the others arrived at the next moment, following which the other great emperors also rushed in. A chaotic battle broke out in this place. However, this space was extremely mysterious. It was big enough. Back then, the Lotus World was here. There were 9 worlds. From this, one could see how big this space was. Many great emperors were in a chaotic battle. Uncle Kong's energy surged continuously into the Chaos Stone Plate. Chapter 2004. Rumble. The Chaos Stone Plate continued to vibrate as it continued to suppress the void passage. After the last loud rumble, the entire Chaos Stone Plate was completely embedded in the void passage as if it had merged with the space. The void passage was completely sealed. Damn it, all of you must die. The demon religion hierarch roared crazily as he attacked Emperor Wu Xiang with his terrifying power. The other great emperors of the evil god race also unleashed terrifying attacks. Their attacks were frenzied, as though they had all gone mad. With the void passage sealed, it was equivalent to cutting off their source of troops. Only the evil god tribe in Celestial City was left, and they would be wiped out sooner or later. You are doomed. You are doomed to fail. Emperor Wu Xiang said coldly. Fail? What a joke. So what if you sealed the passage? Other than you great emperors, who else can stop us? We will kill everyone below the great emperor realm, especially such geniuses. The demon religion hierarch's voice was incomparably cold and filled with terrifying killing intent. As he spoke, his cold gaze swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, the other party still had 7 great emperors. This was a disaster. If the other party hid and deliberately avoided the great emperors of Yuan Mountain to hunt those below the great emperor realm, no one would be able to stop them. They would all die. And the great emperors of Yuan Mountain couldn't stay together every day. If they were separated, they would be attacked separately. Even the great emperors would die. If the 7 great emperors attacked without hesitation, it would be too dangerous. You have no chance. The Chaos Heaven Great Emperor, who had been silent all this time, spoke at this time. Then he opened his palm and a door of light appeared in his palm. As soon as this door of light appeared, it instantly enlarged and turned into a giant door that was 10,000 feet tall. A terrifying suction force erupted from the door of light. Come in. The Chaos Heaven Great Emperor spoke as the power in his body surged into the door of light. The door of light erupted with an even stronger force that enveloped the 7 great emperors of the evil god tribe, wanting to swallow them into the door of light. Damn it, it's the gate of world viewing. They want to take us to the heavenly world. Let's go. The great emperors of the evil god tribe roared as they tried their best to rush out. Stay. At this moment, Emperor Wuxiang, the Holy Emperor, the Emperor-like Emperor Uncle Kong, and the others unleashed their full strength to tie down their opponents. Lu Ming was enveloped by Uncle Kong's power and stood behind him. He could not intervene in such a great battle at all. Damn it, the Celestial Emperor's body is only a bit away from 10%. I can't control it at all. Lu Ming's heart was filled with hatred. He wished he could help. Wang. The door of light trembled, and the suction force grew stronger and stronger, wanting to draw the 7 evil god tribe great emperors in. However, the evil god tribe great emperors resisted with all their might, unable to move the door at all. At this moment, the heavenly fire monarch also arrived at the door of light. A terrifying power surged into the door of light, making the door of light even more attractive. However, he was still lacking a little. The 7 immortal emperors of the evil god race attacked crazily. Their attacks were simply too terrifying. There were only 4 people in Uncle Kong's group, and they were trying their best to stop them. However, the situation was very critical. Bang! Emperor Wuxiang was struck. His body trembled violently as blood flowed out of his mouth. However, he still refused to back down. At the same time, the Holy Emperor was also heavily injured. Heavenly Flame, let's begin. The Chaos Heaven Emperor looked at the Heavenly Fire Monarch. All right, the Heavenly Fire Monarch nodded. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the Heavenly Fire Monarch and the Chaos Heaven Emperor. Their bodies seemed to be burning as if they were 2 men on fire. The attractive force of the world viewing gate suddenly increased by several times. The 7 people of the evil god tribe were attracted by the terrifying force and slowly moved toward the world viewing gate. The world viewing gate led to the heaven domain. If one was attracted by it, they would directly enter the heaven domain. Without finding the correct void passage, they would not be able to return. This way, the crisis of the Yuan Mountain could be resolved. You guys are crazy. How dare you burn yourselves? The demonic spirit church leader roared and charged forward with all his might. The other evil god tribe great emperors erupted with all their strength. All kinds of shocking power blasted toward Uncle Kong and the others. The power of the world viewing gate was useless against Uncle Kong and the others. Go in. Uncle Kong and the others blocked, not allowing them to charge out. For against 7, they were at an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, not only Emperor Wuxiang, the Holy Emperor, the Emperor-like Great Emperor, and Uncle Kong were all injured. However, they did not care about their injuries and blocked the entrance like a divine wall. Come in. The Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Monarch shouted. Their bodies seemed to become transparent, and were about to merge with the world viewing gate. The attractive force was getting stronger and stronger. No, I'm not willing. Finally, one of the evil god tribe great emperors could not resist and was pulled into the world viewing gate, disappearing. The other evil god tribe great emperors were shocked. They roared and fought with all their might. However, the Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Monarch were about to merge with the world viewing gate. The power of the world viewing gate was even stronger, causing the evil god tribe great emperors to be greatly affected. Great emperors! Lu Ming's heart trembled, and he felt a lump in his throat. The Chaos Heaven Emperor and the Heavenly Fire Monarch were clearly fighting with all their might. They did not care about their own safety and wanted to send the other party into the heaven domain to ensure the safety of the Yuan Mountain. Most of the heaven domain had been occupied by the evil god tribe. There were countless evil god tribe experts gathered there, including a few great emperors. Get in! Emperor Wuxiang, Uncle Kong, and the others attacked continuously, wanting to force the other party into the world viewing gate. Chua. Finally, another person was pulled into the world viewing gate. Every time someone was pulled in, the pressure on Uncle Kong and the others would lessen, and the other party's strength to resist would also decrease. No matter how unwilling the other party was, they could not change the situation. One by one, they were pulled into the world viewing gate and disappeared. A moment later, all the evil god tribe great emperors were pulled into the world viewing gate. At this moment, the Heavenly Fire Monarch and the Chaos Heaven Emperor's figures were almost transparent. Everyone, I'll leave the Yuan Mountain to you in the future. The heavenly fire monarch cupped his fists. The two of you take care. The sacred emperor, Uncle Kong, and the others also cupped their fists, a trace of sadness and helplessness on their faces. Lu Ming stepped forward, cupped his fists, and bowed to the two great emperors. At this moment, he only had respect for the two great emperors. Lu Ming, with your talent, it won't be a problem for you to surpass us old fellows in the future. I look forward to your growth. The heavenly fire monarch said with a smile. The Chaos Heaven Emperor nodded and did not say anything. Shua. At this moment, the world viewing gate flashed and suddenly disappeared. The heavenly fire monarch and the Chaos Heaven Emperor also disappeared. Lu Ming's heart trembled. The two great emperors disappeared just like that. Could it be that they had died? It was obvious that everything that had happened today had been planned by the great emperors. Chapter 2005. Uncle Kong, could it be that the two great emperors have already fallen? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. I don't think so. Uncle Kong shook his head, but then said, but it's also very dangerous. They burned themselves and merged with the Gate of Realm Viewing, increasing the power of the Gate of Realm Viewing. However, their origin chi was greatly damaged, and they don't have much combat power left. And now, most of the territory of the Heaven Realm is under the control of the Evil God tribe. Now that they have been brought into the Heaven Realm by the Gate of Realm Viewing, if they are lucky and fall into the territory of the human race or the monster race, it will be fine. If they fall into the territory of the Evil God tribe, it will be dangerous. After saying that, Uncle Kong sighed. They lacked manpower, so they could only do this. If there were a few more great emperors, perhaps they wouldn't have to use such an extreme method. Lu Ming's heart trembled. In other words, the two great emperors' life and death were unpredictable. The two great emperors were high and mighty, almost immortal. In the land of Yuan Mountain, they were almost invincible. Such an existence was now putting himself in danger for the sake of Yuan Mountain. His life and death were unpredictable. It was admirable. Lu Ming, you don't have to be sad. Maybe they will be fine. Great Emperor Wu Xiang comforted Lu Ming. You still have to be sad. Great Emperor Wu Xiang's cold and arrogant voice sounded. He stared at Lu Ming and said, this battle is just a small interlude. The final battle will come sooner or later. We all know this. Great Emperor Hun Tian and Heavenly Fire also know this. They risked their lives to protect the land of Yuan Mountain. More importantly, they want to protect the younger generation. This is because your generation has reached a golden age. Many geniuses have gathered. You are the hope of the future. If a true powerful figure can be born in your generation, we will then have hope. Therefore, Lu Ming, grow up well. Definitely. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably firm. At this moment, he thought of many things. Perhaps, the three great emperors established the Sacred Academy of Yuan Mountain and spent a lot of effort to gather all the geniuses in the land of Yuan Mountain. They did their best to train them so that they could grow faster. It could be said that Great Emperor Wu Xiang, Great Emperor Hun Tian, and Great Emperor Heavenly Fire did not have the slightest selfishness. They were wholeheartedly for the Yuan realm, wholeheartedly to fight against the foreign race. Let's go out. It's time for this battle to end, Emperor Wu Xiang said. Several great emperors stepped out. In the next moment, they arrived in the airspace above Celestial City. The battle in Celestial City was still ongoing. It was incomparably bitter. Many figures were fighting in the sky. They were all martial emperors and the scene was shocking. Clang. In Uncle Kong's hand, a sword light burst forth. A shocking sword light cut across the sky, splitting the entire sky apart. Several fiend god true emperors were slain in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Emperor Wu Xiang, Holy Emperor, and the others also made their moves. A Grand Emperor crushed the true emperors and void emperors of the fiend god tribe. Emperor blood dyed the sky red. In the blink of an eye, dozens of evil god tribes' emperor realm experts were killed. The great emperors have won. On Yuan Mountain's side, seeing the great emperor take action, someone immediately roared. The great emperor won. The roars became louder and louder, and the morale of Yuan Mountain's side increased greatly. As for the evil god tribe, their morale was greatly reduced. They saw the great emperors of the primordial mountain attacking, but they didn't see the great emperors of the evil god race attacking. At this moment, they panicked. Uft. Uft. The 4 great emperors attacked, and the evil god tribe's emperor realm experts were killed one after another. In this way, the great emperors of Yuan Mountain were free to attack, and the battle became one-sided. Large numbers of evil god tribe members were killed. Retreat, retreat. The evil god tribe members roared. Retreat, hide. Countless evil god tribe members flew in all directions. Some flew out of Celestial City, some flew directly into the city, and some even sank into the ground. Kill, don't let any of them go. The experts of Yuan Mountain roared and chased after the evil god tribe members. The 4 great emperors killed a few more evil god tribe members, and then stopped and didn't continue to attack. Because of the previous battle, the 4 great emperors were seriously injured and needed to heal. Uncle Kong, are you all okay? Lu Ming was a little worried. I'm fine, I'm old. I just need to rest for a while, Uncle Kong said. His eyes became turbid again, and the aura of his body seemed to be very weak. Lu Ming, we need to heal. We'll leave the rest to you, Great Emperor Wuxiang said. Then the 4 great emperors left one after another. As for Lu Ming, he sent a message to Huang Ling and the others. He found Huang Ling and the others' location, and joined them to hunt down the fleeing evil god tribe members. This pursuit lasted for a few days. Countless evil god tribe members were killed, and their corpses covered the inside and outside of Celestial City. However, there were still many evil god tribe members who fled into the wild mountains or various secret places to hide. One could imagine that if these evil god tribe members weren't eliminated, sooner or later, they would evolve into forces like the evil spirit religion and demon spirit religion, hunting the Yuan realm's powerhouses and geniuses. A few days later, the great emperors issued an order, summoning everyone to hunt evil god tribe members in Yuan Mountain. There would be corresponding rewards. For a time, countless people formed teams and hunted all over Yuan Mountain, sweeping through the evil god tribe. Many evil god tribe members were found and killed. In a flash, 2 months passed. On this day, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others flew towards a wild mountain. Wei Xian, you can't have sense wrongly, right? Is it really in this direction? Huang Li looked at a young man with a puzzled expression. It shouldn't be wrong, it's in this direction, the young man said. The young man was called Wei Xian, a member of Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy's Dragon Alliance. 2 months ago, he joined Lu Ming's team. Wei Xian had a powerful tracking talent. He could track the enemy based on extremely weak smells and auras. In the past 2 months, they had already tracked down and killed several batches of evil god tribe members. Most of them relied on Wei Xian's tracking technique. But this time, they had already tracked for 3 days, but they still couldn't find the evil god tribe members. No wonder Huang Li had doubts. They continued to fly. Not long after, Wei Xian suddenly stopped. Why aren't we moving? Everyone was puzzled. What a strong smell of blood. Wei Xian frowned. Smell of blood? I don't smell it. Huang Li sniffed, but he didn't smell anything. I smell it. What a strong smell of blood. Chirp chirp. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and sniffed. Let's set off quickly. Lu Ming's face sank. Wei Xian led the way and flew towards the place where the smell of blood was. Not long after, they came to a town. But now, this town was lifeless and dead silent. Everyone was dead. Blood dyed the ground red, and the smell of blood was incomparably strong. In the town, corpses were piled up into mountains, and blood flowed into rivers. Chapter 2006. Darn evil god tribe. Huang Li roared angrily as veins popped out all over his body. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Luo Tianyi, Luo Xiang, Ouyang Wushuang and company also emitted cold-killing intent. Clearly, this was the work of the evil god tribe. Wherever the evil god tribe passed, blood flowed like a river, leaving nothing behind. The reason why the evil god tribe killed so many people is to use the smell of blood to conceal their auras, so as to escape our pursuit. Wei Xian gritted his teeth as he clenched his fists tightly. These words made Lu Ming and company's killing intent even stronger. The evil god tribe had killed so many people just to use the smell of blood to conceal their auras, so as to escape their pursuit. Their methods were so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. Darn evil god tribe. Kill, kill. We must kill all these beasts. Huang Li roared angrily. There was no room for reconciliation between the evil god tribe and them. When both sides met, there was only killing. It's either you die or I die. Wei Xian, can you continue tracking? Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down before asking. These evil god tribe members are very cunning. They massacred the entire city and collected a large amount of blood. Moreover, they separated into a few paths and scattered their blood along the way to deceive us. However, they still underestimated me. As long as you give me some time, I will be able to find the correct direction, Wei Xian said. All right, let's set off. Lu Ming nodded. The group circled around the city. Wei Xian sensed carefully, and after a moment, he pointed to the left and led the way. The rest followed. This time, after another half a day, they arrived at the entrance of a hidden valley. There were many mountains here, one after another. It was as if there was no end to them. If they did not have powerful tracking techniques, it would not be easy to find them if they hid here. The evil god tribe is in this valley, Wei Xian said. All right, Wei Xian, the few of you guard the valley entrance. Lu Ming looked at Wei Xian and a few desolate race members with weaker cultivation levels. Can I join the battle? The alliance leader is my idol, Wei Xian said. 2 months ago, he had taken the initiative to find Lu Ming and company. The moment he saw Lu Ming, he said that Lu Ming was his idol. He had joined the Dragon Alliance because of this. In the beginning, Lu Ming was rather speechless. But during this period of time, Wei Xian had already integrated into the team and obtained everyone's approval. However, Wei Xian's cultivation was still a little low. He had just broken through to Great Sage not long ago. Lu Ming didn't want him to take the risk. Your duty at the entrance of the valley is also very important. If any fish escapes the net, you will be responsible for sniping, Lu Ming said. Wei Xian was helpless. He knew that his cultivation was weak, and if he followed them in, he might be a burden to Lu Ming and the others. Thus he nodded and stayed. Lu Ming, Huang Li, Huang Ling, Long Chun, Luo Xiang, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Tianyi, and Bubbles retracted their auras and walked towards the valley. In the valley, there were at least several tens of members of the evil god tribe gathered together. Some were recuperating, while others were cultivating. Enemy attack. The evil god race was very sharp. The moment Lu Ming and the others entered the valley, they were discovered by the evil god race. Several tens of members of the evil god tribe unleashed their auras at the same time, and their gazes swept toward Lu Ming and the others. A few youths kill. When some members of the evil god race saw that Lu Ming and the others were just youths, they immediately roared. Destructive light burst forth from their third eyes, and they charged toward Lu Ming and the others. At the same time, the third eyes of the other members of the evil god race shot out beams of destructive light with astonishing might. The members of the evil god race who could escape here were all experts. At the very least, they were absolute sages. Most of them were quasi-emperors. Kill! Lu Ming and the others shouted. They unleashed their attacks, shattering the beams of destructive light as they charged toward the evil god race. After such a long period of fighting, Lu Ming and the others' strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Almost every one of them had the strength to contend against, or even kill, an ordinary quasi-emperor. As for Lu Ming and Bubbles, their battle prowess was even more astonishing. With a wave of their hands, they killed quasi-emperors. In an instant, more than 10 members of the evil god race were killed by them. The remaining members of the evil god race had extremely ugly expressions. They knew that they had encountered terrifying geniuses. Retreat, retreat. Some members of the evil god race roared, wanting to retreat into the depths of the valley. Bubbles stopped them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Watch me chirp chirp. Bubbles pressed down with her small hand. The void fluctuated, and the space formed many shields, enveloping the evil god race within. Boom. Boom. The attacks of the evil god race struck the spatial shields. They wanted to charge out, but they couldn't break through them at all. Then Lu Ming and the others arrived, and the members of the evil god race were killed one by one. Courting death. At this moment, an explosive roar came from the depths of the valley, causing the entire valley to tremble. A vast might spread out from the depths of the valley. That was Emperor's might. There was actually an Emperor Realm Evil God race member in this valley. No wonder those members of the Evil God race wanted to charge into the depths of the valley just now. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others turned somewhat grave. Swoosh. 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 Lu Ming continuously used the primal chaos tribulation finger. Streams of finger energy rushed out, killing all the remaining members of the Evil God race. In the next moment, a strong wind blew. A tall and burly Evil God race member rushed out and landed heavily on the ground. A vast pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others, as heavy as a mountain. This was a genuine Emperor Realm Evil God race member. However, it seemed like he was only an illusionary emperor. He's injured, Huang Ling said. Indeed, half of this Evil God race member's body had exploded. There was a layer of flames burning on the wound, giving off sizzling sounds, preventing the Evil God race member from recovering. Clearly, this Evil God race member had fled here with serious injuries and was recuperating. However, Lu Ming and the others didn't dare to be careless. Even an injured martial emperor was definitely terrifying. Even if I'm injured, I can kill you all. Kill. The Evil God race's illusionary emperor shouted. The third eye at the center of his brows shot out a destructive light. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger with all his might. A huge finger collided with the other party's light of destruction. Boom. A loud sound rang out, and the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger shattered. However, Lu Ming blocked the destructive light as well. Lu Ming's figure trembled as he moved back. He felt his qi and blood surging. The martial emperor realm is indeed strong. Lu Ming thought to himself. Given Lu Ming's current combat prowess, killing a quasi-emperor would be as easy as taking something out of his pocket. However, he was at a disadvantage after exchanging one move with the other party. Martial emperors were too strong. They had already refined world energy and possessed unparalleled offensive power. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a martial emperor was too great. Lu Ming sighed. However, he didn't know that the other party was even more shocked. It was just the absolute sage. To think that the other party could block one of his moves. This was simply inconceivable. Martial emperors were aloof existences with boundless lifespans. In some places, they were called immortal. When facing a martial emperor, those below martial emperor could not resist at all. They could kill them with just a thought. Chapter 2007. Kill. Kill. This brat must die. The Evil God race martial emperor roared in his heart. If such an outstanding talent matured, he would be a great enemy of their race. Boundless light burst forth from the Evil God race martial emperor's body, and his aura grew increasingly stronger. A huge battle axe appeared in his hand. I'll block him from the front. Bubble will coordinate with me. You guys attack from the back. Lu Ming sent voice transmissions to everyone. His acupoints lit up, and 10 odd holy weapons floated out and circled around him. Whoosh! Lu Ming executed the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger again and pointed. A huge Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger shot towards the other party. Kill. The quasi-emperor of the Evil God tribe hollered as his burly body charged toward Lu Ming. His third eye once again emitted a beam of destructive light. At the same time he brandished his battle axe and charged at Lu Ming. At this moment, Bubble pressed his hands together, and a transparent bubble enveloped the quasi-emperor. At the same time, the surrounding space turned into spatial blades that chopped at the quasi-emperor. Break for me. The Evil God race martial emperor roared. His realm energy erupted, and the transparent bubble shook intensely, looking like it would shatter at any moment. At the same time, he continuously swung his battle axe, shattering Bubble's attacks. At this moment, the attacks of the others arrived as well. A blazing phoenix spread its wings and flew towards the Evil God race martial emperor. An immemorial dragonesque elephant stepped on the void and pressed forward. A star and a terrifying sword light charged at the Evil God race martial emperor at the same time. Following that, Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang attacked as well. With so many people attacking together, the might was astonishing. The Evil God race martial emperor roared and continuously swung his battle axe, breaking apart the attacks. Whoosh! The Evil God race martial emperor's third eye shot out another destructive light, shattering the transparent bubble. All of you die. The evil god race martial emperor roared. His third eye shot out a dazzling light. Boundless energy in the world gathered towards that eye. Oh no! Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Bubble executed the space-time laws. Space-time power enveloped Lu Ming and the others, increasing their speed. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, more than 10 beams of light shot out of the evil god race's martial emperor's eyes at a startling speed. Fortunately, each of them was enveloped in the law of space and time. Their speed increased sharply, and in a flash, they dodged the attack of the light. Lu Ming continuously dodged the attacks of the light. With a wave of his hand, 9 hell-suppressing steels appeared and shot towards the evil god race's martial emperor. Prison-suppressing steel. The evil god race's martial emperor exclaimed. His voice contained shock and fear. He brandished his battle axe and slashed at the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! Boom! After 9 consecutive explosions, he destroyed 9 of the prison-suppressing monument's phantoms. However, he was also suppressed by the prison-suppressing monument's miraculous powers, and was forced to retreat. It is indeed effective. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The hell-suppressing steel was indeed effective against the evil god tribe. Lu Ming continued to execute the suppressing hell heavenly skill. Shadows of suppressing hell steels appeared and flew towards the evil god tribe's martial emperor. At the same time, Bubble and the others continued to attack the evil god clan's martial emperors. For a time, the evil god race's martial emperor was at a disadvantage. Roar! Boundless talisman scripts spread out from Lu Ming's hand, forming a true dragon that charged at the evil god race's martial emperor. The might of this true dragon was extremely startling. Although the evil god race's martial emperor exploded, it turned into boundless talisman scripts that covered the evil god race's martial emperor, forming a sealing power. In the past, Lu Ming had not only made breakthroughs in his cultivation, but also made significant progress in other aspects. Now he could already merge the sealing scroll, illusion spirit scroll, and destruction scroll together to attack. When the 3 scrolls merged together, their might was extremely horrifying. They had both the terrifying power of destruction and the power of sealing. Furthermore, when the 3 scrolls merged together, Lu Ming's array Dao laws reached 99% completion. One could say that the might of the 3 scrolls merged together was no weaker than the primal chaos tribulation finger. After all, the evil god race's martial emperor was severely injured, and his combat prowess was greatly reduced. As for Lu Ming and the others, they were all astonishingly strong. Lu Ming's combat prowess was already sufficient for him to fight the other party head-on. Furthermore, Bubble's space-time laws restricted the other party, weakening the other party's combat prowess. The others focused their attacks on the evil god race's martial emperor's wounds, worsening his injuries. Of course, the thing that injured the evil god race's martial emperor the most was the hell-suppressing heavenly art. After exchanging several dozen moves, the evil god race's martial emperor's injuries worsened. His aura was much weaker than before. Destruction. Primal chaos tribulation finger. At this moment Lu Ming circulated all his sacred energy and pointed with his finger at full power. An incomparably huge finger condensed and descended from the sky, pressing down on the evil god race's martial emperor. Furthermore, the surface of this finger not only had the primal chaos laws, but also densely packed talisman scripts. This was a trump card that Lu Ming had come up with during this period. He merged the might of the destruction scroll with the primal chaos tribulation finger. The primal chaos tribulation finger already had terrifying offensive power. Now, with the addition of the destruction scroll's power, its might was even more horrifying. This already involved the fusion of 2 types of laws. Although it was not a complete fusion, only a superficial fusion, its might was already extremely terrifying. It had become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Lu Ming named it, Destruction. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. How can it be so strong? The evil god race's martial emperor roared. The might of this finger shocked him, and he felt a fatal threat. He found it hard to imagine that an absolute saint could launch such a terrifying attack. I have to block it. The evil god race's martial emperor circulated all his strength and crazily erupted, wanting to block this finger. However, at this moment, Another transparent bubble enveloped him. At the same time, the space around him seemed to freeze and crazily press down on him. There was even a terrifying power of time acting on his wounds. This was the power of time acceleration, causing his wounds to worsen. At the same time, the attacks of the others arrived. Lu Ming and the others cooperated seamlessly. Roar! The evil god race's martial emperor roared, and chopped down with his axe with all his strength. However, his strength was greatly restricted. The might he could bring out was limited. When the battle axe and the huge finger clashed, there was a terrifying explosion. Wang! The battle axe vibrated. The evil god race's martial emperor could not hold on to the battle axe, and was sent flying. The huge finger tapped the evil god race's martial emperor. The powerful force wanted to blast him apart. Boom! The evil god race's martial emperor's body crashed heavily into the valley. The entire valley directly shattered. Everything within a few thousand miles exploded. Countless rocks flew everywhere. The scene was extremely horrifying. This move severely injured the evil god race's martial emperor, who was on the verge of death. Prison suppressing steel suppress. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine lit up. The prison suppressing steel bloodline flew out. Chapter 2008. The two fragments of the hell suppressing steel's bloodline gathered together. At this moment, the two large characters on the two fragments shone brightly. They gave off a startling suppressive force as they pressed down on the evil god race martial emperor. No! The evil god race martial emperor roared in horror. The evil god race martial emperor was already severely injured. Now he struggled to stand up and burst forth with his remaining strength, wanting to block the hell-suppressing steel. Boom! The evil god race martial emperor raised both hands and burst forth with all his strength. However, when his palms came into contact with the hell-suppressing steel, his body trembled violently. The horror on his face intensified. The evil god race martial emperor's body kept exploding. After a few breaths, the evil god race martial emperor's body completely exploded, turning into ashes, leaving behind only a storage bracelet and a battle axe. Lu Ming waved his hand and grabbed the storage bracelet. The others released a long breath. It was impossible to say that they did not feel any pressure when facing a martial emperor. Fortunately, the other party was severely injured earlier, greatly reducing his combat prowess. Otherwise, even if they worked together, they might not be a match for him. A martial emperor was a martial emperor, after all. Even a faux emperor was extremely terrifying. Let's recover here first. After patrolling the valley, Lu Ming did not discover anything strange. He planned to recover here first, adjusting his condition to peak condition before returning. Everyone nodded and sat down cross-legged, starting to recover. Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram and arrived beside the Heavenly Emperor's body. Over the past 2 months, every time Lu Ming killed an evil god race cultivator and obtained a crystal, he would refine the energy of the crystal into the Heavenly Emperor's body. Now, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body exceeded 10%. Lu Ming could now control the Heavenly Emperor's body completely. However, unless he had no other choice, Lu Ming would not use the Heavenly Emperor's body easily. After using it, it would be too difficult to store up that much energy again, requiring a shocking amount of resources. Lu Ming took out the evil god race martial emperor's storage bracelet. In the next moment, a large pile of crystals appeared on the ground. Martial emperors indeed have a lot of resources. Looking at the large pile of crystals, Lu Ming revealed a smile. Bang! 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 Next, Lu Ming activated his cultivation technique, causing a large pile of crystals to explode and be absorbed by the celestial Thearcha's body. After absorbing all the energy from the crystals, the energy stored in the celestial emperor's body reached 12%. I wonder how powerful the celestial emperor's body will be if I control it now. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. This was the physical body of a heavenly emperor. The power that erupted from it was absolutely unimaginable. Then Lu Ming took out some origin stones, swallowed and refined them, and restored himself to his peak state. When everyone had recovered to their peak condition, they returned to the celestial city. During this period of time, the evil god race in Heaven Empyrean City had basically been wiped clean. Heaven Empyrean City, began a large-scale reconstruction. The Origin Mountain Sacred Academy was reopened. Alliance leader, the Wei clan has already begun to rebuild. I'll return to the Wei clan first. If you have time, come visit the Wei clan. Wei Xian said with a smile. All right, I hope the Wei clan can rise again. Lu Ming patted Wei Xian's shoulder. The Wei clan was originally a pretty good force in Celestial City with a true emperor overseeing it. However, the Wei clan's location was very close to the original Celestial Emperor Mountain. When the evil god race attacked, the Wei clan bore the brunt. In that battle, the upper echelons of the Wei clan were almost wiped out. All the Emperor Realm powerhouses were killed by the evil god race. The Wei clan was almost completely destroyed. Only a few members of the Wei clan who were not in the clan managed to preserve their lives. For example, Wei Xian was in the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy back then. That was why he was fine. Now, the remaining members of the Wei clan were rebuilding the clan. After Wei Xian left, Lu Ming and the others strolled around Celestial City. Celestial City had suffered a great battle and was severely damaged. All kinds of ancient ruins had collapsed. No one knew how long it would take to repair them. Boom. Suddenly, there was a rumble, and several figures were blasted out of a collapsed palace. What are you doing? This is my Lu clan's residence. One of them roared at the palace. From now on, it belongs to my Hung clan. A cold voice sounded. More than 10 figures stepped out and appeared in the air. People of the Hung clan. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Lu Ming and the others. During the great battle back then, the Hung clan was nowhere to be seen. Now that the battle was won and the evil god race was annihilated, the Hung clan immediately ran out. And from the looks of it, they seemed to want to invade the territory of other forces. Your Hung clan is simply despicable and shameless. Why didn't you make a move during the battle with the evil god race? Now that the battle is over, you run out and want to take over my Lu clan's residence. Despicable. In the Lu clan, a young man roared in anger. How dare you humiliate my Hung clan? You deserve to die. An expert of the Hung clan roared. A sword light burst forth, slashing towards the young man from the Lu clan. The person from the Hung clan who made a move was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. The young man from the Lu clan couldn't resist at all. Boom. A fist crossed the void and defeated the sword light of the Hung clan expert. It was Huang Li who made a move. His eyes were filled with anger. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our Hung clan? You're courting death. The experts of the Hung clan glanced at Huang Li before looking at Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, someone's expression changed. Lu Ming. He is Lu Ming. It is true that your Hung clan is despicable and shameless. Can't you let others say it? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Lu Ming. Are you sure you want to interfere in my Hung clan's matters? A quasi-emperor of the Hung clan looked coldly at Lu Ming. Scram. Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward. A violent pressure pressed down on the people of the Hung clan. The expressions of the 10-odd people of the Hung clan changed drastically. Under this pressure, they retreated continuously. They looked at Lu Ming with horror in their eyes. Lu Ming was becoming more and more terrifying. When ordinary quasi-emperors faced Lu Ming, it was as if they were facing a huge monster. They couldn't even think of resisting. Lu Ming, just you wait. A quasi-emperor of the Hung clan left behind some ruthless words and left dejectedly. Many thanks. The few people of the Lu clan thanked Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming shook his head and didn't say anything. He left with Huang Li and the others. He understood that he could only help the Lu clan for a while. Since the Hung clan returned and wanted to annex the Lu clan definitely couldn't be saved. They continued to stroll around. However, what they saw next filled them with righteous indignation. Not only did the Hung clan return, but the He clan also returned. These two overlords of Celestial Emperor City were great emperor-level factions. They possessed incomparably strong combat strength. However, the figures of these two clans were nowhere to be seen in the previous battle. After the battle ended, the people of these two clans appeared. The key was that the Hung clan and the He clan were taking the opportunity to annex the territories of other factions. In the past, the Hung clan and the He clan were enemies. The other factions in Celestial Emperor City were also very strong. If they worked together, they could still contend against the two clans. However, after the battle with the evil god tribe, many factions in Celestial Emperor City suffered heavy losses. They were simply unable to fight against the Hung clan and the He clan. Chapter 2009. Despicable. How despicable. Huang Li couldn't help but roar. The eyes of the others were also filled with anger. Some factions wanted to resist, but they were killed immediately. Their abilities were limited, and they couldn't do anything about it. Oh no, the Wei clan is in danger. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. Almost all of the Wei clan's martial emperors were dead. Only a few people were left to rebuild the Wei clan. There were no experts at all. The Wei clan's residents and other resources would definitely be targeted by the Hung clan and the He clan. Wei Xian had just returned, and he would probably be in danger. Thinking of this, the others' expressions changed. Let's go to the Wei clan. Lu Ming led the way to the Wei clan, and the others followed. At this moment, the Wei clan was indeed in danger. The He clan had their eyes on this place. Bang! A Wei clan's martial emperor killed a martial emperor of the He clan with a single slash. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. If you don't, you'll die. A martial emperor of the He clan sneered and looked down at the remaining members of the Wei clan. There were only about 100 people left in the Wei clan, and the strongest was only a martial emperor. It was impossible for them to fight against the He clan. The He clan is despicable. In the previous battle, no one dared to fight. What kind of martial emperors are you? You're worse than shit. Wei Xian had also returned to the Wei clan. At this moment he was furious. Brat, how dare you humiliate the He clan and the martial emperor of the He clan? You'll suffer a terrible fate. I promise. A martial emperor of the He clan walked toward Wei Xian with a cold gaze. I'm from the Origin Mountain Academy. How dare you touch me? Wei Xian said. So what if you're from the Origin Mountain Academy? I'll still kill you. The martial emperor of the He clan shouted coldly, and was about to kill Wei Xian. Wei Xian, go quickly. I'll stop them. A white-haired elder of the Wei clan shouted, and charged toward the martial emperor of the He clan. Old dog, how dare you resist? Since that's the case, the Wei clan doesn't need to stay in this world anymore. Kill them all. A martial emperor of the He clan ordered. There were more than a dozen martial emperors and dozens of absolute saints from the He clan. Their strength was far stronger than the remaining members of the Wei clan. Whoosh! Whoosh! The strong cultivators of the Hung family moved. More than a dozen boundary emperors and dozens of absolute saints charged toward the Wei family. There were only 5 or 6 great emperors left in the Wei clan. The others were either absolute saints or below absolute saints. They couldn't fend off the He clan's attacks at all. All of a sudden, the Wei clan members were killed one after another. Screams of agony filled the air. Watching the Wei family members being slaughtered one after another, Wei Xian roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. In the blink of an eye, only a few quasi-emperors of the Wei clan remained, still resisting with all their might. However, their fate was already sealed when they were surrounded by more than 10 boundary emperors from the He clan. Soon, all the Wei clan quasi-emperors were killed. Of the Wei clan's people, only Wei Xian remained. This was done on purpose. Otherwise, Wei Xian would have died long ago. Your He clan will die a horrible death. Wei Xian roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot from anger. Pa! A quasi-emperor of the He clan slapped Wei Xian in the face, sending him flying and crashing into a dilapidated wall of the Wei clan. Whoosh! The He clan quasi-emperor moved and appeared beside Wei Xian, stepping on him. So what if you are from the Origin Mountain Sacred Court? You are still trampled under my feet like a dead dog. Ha! This He clan quasi-emperor laughed arrogantly. You better move your feet away. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. At this moment, an extremely cold voice came from afar. Following that, more than 10 figures appeared nearby with a flash. These people were Lu Ming and the others. Alliance Chief. Seeing Lu Ming, Wei Xian roared. His eyes were filled with hope. It's Lu Ming. Someone in the He clan recognized Lu Ming and exclaimed. The expressions of the other He clan members also changed abruptly. Lu Ming had made a name for himself in the world of the lotus flower. Even the eternal Star River was defeated by Lu Ming. No one below Martial Emperor did not fear him. I said, move your feet away. Did you not hear me? Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He glanced at the He clan quasi-emperor who was stepping on Wei Xian, and walked toward him step by step. The He clan quasi-emperor had a grave expression. He said, Lu Ming, this is my He clan's matter. You better mind your own business. It seems like you want to die, Lu Ming said coldly. Just as Lu Ming's voice fell, a transparent bubble enveloped the He clan quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor's body stiffened. Sacred power surged in Lu Ming's hand and condensed into a long spear. The long spear was covered with runes of destruction array Dao. No, stop. The He clan quasi-emperor panicked. He screamed in horror and struggled with all his might. However, it was all in vain. Whoosh. Lu Ming swung his hand and the long spear shot out like lightning. It pierced through the quasi-emperor's head and brought the quasi-emperor's body tens of thousands of meters away before nailing him to the ground. Don't let any of them off. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Haha, I've long wanted to make a move. Huang Li's eyes were cold as he charged toward the He clan's experts. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also attacked the He clan's people. Lu Ming, you've already offended the Hung clan. It won't do you any good to offend my He clan. A He clan's expert roared. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The fist force crushed and a quasi-emperor of the He family was torn into pieces. In Lu Ming's eyes, the He clan's people were all scum and deserved to die. Let's go. The He clan's experts roared. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. Their figures flickered and rushed in all directions, wanting to escape. However, before they could get far, they seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall and were all blocked. The bubble made a move and sealed the space. Lu Ming, all the experts of my He clan have returned to Celestial City. There are many Emperor-level experts nearby. If you kill us, you will die too. A He clan quasi-emperor roared. Let's end this quickly. This was Lu Ming's response. With a wave of his hand, 9 prison-suppressing monument phantoms appeared and suppressed them. One by one, the He clan's experts were killed. At the same time, the bubble and the others also made a move. It was a complete suppression. In the blink of an eye, only a few of the He clan's experts were left. Lu Ming, we have already sent out the news. You will die without a doubt. The last He clan quasi-emperor roared before he was killed by Lu Ming with a punch. Let's go back to the Origin Mountain Academy. Lu Ming waved his hand and his saint power surged. He swept up Wei Xian and flew toward the Origin Mountain Academy at the fastest speed. Not long after they left, several figures appeared in the sky above the Wei clan, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. These figures were all martial emperors. Obviously, they were all experts of the He clan. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Report this. This time, we must kill Lu Ming. Chapter 2010. Many places in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard were almost restored, but some cultivation grounds were not yet restored. Now there were very few geniuses in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Most of them had returned to their respective forces. Only a few geniuses and the teachers of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard were still there. Of course, because of the previous massacre of the evil god tribe's remnants in Celestial City, many powerful experts temporarily stayed in Celestial City. For example, some experts from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect temporarily stayed in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Lu Ming and the others returned to the mountain where they lived to treat Wei Xian's injuries. Fortunately, Wei Xian's injuries were not serious, and he recovered quickly. However, his eyes were very sad. The huge Wei clan was almost wiped out, and he was the only one left. He clan. Wei Xian clenched his fists, and his killing intent was endless. At this time, outside the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, a group of powerful experts arrived. These were the experts of the He clan, and the leaders were true emperors. He Gao was among them. Everyone, this is the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, please wait. 2 teachers of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard appeared and blocked the experts of the He clan. Is Lu Ming in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard? Ask him to come out and die. He Gao said coldly. He had wanted to kill Lu Ming for a long time. Everyone, this is the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. No matter what grudges you have with Lu Ming, settle it outside the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. A teacher of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard said, "Since you don't want to ask Lu Ming to come out, then we will go in and find him." Another true emperor of the He clan said and stepped forward. "Everyone, please wait." The teacher of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard stretched out his hand and blocked in front of him. "Get lost." The He clan's true emperor blasted out a palm, and the terrifying palm force directly sent the teacher of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard flying and vomiting blood. The teacher of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard was only a void emperor, and he could not stop the other party at all. "Let's go." Many experts of the He clan completely ignored the teachers of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard and rushed into the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Their spiritual sense swept unscrupulously, and they wanted to find Lu Ming. Spread the news. The two Yuanshan Holy Courtyard teachers had ugly expressions as they spread the news. The Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard originally had 3 great emperors. Other forces did not dare to be presumptuous in the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. However, after the battle with the evil god tribe, 2 great emperors of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard had fallen. This matter had already spread throughout the land of Yuan Mountain. Therefore, the He family dared to barge into the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard without any scruples. At the residence of Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, Lu Ming and the others felt a powerful spiritual sense sweep over them and stop on their bodies. The He clan is here. Lu Ming's eyes darkened, revealing a trace of cold light. She did not expect that the He clan would actually dare to search the Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard unscrupulously. Boom. Boom. In the distance, a group of experts stepped through the air, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for Lu Ming and the others to breathe. Lu Ming and the others rushed out of the room and stood in the air. He Gao. Lu Ming saw He Gao at a glance, and He Gao's eyes also swept towards Lu Ming and the others. When he swept past Lu Ming, it was full of killing intent, but when he swept past Xiang Xiang, it was full of greed. Xiang Xiang, he must get it. Lu Ming, you killed many experts of my He clan for no reason. You must pay with your life. He Gao was the first to speak, full of cold killing intent. For no reason? What a joke. You said that a life for a life. They killed so many people of the Wei clan. They are also paying with their lives. Lu Ming sneered. How can the people of the Wei clan be compared with my He clan? He Gao retorted. Ha ha. This time, Lu Ming laughed crazily. His laughter was full of contempt. This made the faces of the He clan sink. Your He clan can still put yourself in such a high position. In my opinion, your He clan is not even comparable to a dog. Lu Ming mocked. What did you say? Courting death. Reckless dog. The people of the He clan were furious. You still have the face? Let me ask you, when the evil god tribe invaded, where did your He clan go? In order to protect the land of Yuan Mountain, the others risked their lives and fought a bloody battle with the evil god tribe. But your He clan was a coward, and when the battle ended, you ran out to reap the benefits. Are you still human? If you are not worse than a dog, then what are you? Lu Ming's mocking voice sounded continuously. When he thought of the various great emperors fighting to the death, and in the end, the Chaos Heaven Great Emperor and Heavenly Fire Great Emperor's lives were unknown. There were also some other forces that suffered heavy losses in the battle with the evil god tribe, and many experts died. But now the He clan and Hung clan ran out to snatch the territories of these forces, and even killed the people of these forces. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's anger burned fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? How dare you insult my He clan? You are courting death. You have a sharp tongue. You must die today. The people of the He clan shouted one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The people of the He clan emitted a powerful aura. Lu Ming, let me tell you, no one can save you today, not even Great Emperor Wu Xiang. Also, this old man will help you take care of your disciple Xiang Xiang, he. He Gao transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Old dog. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment on the nearby mountain peak, several figures flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the others. Their bodies also emitted powerful auras. There were void emperors, true emperors, and all. These experts came from the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Divine Origin Empire, and other forces. They had just wiped out the evil god tribe and temporarily stayed here, not returning yet. You want to stop my He clan with just a few small forces? You overestimate yourselves. He Gao sneered. Then several figures flashed over from afar, and all of them were terrifying experts. There were even more experts from the He clan, most of whom were martial emperors. There were also a few true emperors. The number of experts from the He clan caused the experts from the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect to be greatly alarmed. The He clan was a great emperor-level force. They were too powerful, and had many true emperors. It was not something the likes of the Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect could compare to. Today I will personally take Lu Ming's head. He Gao spoke and stepped forward, his powerful aura locking onto Lu Ming. The true emperors from the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and Divine Origin Empire wanted to help. But they were locked onto by the He clan's aura. The moment they moved, the He clan would unleash a thunderous attack. Lu Ming's expression turned solemn. He was locked onto by He Gao's aura, and he could not move at all. A true emperor was too strong, and he was not someone he could fight against. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in them. He was considering whether or not to take control of the Heaven Emperor's body. Let's see how you kill him. Chapter 2011. A figure landed in front of Lu Ming and cut off He Gao's aura, relieving the pressure on Lu Ming. Senior Bingmu. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. That figure was actually Qiuyu's master, Bingmu. If you want to fight, I'll kill you too. He Gao was incomparably domineering. His palm was like a blade, slashing down at Bingmu, wanting to kill him. Ice seal. Bingmu pointed with his finger. Suddenly, with Bingmu's finger as the center, endless ice spread out, as if it could freeze everything. The temperature of the world plummeted. A terrifying cold chi not only froze He Gao's saber light, but it also extended towards He Gao. Break for me! He Gao roared out. His world energy erupted as a terrifying power blasted towards the icy chi. However, wherever the cold chi passed, even the world energy of the ice curtain was frozen. The terrifying cold chi enveloped He Gao. In the blink of an eye, an ice mountain appeared in the air, and He Gao was frozen inside. Just one move was enough to freeze a true emperor. This was quite shocking. One could see He Gao's shocked expression through the iceberg. He didn't expect to be frozen by Bingmu in one move. Attack together. A true emperor from the He clan roared, and attacked the iceberg together. Boom. The iceberg exploded, and He Gao retreated frantically. His face was pale, and his body was covered in a layer of frost. She's strong, attack together and kill her. He Gao roared and channeled his world energy to expel the frost from his body. Meanwhile, the true emperors from the He clan attacked Bingmu together. The combined attack of several emperors was frightening, but Bingmu wasn't afraid at all. He pointed with his finger and an icy energy spread out, stopping all of the attacks from the He clan. So strong. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. Ice Screen's ability was indeed very powerful. The true emperors from the He clan weren't ordinary, but Bingmu was still able to stop them all. No wonder why Bingmu dared to attack Daoyuo Heaven Sect alone. Ordinary true emperors wouldn't dare to do so. After dozens of moves, the He clan's true emperors couldn't do anything to Bingmu. They retreated with an ugly expression. You're Bingmu from Seoul Sacred Palace. Someone from the He clan recognized Bingmu and said seriously, "That's right." Bingmu didn't deny it. Bingmu, are you sure you want to oppose our He clan? It's not good for Seoul Sacred Palace. He Gao said coldly. Haha, the He clan is still an imperial power, yet you're mobilizing so many experts just because some quasi-emperors can't defeat a few juniors. Don't you think it's embarrassing? Bingmu mocked. The He clan's expression turned ugly. Indeed, they were a dignified emperor-level force. However, some of the older quasi-emperors were no match for Lu Ming, a junior. Therefore, the He family mobilized so many people and sent so many martial emperors to deal with Lu Ming. Do you think that my He clan mobilized so many experts and mobilized so many people just because of this matter? One of the He clan's true emperors said. Many people's expressions changed. Could it be that the He clan came here for some other reason? Lu Ming pretended to be someone from the He clan and hunted down the Hung clan's disciples. Later on, he pretended to be someone from the Hung clan and hunted down our disciples, instigating a war between the two clans. In the end, our clan suffered great losses and deserves death. One of the He clan's true emperors said coldly. What? Many people were shocked. Such a thing actually happened? Many had heard of the war between the two clans. The reason was that the He clan's true emperor, He Gao, had taken a treasure from the Hung clan. The Hung clan was indignant and sent experts to hunt down the He clan's disciples. The He clan retaliated by sending experts to hunt down the Hung clan's disciples. Because of this, the conflict between the two sides escalated. Could it be that Lu Ming was behind this? Lu Ming had mastered the law of chaos. Apart from the law of kings and the strongest law, he could transform everything else. In that case, it was really possible. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. If this was true, then Lu Ming's means were really shocking. With his own strength, he caused two emperor-level forces to suffer heavy casualties. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. He knew that this matter couldn't be hidden for much longer. Back then, the two clans fought because of the deep conflict between them. It was like gunpowder that could be ignited at the slightest spark. However, once both sides calmed down and thought about it carefully, they would find many loopholes and easily link it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you don't need to deny it. We've carefully analyzed it and talked to the Hung clan. You're definitely behind this. One of the He clan's true emperors said. That's right, I did it. Lu Ming said. Since they had guessed it, there was no need to deny it. Little animal, you deserve to die 10,000 times. He Gao screamed, wanting nothing more than to tear Lu Ming to pieces. Lu Ming actually used his matter to start a war between the two clans. How hateful. That's right, he deserves to die 10,000 times. At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. Then another group of experts descended. The Hung clan. Bing Mu said solemnly. The Hung clan is here too. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang and the others had ugly expressions. After the He clan, the Hung clan also arrived. Moreover, the experts from the Hung clan weren't any weaker than the He clan. How were they going to fight? Lu Ming was the only one who looked calm. Lu Ming, how dare you sow discord and cause great losses to the Hung clan? You deserve to die 10,000 times. Hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword, and we'll leave your corpse intact. One of the Hung clan's true emperors said coldly. Another bunch of cowards who are worse than pigs and dogs. Lu Ming said indifferently. Some people were shocked. In the face of such a situation, Lu Ming actually dared to criticize the Hung family. He was really bold. The experts from the Hung clan were all furious. Lu Ming, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. You'll pay a heavy price for your words. One of the Hung clan's true emperors said coldly. You're so easily angered. It seems like you all know how despicable you are but refuse to admit it. Once others pointed out, you use force to suppress others to hide your despicableness and shamelessness. You're just deceiving yourselves. Despicable is despicable. Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice reverberated throughout the area. The He clan and Hung clan's faces were extremely ugly. When others were fighting against the evil god tribe, they went into hiding. After that, they came out to snatch other people's territory. They knew in their hearts whether they were despicable or not. However, they would never admit it and forbid others from saying it. Once they did, they would die. A bunch of lowly people who deceived themselves. Lu Ming's words hit the nail on the head. Chapter 2012. Well said, a group of despicable people who deceive themselves and others. A voice could be heard. The void vibrated and figures flashed. Many figures appeared beside Lu Ming and the rest. They were the teachers of Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard. The teachers of Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard included void emperors and true emperors. Boom. The aura of the teachers of Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard clashed with the aura of many experts of Hung clan, causing a terrible collision and rumbling sound in the air. The commotion here was too shocking. It spread far and wide. Outside Yuan Mountain Saint Courtyard, many people felt the pressure like a mountain. One after another rose into the air and looked at this side. The experts of He clan and Hung clan are confronting Yuan Mountain Saint courtyard. It seems like it's because of Lu Ming. He clan and Hung clan, hee, they are really shameless. Now they come out and dare to attack Yuan Mountain Saint courtyard. It's nothing more than bullying the death of two great emperors of Yuan Mountain Saint courtyard, and the injury of Wuxiang great emperor. Many people were extremely unhappy with He clan and Hung clan, but their voices were very low, for fear of being heard by the experts of the two clans. So what if they were unhappy? He clan and Hung clan were great emperor-level forces, with great emperors in charge. The number of true emperors and void emperors was even more. Today it's really lively. At this time a voice came from afar, and then everyone saw a rainbow light, like a divine sword, cut through the void and flew toward Yuan Mountain Saint courtyard. Within each streak of rainbow light was a powerhouse. Their auras were incomparably shocking. So strong, so many martial emperors. Someone exclaimed with a dignified face. When the rainbow light converged, a group of experts arrived at Yuan Mountain Saint courtyard, faintly forming a triangle with He clan and Hung clan, surrounding Lu Ming and others in the middle. Daoyuo Heaven Sect. Someone exclaimed and took a breath of cold air. The people of Daoyuo Heaven Sect also came, another great emperor-level force. Your Daoyuo Heaven Sect also wants to join in the fun? A teacher of Yuan Mountain Saint courtyard said. It's none of your business. We came today to kill Lu Ming. He killed our Daoyuo Heaven Sect's king physique. He must die. A true emperor of Daoyuo Heaven Sect said coldly. The king physique he mentioned was naturally referring to Luo Pokong. On Lu Ming's side, the expressions of many people became even more unsightly. The Hung family, the He family, and the Daoyuo Heaven Sect were all great emperor-level forces. Each of them was extremely powerful, and had a deep foundation. Each one of them was extremely terrifying. Now the three forces had joined forces to kill Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming also had some experts on his side, in addition to the teachers of Yuanshan Holy Courtyard, it was impossible for them to fight against the three major forces. The disparity in strength was too great. If they fought, they would probably be wiped out. Today, since Lu Ming is in my Yuanshan Holy Court, my Yuanshan Holy Court must protect him. A teacher of Yuanshan Holy Academy said. Then let's destroy the Yuanshan Holy Academy as well. A true emperor from the Hung clan said with murderous intent. Today, the arrival of the three major powers gave them confidence. Even if the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy was at its peak, with three great sovereigns present, they wouldn't be afraid, let alone now. Only great sovereign Wuxiang was left. The people watching from afar were shocked. Since Yuanshan Sacred Academy wanted to interfere, they even wanted to destroy Yuanshan Sacred Academy. What's the point of talking so much with them? Just destroy them. He Gao shouted, provoking everyone to attack. Suddenly, the experts of the He clan, Hung clan, and Daoyuo Heaven Sect were filled with power and murderous intent, ready to launch a thunderous attack. Get ready to fight! A true emperor from Yuanshan Holy Court roared. The experts on Lu Ming's side took out their imperial weapons, ready to fight. At that instant, a strong pressure filled the air. In the face of this pressure, even the true emperor's faces changed drastically, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. High in the sky, the void cracked, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Great Sovereign Wuxiang. Someone said with a dignified face. This figure was Great Sovereign Wuxiang. This is Yuanshan Holy Court. I won't let you touch Lu Ming. All of you back off. Great Sovereign Wuxiang said with a gentle voice, not overbearing, but there was a supreme majesty that made people dare not refute. Wuxiang, I'm afraid you can't protect him today. As soon as Great Sovereign Wuxiang's voice fell, a majestic voice was heard. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, shrouded in endless light, but many people could still recognize who it was. It was the Great Sovereign of Hung Clan. Today, the three martial monarch factions had indeed come prepared. Now the Great Sovereign had come in person. No one can save him for killing our Daoyuo Heaven Sect's imperial physique. Then another voice was heard. This voice was cold and overbearing, filled with murderous intent. In another direction, another figure appeared, shrouded in endless black light. His figure was vague, but his aura was strong and earth-shattering. The Great Sovereign of Daoyuo Heaven Sect. The great sovereign of Daluo Heaven sect was called Great Sovereign Tianluo. Two great sovereigns appeared. Their auras were extremely powerful, like two eternal universes, floating in the sky, giving people a strong pressure. It's over, Lu Ming is finished today. There is only one great sovereign in Yuanshan Holy Court. He can't protect Lu Ming at all. That's right, there are still great sovereigns in He clan. Even if the three great sovereigns of Yuanshan Holy Court are here, Lu Ming is in danger today. Lu Ming is finished today, he is going to die. It's a pity for such an outstanding talent. In the distance, many people sighed. At this moment, many people were on Lu Ming's side, because He clan, Hung clan, and Daoyuo Heaven sect were too despicable. They didn't appear during the battle with Evil God clan. Of course, they supported Lu Ming, but no one would really help Lu Ming. It was undoubtedly courting death. It was a pity. Then I will kill you first. Just after Great Sovereign Tianluo appeared, another voice was heard, and then, a terrifying sword light shone. This sword light was too dazzling. It came from the sky, splitting the whole sky into two halves. Great Sovereign Tianluo's face changed. He shouted angrily. Endless light rushed up. He waved his hand, and an incomparably mysterious aura filled the air. That was the aura of Great Tao. The Great Sovereign controlled the Great Tao, the Great Tao of heaven and earth. Boom! A big seal floated out. It was very similar to Luo Tsangqiong's divine seal of deprivation, but it was many times more powerful than the divine seal of deprivation. The big seal flew out and bombarded with the dazzling sword light. At this moment, the dazzling light was so dazzling that many people couldn't open their eyes. When the light disappeared, an old man appeared in front of Great Sovereign Tianluo. It was a very old man, leaning on a walking stick like an ordinary old man. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart moved. It seemed that Uncle Kong had been paying attention to him. At this time, when Lu Ming was in danger, Uncle Kong still stood up. Who is this person? Could it be that the sword light just now was slashed by him? So terrifying. He is also a great sovereign, but I have never heard of him. It seems that he came to help Lu Ming. There is actually a great sovereign expert behind Lu Ming. Chapter 2013. On the surface, there were only a few great emperors in Yuan Mountain, but in reality, there were definitely more than that. It was normal for Lu Ming to have a great emperor behind him. Old man, it's you. Great Emperor Tianluo narrowed his eyes and looked at Uncle Kong. Lu Ming is the Great Evolution Pill Hall's Hallmaster. If you dare touch him, I'll kill you. Uncle Kong said slowly, but his voice was filled with killing intent. Many people were shocked. This old man was really domineering and powerful. If Great Emperor Tianluo wanted to kill Lu Ming, he would kill Great Emperor Tianluo. Could it be that this old man was that powerful? Kill me? Dan Kong, you're too confident. Even if you were at your peak, you might not be able to do anything to me. Now that you're injured, are you my match? Great Emperor Tianluo sneered. In the battle with the Evil God tribe, several great emperors had been injured in order to send the Evil God tribe's great emperor through the gate of world viewing. Great emperors had the protection of the Great Tao, so it was difficult for them to be injured. However, once they were injured, it would be difficult for them to recover. During this period of time, great emperors like the sacred Great Emperor were in seclusion to recover. However, Uncle Kong and Great Emperor Wu Xiang's injuries had not healed, and their battle strength was not at their peak. That was why Great Emperor Tianluo said that. Despicable. The great emperors were injured in the battle with the Evil God tribe, but they're here to take advantage of us. Huang Li couldn't help but roar. Great Emperor Tianluo's gaze swept over Huang Li with a cold light. Huang Li was fearless and glared at Great Emperor Tianluo. Clang. Uncle Kong didn't say anything else and directly unsheathed his sword. At this moment, Uncle Kong revealed his peerless sharpness. He had transformed from a haggard old man into a peerless swordsman. Boom. Facing an injured Uncle Kong, Great Emperor Tianluo didn't dare to be careless. He circulated his power to the extreme, and a large seal floated above his head as he cautiously confronted Uncle Kong. I'm afraid the two of you won't be able to save Lu Ming. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. A figure floated above the heads of the He clan's experts. Many people's hearts trembled. Great Emperor He clan. Great Emperor He clan had appeared. 3 great emperors from the 3 great emperors' forces. Lu Ming was really finished today. Emperor Wu Xiang and nameless great emperor. Lu Ming had 2 great emperors on his side, but they couldn't fend off 3 great emperors. Moreover, there were so many experts from the 3 forces. On Lu Ming's side, if a great emperor didn't help him, Lu Ming would be dead for sure. Many people sighed. Boom. The great emperor of Wu Xiang released a powerful aura. However, the great emperor of the Hung family also released his aura and locked onto the great emperor of Wu Xiang, preventing him from helping Lu Ming. You're a great emperor, yet you still need several people to join forces to deal with a junior. You're really a disgrace to the great emperors. Emperor Wu Xiang said. Lu Ming tried to drive a wedge between us, so he must pay the price. Also, we came here today to deal with Lu Ming. There's one more thing we need to tell you, Wu Xiang. From now on, Celestial City belongs to He Clan and Hung Clan. The same goes for Yuanshan Holy Courtyard. Wu Xiang, you should leave Celestial City. Great Emperor He Clan said coldly. What? Many people were enraged when they heard that, especially Lu Ming and the rest of the people from the Sacred Academy of Yuan Mountain. Hung Clan and He Clan wanted to take over Yuanshan Holy Courtyard for themselves. It couldn't be described as despicable. Ha ha ha, what bullshit, great emperors. I think you're just a few old dogs, shameless old dogs. Lu Ming clenched his fists and laughed. His words made Great Emperor He Clan, Great Emperor Hung Clan, and Great Emperor Tian Luo squint their eyes. They looked at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. As for the others from the 3 forces, they were furious. Lu Ming, what did you say? How dare you insult the great emperors? You're courting death. The other people from He Clan and Hung Clan roared. Am I wrong? In my opinion, your 3 great emperors are not even as good as the evil god tribe. The 3 great emperors of Yuanshan Holy Courtyard, and a few other great emperors risked their lives to protect Yuanshan Holy Courtyard. Great emperors Tian Hua and Hun Tian are still alive. The other great emperors were injured because of this, but you guys took advantage of the situation. Not only are you afraid of death, but you also want to seize the territory of those who fought against the evil god tribe. If you're not dogs, what are you? No, I'm wrong. Even dogs are loyal. Calling you dogs is an insult to dogs. Lu Ming sneered again and again. He felt a ball of fire burning in his chest. Many people were angry, but the people from He Clan, Hung Clan, and Daoyuo Heaven Sect were red in the face and looked at Lu Ming angrily. Humph, you speak so righteously as if you've made a great contribution. Lu Ming, what are you doing when the evil god tribe invaded? A young man from He Clan and Hung Clan couldn't help but ask. I'm fighting against the evil god tribe. Lu Ming said loudly. Fighting against the evil god tribe? It sounds good, but you're just taking the opportunity to kill a few small fries. What's the use of that for the big picture? Don't put yourself so high. A young man from He Clan mocked. He like ancestor, like descendant. At this time, Emperor Wu Xiang sneered with a hint of sarcasm. Then his voice suddenly rose. Then I'll tell you today, what did Lu Ming do in the battle against the evil god tribe? The void passage opened by the evil god tribe was sealed by Lu Ming. Emperor Wu Xiang's voice was loud and clear, like a gust of wind, blowing in all directions, spreading throughout the entire celestial city. What? The void passage was sealed by Lu Ming? How is that possible? With Lu Ming's cultivation, how could he do it? Many people showed an expression of disbelief. Absolutely impossible, you're deliberately raising Lu Ming's status. With Lu Ming's cultivation, how is that possible? Who would believe such a thing? Hung Clan, and Daoyuo Heaven Sect suddenly shouted, refuting Emperor Wu Xiang. Lu Ming used the law of primal chaos to revive an ancient chaos stone plate. Back then, during the battle to seal the void passage, it was us old guys who assisted Lu Ming and finally succeeded in sealing the void passage. I swear in the name of the great emperor, this is absolutely true. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, the land of Yuan Mountain would still be caught in the flames of war. Now they want to kill the meritorious subject. Are you all so indifferent? Emperor Wu Xiang's voice spread throughout Celestial City. He didn't say it to the people of Hung Clan, He Clan, and Daoyuo Heaven Sect, but to the others in Celestial City. Many people's eyes changed. Emperor Wu Xiang, speaking in the name of the great emperor. There was no mistake. They didn't expect that so many things had happened behind the scenes in the battle that day. They didn't expect that the greatest meritorious subject was actually Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had never mentioned this matter. If it wasn't for the three major forces forcing Emperor Wu Xiang to tell the truth, no one would know. Now the three major forces wanted to kill the greatest meritorious subject of the evil god tribe. Whoosh. 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 Chapter 2014. In a flash, many people joined Lu Ming's team, including true emperors and empty emperors. They released their auras to help Lu Ming's team fight against the three major forces. A bunch of small fries who think they can change the outcome of the battle. Great Emperor Tianluo said coldly, Wu Xiang, you've said so much just to find a few more helpers. But what's the use of a bunch of small fries? Attack and kill Lu Ming. Kill anyone who stands in our way. Great Emperor Heng said. Boom. Great Emperor Heng's aura burst out and locked onto Great Emperor Wu Xiang. At this moment, apart from Lu Ming, the auras of the powerhouses from the three forces locked onto the rest of the people. Which one of you will attack and kill Lu Ming? Great Emperor, he said coldly. I'll kill him. A middle-aged man in his 50s stepped out from the He family. A terrifying aura swept towards Lu Ming like a tidal wave. This man was called He Gao, a small emperor realm void emperor. He had just broken through to the small emperor realm, and was a one-star void emperor. This was a good opportunity for him to show off in front of Great Emperor He. Perhaps Great Emperor He would reward him. Martial Emperor. Huangling, Longchen, Luotianyi and the rest were shocked. The teachers of the Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect and Bingmu were shocked. They wanted to attack, but they realized that they were locked onto. The auras of the three major forces locked onto them. As long as they moved, they would be attacked by lightning. Moreover, those who were targeting them were very strong. Clang. Uncle Kong made his move. Sword Chi whistled and a terrifying sword light slashed towards He Gao. Old man, I'm your opponent. Great Emperor Tianluo shouted. The seal vibrated and shot out a divine light, blocking Uncle Kong's sword light. Then, the seal vibrated and charged towards Uncle Kong. Sword Chi whistled as the battle between Uncle Kong and Great Emperor Tianluo broke out. The two exchanged a few blows and rushed into the dark void to fight. Boom. At the same time, Great Emperor Wu Xiang also exchanged a blow with Great Emperor Heng from a distance. Great Emperor Wu Xiang couldn't spare any time to help. His strength was originally slightly stronger than Great Emperor Heng's, and he'd defeated Great Emperor Heng the last time they fought. But now that he had yet to recover from his injuries, he might be at a disadvantage against the Heng clan's Great Emperor. Bang! Bang! He Gao stepped into the void. With every step he took, the void trembled. His aura became stronger and stronger. Like a storm, it pressed down on Lu Ming. He was like a giant looking down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's your honor to die by my hands. Kill. He Gao's palm was like a knife as he slashed down at Lu Ming. A pale white saber light filled with coldness caused the temperature of the place to plummet. Fight! Lu Ming shouted. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body surged wildly. All the saint power in his body gathered at his fingertip, and he pointed out. The energy between heaven and earth gathered crazily at Lu Ming's fingertip. Then, an extremely condensed finger force burst out and collided with He Gao's saber light. Ding! There was a sharp sound of collision, and the force rolled out. He Gao's saber light shattered and turned into nothing. It was blocked. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. The attack of a martial emperor expert had been blocked by Lu Ming. The most shocking thing was that Lu Ming had blocked his opponent's attack, and didn't even take a step back. What terrifying combat strength! Many people exclaimed. He Gao's eyes were filled with anger. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack, Lu Ming was unscathed and didn't even take a step back. He felt embarrassed. Moreover, he glanced around and saw that the He clan's patriarch's face had darkened. His heart sank. Did the He clan's great emperor have a bad impression of him? Damn it! It's all Lu Ming's fault. I'm going to tear him into pieces. He Gao roared in his heart, and a cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Kill! He Gao shouted. The martial emperor expert's power of the world circulated wildly. His palm turned into a dazzling saber light and slashed out, causing heaven and earth to shake. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. His figure moved. Instead of retreating, he charged toward He Gao. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming punched continuously. Illusions of the prison-suppressing monument appeared and collided with He Gao's saber light. The illusions of the prison-suppressing monument exploded, but the saber light was also blocked. Song of the Four Seasons. After failing to take down Lu Ming, He Gao became anxious and used the He clan's divine skill, Song of the Four Seasons. His saber force suddenly changed. At first it was like winter snow. Then it turned into spring. In the next moment, it was like the scorching sun in the sky. The saber force changed and its power increased greatly. It shattered the prison-suppressing monument that Lu Ming had condensed. The saber light continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated continuously. Kill. The moment Lu Ming retreated, He Gao's saber force became even more ferocious. It swept toward Lu Ming crazily. Chi. At that moment, Lu Ming used the chaotic tribulation finger. He pointed out several fingers with his right hand, and the finger force collided with He Gao's saber light. Endless runes appeared on Lu Ming's left hand. A true dragon roared and pounced toward He Gao. Insignificant skill. He Gao shouted. A saber light burst out and defeated the true dragon. However, the true dragon turned into endless runes and spread toward He Gao, trying to seal him. The power of combining 3 scrolls of the 9 scrolls of array formation was indeed very mysterious. He Gao's expression changed slightly. The power of the world burst out and shattered the endless runes. Next, the two fought fiercely. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. He Gao was indeed very powerful. Although he had just become an empty emperor, he was a martial emperor after all. His combat power far exceeded that of a quasi-emperor. Every move of his contained the power of the world, and was extremely powerful. Lu Ming relied on the use of 2 laws to barely block the attack. But even so, everyone was still shocked. Lu Ming was only an absolute saint, and had not reached the complete absolute saint. He was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. However, he could fight against a martial emperor and block him. This was too shocking. Many experts from the He clan, Hung clan, and Daoyuo Heaven sect were shocked. With Lu Ming's combat power, if he became an empty emperor or even a true emperor in the future, how powerful would he be? What if he became a great emperor? Thinking of this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Even the great emperors of the He clan, Hung clan, and Tianluo Heaven Emperor had cold looks in their eyes. The more talented Lu Ming was, the more he deserved to die. Go to hell. He Gao had not taken down Lu Ming since the start of the battle. He became more and more impatient. Originally, with his temperament, he would not be like this. The main reason was that he, a martial emperor, could not take down Lu Ming after so many moves. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he could not accept it. That was why he was like this. His saber aura became fiercer and fiercer. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Destruction, chaotic calamity finger. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly pointed a finger. Chapter 2015. Lu Ming used his strongest move. A huge chaotic calamity finger was formed, and it was covered with array runes. It was the initial combination of the destruction scroll and the chaotic calamity finger. Bam! Bam! The chaotic calamity finger blasted out, and He Gao's saber light shattered. He Gao's expression changed and he roared. A world seemed to appear on his body, and he slashed out. The saber light seemed to contain a world. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger was finally destroyed by He Gao, but He Gao retreated 10 miles. A martial emperor had been defeated by Lu Ming. Many people gasped, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. He was only a peak absolute saint, but he had defeated a martial emperor. No one would believe such a battle result. Such a battle result could scare people to death. Ah, damn it! He Gao roared. He had lost all his dignity today. Even if he could kill Lu Ming, it would be a stain on his life, and it might even become his inner demon. Is this the martial emperor of the He clan? Is this all he has? He is indeed worse than a pig. Not only is his character bad, but his combat strength is also bad. Lu Ming mocked. You! He Gao was so angry that his chest heaved up and down, and he almost vomited blood. Calm down. He is deliberately provoking you. Use all your strength to kill him, and wash away your shame. A voice entered He Gao's ears. It was the voice of the great emperor of the He clan. The voice of the great emperor of the He clan seemed to have a magical power that calmed He Gao down. He knew that he had been too anxious, and he hadn't fully unleashed his combat strength. Buzz. A saber appeared in his hand, and the saber light tore through the air. It was extremely sharp. As He Gao's power of the world poured in, the saber's aura became stronger, and the terrifying saber force kept pressing down on Lu Ming. This was an imperial weapon. The power of an imperial weapon controlled by a martial emperor was completely different from when a martial emperor controlled it. Only a martial emperor could unleash the full power of an imperial weapon. Boom. A world floated above He Gao's body. It was obviously not complete, and it was filled with chaos, but it still gave people a terrifying pressure. Kill. He Gao shouted and slashed down with his saber. The power of this slash was a lot stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He pushed his cultivation base to the limit and pointed out. It was still the annihilation chaos finger of calamity. However, this time when the blade light slashed down, the chaotic finger of calamity shattered. The terrifying power rushed towards Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to retreat quickly. This is the true strength of a martial emperor. Lu Ming suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body as he muttered to himself. In the end, his strength was still slightly weaker than that of a martial emperor. If he reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, he was confident that he could fight with He Gao. Looks like Lu Ming is still no match for him. A martial emperor is a martial emperor after all. Lu Ming is only a martial emperor at the pinnacle of the absolute saint realm. However, the fact that Lu Ming can fight a martial emperor to this extent is already terrifying enough. Some people were discussing. Lu Ming, I won't let you die so easily. I'll make you suffer until you die. He Gao approached Lu Ming step by step. His cold voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. I was just playing with you earlier. Now I can send you on your way. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Earlier, he had fought with all his might only to test the limits of his combat strength. Many people were stunned. What did Lu Ming mean? Did he want to kill He Gao? Send me on my way? Ha ha ha, you're really boasting shamelessly. You want to anger me with this, right? Unfortunately, it won't go as you wish. Kill. He Gao shouted. His body exploded with a dazzling light. His entire body seemed to have merged with the saber in his hand. He turned into a terrifying blade light and attacked Lu Ming. The blade light broke through the air and whistled through the air. It was terrifying. Many people's hearts were in their mouths. Perhaps Lu Ming was going to die under this blade. In an instant, the blade light was close to Lu Ming. Oh no! At this moment, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others were shocked. At this moment, Chang Zhe from Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect, as well as Bing Mu and the others, wanted to help. However, the experts from the He family, Hung family, and Daoyuo Heaven Sect flashed and blocked their way. Master! Lu Xiangxiang shouted. She wanted to rush over, but one of the experts on the other side released a burst of energy. Lu Xiangxiang's figure flew back. Just when everyone thought that Lu Ming was going to be killed by this blade, they saw a sword light. The sword light lit up in Lu Ming's hand and slashed at the blade light that He Gao had turned into. Then an inconceivable scene appeared. The sword light slashed past and the blade light broke into two from the middle. Bam! The blade light shattered. Then, everyone saw He Gao frantically retreat 100 miles away. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Lu Ming. He Gao spat out two words with difficulty. Then, a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and quickly spread to his entire body. Rip! He Gao's body was split into two and fell to the ground. He was dead. He Gao was dead. The scene fell into a dead silence. Just now, He Gao clearly had the absolute advantage and wanted to kill Lu Ming with one slash. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was most likely dead. But now why was He Gao the one who died? The sword of the Celestial Emperor. You can actually control the sword of the Celestial Emperor. A true emperor from the Hung family shouted. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was holding a stone sword in his hand. The sword of the Celestial Emperor. Many people's hearts trembled. Lu Ming could actually control the Heavenly Emperor's sword and unleash its power to kill He Gao with one slash. How could a mere absolute saint control the Heavenly Emperor's sword and unleash its power? They naturally did not know that Lu Ming had a technique to control the Heavenly Emperor's body. The Heavenly Emperor's sword had merged with the Heavenly Emperor's body. Now the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had reached 12%. If Lu Ming could control the Heavenly Emperor's body, he could naturally control the Heavenly Emperor's sword as well. Just now, Lu Ming had controlled the Heavenly Emperor's sword and easily killed He Gao. Who else wants to kill me? Lu Ming held the stone sword and glanced at the He family, Hung family, and Daoyuo heaven sect. Humph, a mere absolute saint. You think you're invincible just because you can barely unleash a trace of the Heavenly Emperor's sword's power? The Heavenly Emperor's sword should belong to the Hung family. Hand it over. An expert from the Hung family stepped forward. A terrifying aura crazily pressed toward Lu Ming. Martial Emperor. This person was also a minor emperor, Void Emperor. But this person's aura was many times stronger than He Gao's. He was probably an expert among the Void Emperors. If you want the Heavenly Emperor's sword, come and get it. Lu Ming held the sword and faced the expert from the Hung family. Boom.